episode 179 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And we see we already got a full-fledged change of pace. We have Bobby from the Office of Knowledge-esque. I don't know. What do we get? It's something else. It's not the Garage of Knowledge, not the usual standard. This is more the podcasting
Maybe
location.
Perception of knowledge. Yeah.
Maybe. But this is more your podcasting location.
Yes.
Because I know, because I know when you were doing some of the, I think you did the episode with Victor, and then you did the episode with Ryan, and that was more in the podcast mode, podcast setup.
Well, the living room's just right over there, so my wife, when she's home, she's watching TV. So and then we heard the background noise and stuff like that. So we said, okay, that's enough. So I just go out to the Garage of Knowledge and have fun.
There you go.
Freeze. Pretend
First comment of the day.
2022 when you got the heater and the air conditioning. Anyways,
well, it's been pre all that, yes. So first was actually Refractor Jones. He actually beat the start time by over an hour. So this was the first comment. See, man who beat me to the like button. You got to be fast on the like button. The people get on it early. They appreciate Eric paying for the like button, and even hours before it starts.
It's nice to read these now. Finally,
there you go. I can see it.
Because on your iPhone you can't.
Oh no, not on the iPhone. That's why I always kind of look a little perplexed that Dave likes to do the IRP things, and he manipulates it from his phone. It's like you can't see anything. Like what comment is there? Yeah, I think Steve helps out with that a little bit, but I know Dave can, and he does control some aspects of it. But on a phone, it's a terrible experience. It's not good if you try. If you want to just participate, it's fine. Yeah. But if you're trying to do hosting anything, it's not the best way.
Mm-hmm.
Josh here says Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Alive. That's right, Josh. Eric appreciates you as always. Like say, Eric likes those pre-show likes. Facts.
Uh-huh.
Paul here says, so does that mean Eric is going to jump from 20 feet through a pane of glass? He should. I sent him a picture of that. Far less dangerous than the cyclocross thing he's going on. Like that seems perfectly safe to me.
Yeah.
Well, here it says greetings and salutations, card community. Will is getting into the spirit. He understands. Eric, you've been demoted to the bottom spot. Hey, that's what happens when you spend all your time eating your chocolate sticks and cookies.
Uh-huh.
And not only that, he's going to be fined extra for the like button this week.
Extra.
Tragic.
Uh-huh.
He's going to cut it to his Connor Bedard chasing fund.
Oh.
Because now it is Bedard mania. He's running wild, brother.
Uh-huh.
I already got the one of one. David Adams is sending the plane full of money over. So I'm all good.
Only a plane full of money?
Small plane.
So on previous bounties, a quick question. Have they ever awarded any of the previous bounties?
Yeah, the Babe Ruth Superfractor was $200,000. A guy claimed it, and he was on the David Adams YouTube channel. He actually did a video where he came into the shop. They actually visited in the shop where he pulled it. They had a little chat, and then he said, and then they tried to make it a little dramatic. They say, "So, do you want to collect the bounty?" And the guy made it like he was thinking about it. And he goes, "Yes, I will accept."
Okay, sure.
I guess if you're twisting my arm.
Was there any qualifications for that one?
Nope. All you had to do was just had to pull the card. For that one was just pulling the card.
But now we have some
qualification for this one. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Understood.
That's the reason why, though, I was mentioning, because obviously different folks have different theories of how they come together. It's that I've actually heard both versions. I've heard that David Adams sometimes facilitates. So sometimes they're the front facing, like they'll put the bounty out there, but it's on behalf of someone else. And sometimes it's David Adams themselves, and they're the ones well, obviously, if they're the ones doing it, they can put whatever stipulation they want on it. Like they will, you have this amount of time, or it's got to be like this or whatever. From what I understand, and I think this comes from David Adams, because I think I heard it in one of their social medias. They were talking about it. Apparently, it just wants it, but he doesn't want one that's been beat up or mangled, even one on one or not. If he's going to pay $1 million, he says he basically wants it to be nice. Doesn't have to be like a Jim Man 10, but he wants it to basically not be normal upper deck QC. Because we saw one that's the out of 25, not the 1-of-1, but we saw the out of 25 Albert, which is a great card and certainly a valuable card, especially right now. And I just looked at the top edge, and just looking at the image of the top edge,
let's go
it's messed up. Yeah, it's messed up, and it's unfortunate. For the most part, from what I understand, the regular versions have been okay for the most part, as far as I'm aware. I've heard that those seem to be coming out of packs okay, but unfortunately, the outbursts have a little bit of foil going on, so it's easier to damage. So you got to be really careful. So I don't know how that quality assurance went.
They might be cut a little differently because they're special and thicker. or what have you. So probably go under a different process.
So-
Miller's machine, but maybe.
Shock me if a lot of them have some kind of edge damage or core damage or something like that. It wouldn't come. Not at all.
Mhm.
Good evening. The Dyna a good wearing frame. Look at you.
I just
And
want
left something evocative.
there's a very good chance that Michael Ham will be harassing me really bad,
Mercilessly?
really bad.
Maybe.
Yeah, in the comments this evening,
Mm.
and there may be some truth to the fact that it may be deserved.
Interesting. We'll get to that shortly.
Just saying.
We'll get to that shortly. But the first thing is, look, my favorite thing when something like this happens, it's just watching different people break. But I also kind of enjoyed so you've got the two things. You got the people chasing after losing their minds. You got the hockey normies. Somebody actually made that comment in one of the breaks that I saw. It's like somebody who clearly isn't into hockey very much. He was literally opening it because of the Bedard chase. I think it was DGen Rips, and he was specifically talking about that. He says, like, look, I'm curious how the hockey guys, like, and he was talking to his comment section. He goes, any of you regular hockey guys, how do you feel about like the normies opening and chasing this card and opening this product for this? He acknowledges it. At least he understood, like he gets it. But he goes, yeah. And he literally was right at the beginning of the video. He goes, yeah, I got a case of these blasters. It's like, it's Bedard or bust. I don't care about the short prints. I don't care about the inserts. I don't care about any of this stuff. And I go, I get it. Hey, he's honest. To his credit, he was very honest about what he was out there to do. There you go, Ham. Good stuff. We'll get some more details of that in short. But just a quick point I want to make just to start off with. The Bedard chase was amusing to me from that perspective. But then you also have the counter reaction. Oh man, the boxes are so expensive, which you're right, especially based on what's in the boxes and everything. You're 100% right. It is unjustifiable, except for the marketplace. The secondary market pretty much did it all. That's basically the only reason. Because really, Series 1 and Series 2, there's no quantifiable difference between one series and another to justify the difference in price, other than the one chase. That's really all that's going on here. It's economics 101, it's business 101, it's capitalism 101. You're watching it play out in real time. Because otherwise, yeah, there is no justification outside of that. And Upper Deck knows that. The distributors know that. The card shops know that. And at the same time, card shops sold out of hobby. So the case in point that I'm using in this example was our friends at AMG Collectibles, amgcollectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. See, smoother transition there, smoother segue there, that Eric, then to the podcast.
Yeah.
That was a little bit, that one we got where we needed to get to. But they posted on their social media that they had sold out of the hobby that they had allocated. So they tried to get as good an allocation as they could. Sold the hobby. I think they sold the hobby on Wednesday. Like it was gone basically on opening day. And they put a restriction, and they have some tins and they have some retail, but they put a restriction on it. Just they're trying to basically space it out a little bit as much as they can, but because stuff was flying out the door. More expensive or not, it was flying out the door. So the proof is in the pudding. Now, Upper Deck will not be able to do that next year. They won't be able to. The price will have to come back down to
300
normal levels.
Yeah.
The thing is, so because next year people won't be chasing. For the moment, the Bedard ones that are coming out of the block right now are about $700-800 US, give or take. And when that's happening, then yeah, I understand why people are opening it. I understand why people are paying the money they're willing to pay. They're taking a chance. They're trying to pull some of the parallels. I get it.
We're selling it $319 a box.
Yeah, $319 US. Yep. Pretty spicy meatball.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
People are buying it.
Yep.
And hey, to each their own. Do what makes you happy. I can't wrap my head around it. It doesn't make any sense.
It makes every bit of sense.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes every bit of sense.
That's why I led off with my preamble was this is capitalism 101. Like and Bobbles actually had Mrs. Bobbles on a conversation about this, and I listened to it.
That.
I enjoyed it. I got a kick out of it. But although a point of order, I will make a point of order, and I do recommend check out Bobbles and Ball Cards. You can check out one of the most recent videos. He and Mrs. Bobbles have a little discussion about this particular topic. As people who have opened cases of Upper Deck flagship before, amongst other hockey products, they do enjoy opening the hockeys, and they like to open it at the case level. But so I was listening to what he was saying, but at the same time, I was sitting there like and I'm not saying that he intentionally went to do this, but it's like almost talking out of both sides of your mouth. on the one hand, it's like, oh, this is too expensive. You know, the kids can't get into this. I'm paraphrasing, but basically that was what was being alluded to. But I'm sitting there, it's like, but even Eric, if I made the boxes $100, let me decrease the price by 66%. Let me make it $100. If you're buying it at the case level, Eric, you're going to spend $1,200. How many people just waltzing in the shop spending $1,200 for their kids? That's not the normal behavior. Even before, in the ye olden days, when Upper Deck Series 1 and Series 2 were more reasonably priced, most of us, even if we like to open the odd, we would open the odd box here or there. Most of us are not opening on the case
I was opening packs, not good boxes.
Or even a blaster box.
Pack.
Even a blaster might be.
I didn't add that. $25 a pack.
Yeah, for sure. But look, the point I'm making is this. I chuckled because I understood what he was getting at. I understood his general premise, his general thesis. That's why I say I recommend go check it out and you can render your own opinion. But I did chuckle because it sounded an awful lot like, because given that they were opening cases as part of their fandom and the way they like to do it, I'm sitting there. That's like the person who goes to the Rolex boutique complaining that Rolex increased the price. Think of the children. I'm like, no, the children were not involved in this before. Maybe their parents bought them a box, but like most people are not opening it on a case level. That's why I gave you that example a second ago. I said, let's pretend for a second it's only $100, only $100. That's $1,200 a case still. Maybe you buy a box or two, maybe, if you want to play, if you want to participate, or if maybe if you're building the set. But most people are not buying a case. I can make it $50, and most people are still not buying a case. Like, it's most people. $100 transaction is a decision they must consider carefully. That is the reason why blaster boxes existed. They existed because even in ye olden days, when Upper Deck Series 1 and 2 were cheaper, it was still more expensive than some people could handle. So a blaster made more sense for them. If they wanted to give their kids something, they would give them a blaster. And it was like $20, $25, and it made more sense.
Is that show this weekend?
With the CSC one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, it's the 10th. I believe Sunday. I'll double check, but I believe it's
Sunday or Saturday or both.
I will double check.
Please.
I will confirm. But I'm pretty sure it's a Sunday.
Because I'm busy Sunday. What am I doing Sunday? Something. But Saturday, I think I'm free.
Praying for our souls, probably.
Maybe. At least one soul.
Oh, you got to pray for Marcel Dionne, if nothing else.
Yes.
Okay, so CSC Trade Show March 10th is what I got here.
Oh, so it's one day?
Yeah, it looks like it's just a one day. I'm just double checking.
Really? So they went from a 2-day to a 1-day show now.
Anybody signing?
I think this one
they wouldn't have anybody signing at 1 day.
They didn't call this one the Worlds Collide. Well, they got Marcel Dionne. Marcel Dionne is signing.
Like I said, there's nobody really signing.
There you go. Fair.
He's at every show. Okay, Eric's fine. He's at every show. So he's not a signer. He buy something, he'll sign something for you.
He's around. There you go. You know, Ham said I bought a case of retail until the one of them gets pulled. I say rip it all. Fine. Fair enough. I get it. Saying, where's Billy? Hey, who knows, man? I might have to. I'll ping him. I'll see if I can reach out to him because he'd be a good guy to talk about this. Although, you know, he's got to talk about it from the Upper Deck perspective. We understand that, but he certainly has made the rounds talking about it this week. So we got that. Now, your question was where the one-on-one gets picked into, hobby or retail. He has not commented on hobby or retail, but I can tell you that in a podcast somewhere, he has made reference because the question wasn't hobby or retail. The question was, is it an e-pack or is it available in packs, physical packs? And he may have alluded towards that, but he cannot repeat those words again. But they have been uttered in a previous utterance.
Got you. Yeah.
Just saying.
Caught you.
Yeah. So long story short, you've got a chance if you're buying physical packs. Just you've got a chance. Good evening, Scott. Absolutely, with the extra thumbs up. Appreciate you. But yeah, so I've got it here as March the 10th is what I see here. It looks like it's just a 1 day. But I think the difference, Bobby, is that this time around they're saying CSC Trade Show instead of the Worlds Collide. So I think what they did is for this show, they're not focusing as heavily on the cosplay and some of the other stuff. I think they've got some of it, but they lightened up on it a little bit. So I think that's why
they had almost a separate room there. So I guess that expense too.
So they probably went a little bit lighter for that reason. But they still are covering the TCG. They're still acknowledging the TCG piece. So probably that's why they broke it from 2 days to 1.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
All right.
Thomas Garbo says, so you got Jake Paul or Mike Tyson. There you go. Paul wins. Does this mean his rookie card gets pumped up and sold in the next Golden 100? Maybe. I did hear about this. So apparently
Paul
Netflix
wins,
is going to have
I'm
the
done.
Jake
I'm done.
Paul Mike Tyson fight.
If Paul wins, I am leaving the planet. I am done.
I think it comes down to if it's rigged or not. Is it, is it a legitimate athletic contest, or is it rigged like the hockeys?
We will see.
That's it. Look, let's put it this
Halfway
way.
through the first round, you'll know.
Yeah, the path to Mike Tyson winning. Mike Tyson could knock Jake Paul's head off, clean off. He still has more than enough power to do that to him. However, he is older and Jake Paul is younger. He can move around a little more. The question is really this: if Mike Tyson's in there and he's actually trying to win the fight, and he's got to win it in the first couple rounds. He's not going to sit there and go like 5-6 rounds or 7 rounds or whatever. Like he's basically got to go in with the intention. It's basically the storyline from Rocky 6.
Yes.
Where he's the old man going in,
yeah.
like your job is there. Like, if you see the montage in that one, the way they did the montage differently, it goes, hard running's out. Like I'm paraphrasing, but it's like hard running is out. All this. It's like you got to build some hurt and bombs. And it's like, yep, just go out there and just throw bombs.
That's it.
That's the strategy.
I don't think it would help. I don't think it would help Tyson's his history or whatever. No.
Tyson has only things to lose.
Yes.
Mike Tyson now.
And I don't think he's going to lose it.
His one saving grace is that he's old. So he's got that, in reality.
How
And by the way,
he?
it could also be an exhibition.
How old is
it's
he?
not a real contest per se. Mike Tyson is.
He's got to be knocking on 60 either before or after.
He's
close to
57.
Yeah, so he's not that old yet.
No, I don't think 60's that old if you stay in shape. If he takes this even a little serious, he will win. And if at any point in time during the fight he gets mad, Jake Paul's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good television.
Even though it might be a fake fight or a setup fight, you hit Tyson the wrong way, he might just go cuckoo on you.
He'll just be like, everything just goes black. He wakes up in the dressing room later.
I'm not diving.
What happened? You killed him. I did?
Yeah.
I blacked out. I don't remember anything. His blood.
So if I understand this correctly, though, I hadn't dug into this too much. I did hear about it. But so it sounds to me like this is on Netflix. Like there's no special Netflix or so. Like it sounds to me like if I'm subscribed to Netflix, I can watch this. That is my understanding. If I'm correct, please correct me.
They want more people watching it than not.
Yeah, it's saying airing live on Netflix. Like they're obviously trying to get. Look, they have that WWE deal that they made that I talked about a couple months ago now, I think. So they're trying to get into the live event game. So this is obviously another way they could do that. It sounds to me like not a pay-per-view. It sounds to me like obviously the fighters are getting paid by Netflix to host the event. But at the same time, it sounds to me like, if you have a Netflix account, it sounds to me like you can just watch it, which is not a terrible deal. Like, okay, you're not really asking me for much, then I can watch something else, while I've got the Netflix turned on. So not a terrible idea for the viewer, I guess. Sean here says, sadly, if you Google search this Sunday show in Mississauga, read Sports Card and TCG Trade Show with Marcel Dionne.
What?
Sadness.
Can't even spell Dionne right.
It's probably how we met it.
Why would that be sadly? It's a great honor to have him there. You're talking about my best friend in the entire world. Okay? Nobody is going to badmouth him while I'm still taking a breath. Right? We were literally bad mouthing him in the This is the greatest.
Did you stop breathing during that?
Yeah, I think
this is the greatest. This might be the greatest human being in God's creation, the greatest hockey player that's ever lived. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Still talking about the Bedard million.
I was going to say this doesn't sound like Hal Gill to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So I'll call him right now. All right, God damn it, I'll call him right now and be like, hey. Don't even show up for the show. People are bad-mouthing you and being disrespectful. Screw them. Don't even show up.
But Eric, I need some money.
He doesn't. He does not need the money. I can't believe how much money that guy made it. made in those few
So
days.
why is he setting up and selling
I
stuff?
don't know. He's bored. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, like and the best part, at a random show in Mississauga. So I was going to try to pull it up on the computer here, but it's making it a little bit tricky for me. But one thing I mentioned, it was just funny that it worked out this way. So I'll quickly share. I'll see if I can share the image better, and then I'll give some context to it. So let me quickly share this. So I shared this kind of in the thread that we had going on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So basically, it's two pucks, one above the other. So the Marcel Dionne, that's his 700th gold puck at the top, and then Mike Modano's 1200th point. And what was funny is that I didn't come across that with any intention of trying to find that. I actually came across it by accident, because I always tease Eric that, like, in Canada, hockey is so ubiquitous, it's so everywhere in your face that you don't have to try. So I work downtown, and I only have to go down a couple of days a week now. But in my old work at a previous employ, I actually worked in the building where the Hockey Hall of Fame is.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So I was in that building. Yeah, and then they have offices upstairs, and you can go right up the elevators. But then they got a food court down there, and the Hockey Hall of Fame's there. One time when my manager was, we had a little downtime, and my manager wanted to kind of get out of the office as kind of our outing. He goes, "Hey guys, tell you what, I'll just take you down to the Hall of Fame. We'll go visit the exhibit. It'll be my treat." So literally, we went as a team just down and visited the display and the exhibits in the Hall of Fame, because it's just downstairs. We just go downstairs. He paid for it, and we went in and just hung out for an afternoon in the Hall of Fame. But being in that location, if you're in that zone, if you actually know where the Hall of Fame is, it's very conveniently located. If you're in the downtown core, it's very easy. Well, I don't work in that building anymore, but I work in a building that's like a block up the street. So I was on my lunch hour, and I literally just waltzed down. I was getting some steps in, getting some air. And as I walked down, I went by, and there's a Tim Hortons there that in that actual building that has a lot of hockey displays on it. And then you got the Hockey Hall of Fame shop. Well, that was actually on the outside display. They had a whole setup of pucks, including those two. It just made me laugh that those two were right beside each other. It's specifically those two. And as soon as I was walking by on my lunch hour, literally, I'm just waltzing by. I see that. I take a picture, and I said, like, yeah, it's like, guys, it's like, check this out. I saw this thing. It's like, but who the hell's the jabroni on the top?
Yeah.
Who's this loser? Like, I don't know who this dude is. Like, what's this Dionne? Who is this guy? Terrible.
This is the hat he gifted me and signed for me. And where is that side?
Canadian effects. Appreciate you. Hopefully the Philly show's going well.
He gave this to me for free and thanked me for all the help I gave him.
And you gave him a pack of smokes as part of your prison exchange.
So
that is not a denial.
I'm wearing my Marcel hat that he gave me as a gift for all the good deeds I helped him with, and
good deeds.
Crimes you helped him commit? What?
Yes.
You know, you can't incriminate yourself. Like, this can and will be held against you in a court of law.
I'm just saying. You guys are just jealous because I was in the guy's back pocket for 4 days, and you guys weren't. You guys are just jealous. That's all.
Anytime we want to deal with Marcel Dionne, like the Burrell just sends him for coffee orders. Marcel, go get us a coffee. Double. You know, Carlos needs the ice cap and blah, blah, blah. Move quick. Hurry up. We got uses for him. We use him for what he needs to be used for.
I don't like this. I don't like this Marcel bash. And I don't like it at all.
It's not. It's actually complimenting him in a weird way.
We trust him with our coffee orders.
That's it.
We put a lot of trust in that man.
Faith. You
could screw up a Timmy's order so bad, Eric. There is no greater sin. Screwing up the Timmy's order, people have been killed for less.
Yeah. There's dead Uber drivers everywhere. Littered through the city.
Think about it.
With empty coffee cups. Because,
it's a bad scene, man. You think Canadians are all so nice. Eric, fuck up the Timmy's order, and you'll find out we are not nice.
I said 2 sweeteners, not 2 sugar. You're dead.
Good evening, Stuke. Josh says he's normally at the Hamilton show as well. It's in-store signing well and sports card store soon. He's everywhere in Southern Ontario.
He's everywhere.
He's making the rounds. He's enjoying himself very clearly. He enjoys being a traveling road show.
Wherever he is, he's signing.
Yeah, he's doing.
He's at the donut shop. He's signing.
It's a very rare signature. Okay.
It is.
Yeah, rare like the Gretzky rookie. Yeah, can't
He's
find
trying to catch Johnny Bauer an autograph.
Pretty soon in the next. Yeah.
I'm gonna say the one advantage he's got. The only reason he's closing in now is because Johnny's dead. And even then, I thought Johnny might be able to slide a couple beyond the grave.
Yeah.
So
He's
he might be able to keep the
he's only like 150 away from Bobby Hull and about 400 away from Bauer. So he's really working it. I think he can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Josh says, did he sign it to my stalker?
Shut
He
up,
did
Jeff.
that in French. He did it in French.
Stop
It is true.
Mm.
Now, actually, since we're talking about it for a moment, and we'll move back to the CSC show and/or the Bedard thing for a second. By the way, I did a little bit of hashtag scholarship. Eric, I think you'll appreciate this. I did a little bit of digging since we were talking about our boy Marcel.
Okay.
You know, he of the Tim Hortons order. Here's a trivia question for you.
All right.
Can you tell me, and you can get within a certain range, how many? I talked about the '80s being a cheat code. Well, Marcel didn't start his career in the 80s, but he did play a good chunk of time in the 80s and was able to accumulate some great stats in the 80s.
Yep.
He didn't get to play all the way through the end. He did start at the beginning and then was able to. But in 79-80, he won his one and only Art Ross trophy. So for part of that year, so for the first year of the 1980s, he obviously was able to accumulate some goals and stats. He didn't get all the way to the end of the decade, but still had a good run during the decade. How many goals do you think Marcel Dionne actually accumulated in the decade of the 1980s? So from January 1st, 1980 through to his retirement.
$400.
Come on.
What do you think, Bobby? What do you think, Bobby?
I'd have to say, well, he was with some pretty lousy teams, so I'm saying probably 250.
So I can tell you that if even if I didn't include the latter 79-80, because January 1st, 1980, as far as I'm, beginning of the real decade. So 79-80, there's a little bit in there. So he actually scored, I think it was 25 goals at the beginning of the 1980s, at the beginning of the 1980 year. So that last season, 79-80, he actually scored 25 goals. But for the remainder of it, so from 80-81 through to the end of his career, he actually scored another 351 goals. So he actually scored almost 380. So that's actually pretty good.
Decade by decade. But then again,
just shy, but pretty good. Like let's put it this way: he stopped in 88-89, and he only played 37 games that year. If he had been able to finish the season and then play 89-90, play some games in there, he would have gotten to 400. But still very good for a decade. That's excellent. But like I said, 1980s was a cheat code for a lot of these guys, and they were able to be he was very consistent.
The 70s too.
Oh, absolutely.
But
he
no equipment
take advantage of both those areas.
Yeah, sure.
But 80-81, he scored 58 goals, then 50-56. So 3 straight 50-goal seasons there.
That's good.
Coming off 2 50-goal seasons before that at the end of the 70s. And then 39 goals, 46, 36, 28, 31, and 7. So still, a 58-goal season in there is almost a 60-goal season. And he had a 59-goal season prior to that. So he never got to 60, but he had a 58 and a 59-goal season. Pretty good.
Not bad.
Bobby's on the wrong part of the screen, wrong part of the house. Just weird vibes from the show so far. I know. It's craziness. Billy Joe says, good evening, Carlos and gang. Totally disoriented with Eric at the bottom and Bobby not in the garage. I know, clearly. It's just throwing the people off.
I used to be here before.
I know.
We all shift around, depends.
They all forgot. They all used to the garage of knowledge now. Less than half of his goals. Yes. Mathematically, it is less than half.
I think it's that he's indoors in the office that's throwing people off.
That's true. It's not the garage of knowledge. This is the podcasting locale. But yes, since it came up, I actually did a little quick digging just to pull that up for you guys. So a little hashtag scholarship, little information there. But the 1980s was a good decade for him. He was able to accumulate some good stats in that decade, like a lot of the goal scorers did. It was a good decade for those guys that they got a chance to play during those years.
Yeah, and you really can't. If I look back to the 80s, I really don't remember hearing about him much. He never got press, He was just.
There were so many players though that were scoring like 40, 50, 60 goals and more.
He's not in their 10th season.
The 80s is when the Triple Crown line was happening.
That's pretty good.
The 80s is when the Triple Crown line was developed.
Yeah, well, that was
So that was some of his best.
Well, he had a couple of good guys on his line. So.
Yeah.
It's a powerhouse.
So with Charlie and Dave with him, I mean, he did real well.
Yeah,
it's almost as if having good teammates helps.
Almost.
Whoa.
Didn't help.
Revelation. No, probably not at all. He did it all by himself. Indeed. Yeah, funny how that works. Interesting. Interesting. It
I
just
think
says Tim Kerr.
Bobby Orr could have played for the Golden Seals and still would have been the greatest player of all time.
I doubt it.
I'm going to go with no.
No, well,
It's all circumstantial.
You guys are
Very much so. Very much so. They would have just been 5-on-1, and all the other guys would have been taking a nap, and then he would have been like, "I need to pass the puck to someone. I thought you could play by yourself, Booby R."
Where's
There'll
Phyllis?
be none of that for you.
Freedom.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Facts. But so real quick, we'll touch on one or two things, then and we'll move on from the Bedard Mania because, like I said, I am enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie, I am having a good time with it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. But
Are you buying?
it is going to be
Carlos?
fun. What's that?
Are you buying a box?
No, it's too much.
Come on.
Even to gamble, it's too
$300
much.
bucks.
It is, yeah.
You can sell a couple things on your desk there and $300.
I could, or I could get half a case of the product I actually want to open.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Look, listen, I got some more AW in me. I could probably go get some more of that, and I'd have way more fun opening that. To be honest.
I might buy a box. We might open a box at the show.
Well, if that's the case, Bobby, then we can do that. But like my problem is this. Look, jokes aside, we've talked about this. I like gambling. But the problem I have is that I'm paying for a $300 ticket, or even if I get the Bedard, great. I got the Bedard. I got my money back. That's great. But I don't want the rest of the stuff. Like there's nothing. What else is in there that I want? And that's kind of the issue for me from a collecting standpoint. Like I don't need the rest of the shit.
You could get
What do I
a
want this
masterpiece card of Connor McDavid.
Oh my God, that's something.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah,
would you think of Billy? Where?
Look,
Okay.
Eric, I know secretly you're trying to downplay this so no one will buy it from underneath you, but there is a UD portraits of Connor Bedard. Mwah. Legendary. And I know how much you love the UD portraits.
That's what I was referring to. Yeah, it's just, oh my good Lord.
It's like a Venn diagram of all the things you care about. Connor Bedard hype, UD portraits. Yes. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it's just something else. So let me tell you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's and the bottom line is really that, Bobby. It's that you basically, I can live with not hitting the jackpot on playing a lottery ticket, but the problem is even my consolation prize is lame. Like I joked about it. It was like what happened to the AW?
Is there even a consolation?
That's what
like,
there are some other cards that I think hold some value, but the problem is you're struggling to nickel and dime your way. And the problem is with $300 in one box, you're not getting enough stuff in there to even nickel and dime your way. You have to buy it at the case level. So people talk about how expensive the case is. You're right. The problem is you need a case to give you enough kicks at the can to be able to spread the risk out to give yourself a chance. Because then you can pull some of the other stuff. Like
only 2,400 at two cases.
Well, if you can get it at the right. The problem is right now if you try to get a case right now, it's like 3,600. And that's your problem because Eric's in the store, they're doing over 300 per box.
Yeah.
And the problem is David Adams was like 3,600 for the case. So it's like now Ziri, everybody's favorite Ziri, was actually able to get a case for 2,400 Canadian. At 2,400 Canadian, now you're talking a little bit more because it's about $200 a box. Okay. You just need to pull it. And he pulled a Bedard in one of his first videos. So there you go. Hey, he's probably going to keep it. But truthfully, if you moved it right away, like he could get half his case price back. Like he'd actually be able to pretty much break even on the case very quickly. It just by moving. And here's the funny thing. I'll take a line from Neo. You can buy them back. Literally, if you are a person who buys a box or two or a couple blasters and pulls a Bedard, sell the damn thing. No matter what happens, even if Bedard becomes great, you're still going to have a window in the next couple of months as more come on the market. You'll literally be able to buy back the same card for a fraction because he's not going to go out and win, the Stanley Cup this year. He's not going to win it at Ross this year. So you cover the hype. The flood of supply hits the market. You already sold it. You already made your money, and then just go buy it back at like $300. So you sold it $700, $800. Go buy it back at $300. You still got the card, and you got to pocket the difference.
Hey Ziri,
have a good time.
Send me a case.
There you go. International Borders, evening gents, here for the Bedard Rents. There you go. Some big cards in the PWCC premiere this month. Carlos bidding on the Trout Red. He was just shy to talk about it, so I'll do it for him. Well, no one knows more about my undying love of the Fish Boy than you. But the problem is, I don't think I could outbid you on the trout red.
No,
I would need to charge Eric a lot more for the like button, which I could.
you can arrange it.
I would.
Just to get that sweet Bedard money, man. You can charge me whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the red worth that they approximate it at? That was pulled at that.
I don't think they've actually been able to. They haven't been able to work that out yet. I can tell you that one of the silvers sold for 2,400. I will see if I can find the specific, but I think it's somewhere in that range. US.
So you really need to pull something to get some money out of it. Wow.
It is the best Bedard card.
The odds are just horrible.
Oh, the other you're going to average about 1.5 base Bedards per case. Your odds are not in your favor. That's what I mean, Bobby. Like, okay, look, I like gambling, but you sucked all the joy out of it because, like, I know I'm going to. You always assume you're going to lose, but like I know I'm going to lose.
Yeah.
Like, so like you're not even giving me a chance. At least let me pretend.
Yeah.
And you're taking that away, so it's like that's not going to work, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's
So,
not
like,
even worth buying it. That's wasted money.
It is. And that's what I say. Like the thing. Here's the thing: is for $300, there's a lot of other boxes of a lot of other products that I could buy and probably get more enjoyment out of. And even if it's like, oh, you didn't pull the big card, yeah, but this card is like $10. This card's $5. This card is $15. And actually, you could nickel dime your way back to respectability. Starting off at $300, it's like you're so far behind the 8 ball that like, yeah, it's Bedard or bust. You basically put yourself in that position. Like you've got nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
So that to me is the issue.
It is.
You're gonna say, Eric?
No, I was two.
So here's the one I was talking about.
Two.
So that's the silver.
Okay.
So 23.75 US. That was sold basically right on first day of release. So that's your silver version. It is not numbered, but it is the parallel of that base card. So almost 2,400 US right there. That probably takes care of most of your case. So even if you bought a case, yeah, for sure. But if you pulled it out of a box or two, then you did great. So like it all depends, right? It's all relative.
Yeah, it's that one person that buys that one box is going to hit that, you know. It's like that 80-year-old lady who wins the lottery.
That was always my joke with Carlos Senior. I go, you realize that you're only going to win the lottery basically when it's like you're going to croak like the next day. Lightning will strike you right at that moment. It's like they know the fix is in at that point. International Border says all tides rise with Bedard Young Guns. Eric, time to sell those Hell Gills. I know.
Yeah, right. He's in Boston somewhere. He was at the game yesterday, but nobody will get their hands on my Hal Gill.
That's right.
SP Signature Legends Hal Gill. That stays in the collection for life. This is going in the coffin with me.
As it should. That's right. This is the way, Eric. But yeah, so it's gonna be enjoyable for me as an observer to watch and like y'all do you. I'll be honest, Bobby. The only way that I would play, if I literally, and like I said, there's gonna be multiple waves of supply. Just so we're all on the same page, there's gonna be multiple waves because they printed a decent amount of it. So I'm expecting a second or third wave. If I happen to buy a Walmart and they have a couple of blasters, I might grab a couple.
Yeah,
for a couple of blasters, I do. That your odds are astronomical, but for a couple of blasters, I'd play it.
And you pull it, and you don't hand it in until the very end.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I sold this 6 months ago. I forgot. Oh yeah, it was $1 million. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, my favorite thing would be literally if I pulled the Bedard Outburst Gold, what I would do, the first thing I would do is I would send the picture to Brad, and I'd be, Brad, you can't tell anyone, and then I would just sit on it for weeks.
Get it graded.
And then finally I'd be like, all right, you want to go down to Buffalo? Hey, he was already involved with the One Ring. That'd be a pretty sweet feather in the cap there. Hey, get it graded, and then take it down. We present you. Give me my fucking check.
That's it.
To anyone's knowledge, has there been a better Bedard pulled than the one that happened at AMG?
Oh, the out of 25 hours? Not yet. Have not seen it yet.
We'll find out
Right now,
really
the out
quick.
of 25 is the best.
And over everywhere.
I already did the promo for AMG, but I'll remind, I got on a little scrolling ticker. But I have also the picture. We'll see if there's another picture that they have for us, but they did pull an Outburst Red out of 25 at AMG. I have the picture. I have multiple pictures of it, really, but we'll use one of them. We'll definitely showcase it. That's definitely going to be one of the big came in the shops. Spoiler. We'll definitely talk about it because Steve and Blair and the team and Sherry probably have some fun stories because obviously it was a very popular product. And as soon as it came in, the Marauders, it was like the zombie hordes came in, Bedard, and they went nuts. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we'll see. We'll definitely. So hopefully they'll have some fun stories for us to share. So Sean here says, if Eric ever comes to Hamilton, Ontario, I could try to hook him up with Bruins, Dave Reed, and Tom Fergus. There you go.
Wow.
I have not met either one of those yet. I have an in for Dave Reed if he's ever in town, but Tom Fergus, that'd be a good.
He's getting pretty old now. Tom Fergus is getting up there, right?
Yeah, he was a
Later,
his rookie year was like 81 or something with Boston, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be 75. Something like that.
So we'll leave that for now. We'll come back to it a little later on, and I'll see if I can mess it. I'll probably just ping Billy, and we'll see if he wants to pop in and chat. But in the meantime, let's move on briefly to another topic that we did talk about on the podcast. But I want to get Bobby's take on it because this will be kind of fun. So we got Series 2 of Topps Big League coming out with the second set of influencer cards. Very exciting. Very exciting. And my single favorite part about it was like, I theorized, Bobby, my theory is the following. You know how like a lot of times as part of your work that you do when you're putting together your articles or when you try to find out like, how was this done? Or why did this happen or whatever.
Sure.
So right now I'm going to posit my theory.
I think
someone a fanatic.
How could it happen?
Absolutely. So here's my theory. My theory is that there was an internet fanatic who was in charge of putting together the checklist. The 11th hour arrived. Somebody sent an email going, hey, you haven't given me the list. Who are we putting in this checklist? They're like, fuck! And then they run around and quickly hit up the Google and try to find names. And like last second, because it felt like a haphazard thrown together thing, the list itself. Starting with, and I'll quickly go through, I'll see if I can find the specific list, but I remember most of them off the top of my head. So the most infamous one is Jab's family. So folks in the YouTube side of things are going to know who that is. That's a dude who is notorious, let's say.
Infamous.
Yeah, let's say that.
Notoriously infamous.
Yes. There's a lot of things going on over there. Like, so, he obviously has a YouTube channel, a big following. These things are true. These things are factually true. But he's also a dude who basically got divorced and announced it to people while he was doing a break and just kept going. And it's all bizarre. Every part of like his whole story, like from beginning to end, is like, really? Like, and then I'm sitting there thinking, like,
hi, babe.
You couldn't have asked somebody. You could have been like, guys, do you think Jabs is the one you want to go with? Are you sure? You really sure there? Okay, fine. You know what? You do you, my friends. You do you. So that's one breaker. Then you got Striker Breaks, who I am familiar with. Haven't seen too much of his stuff, but I'm familiar with it. As far as I'm aware, he's unobjectionable. Like, he's fine. If you're into it, you're into it. If you're not, you're not. And he's got a decent following as well. So I get it. Fine. Okay. Third one, Chi-Town. What is it? Chi City Breaks or shoot. I already forgot the name. Anyway, so something Chicago. I have seen some of his stuff before, but his profile is not quite as large as the other two. So I'm kind of like, okay, sure, I guess. Like, here's the thing. I watch it. And it's fine. It's not objectionable. Like, it's fine. But it's like, that's a third breaker. Then we got Breaks with Jess. So, fourth person with an association. She works at Bleecker. She's like their events coordinator or whatever. So she's obviously got a lot of connections with that. So, you know what? Fair enough. I get it. If you want to kind of make sure you got to mix and match and have different combinations. But you got three breaker. You got Breaks with Jess, who's got breaks in the name. She does do breaks, but she works with Bleecker. So fine. And then the last one was, make sure if I get the name right. Eric, what was the name of the last one? The guy here that I had to go look up because I honestly couldn't remember his name.
Collectible.
Oh, yes, Dr. Collectible. Thank you. That's the one. Yeah, so Dr. Collectible, young man. I hadn't heard of him. He's got about 20,000 followers on Instagram. He's been to a couple of these different events and things, but I'm not familiar with him, but that's okay. That's fine. I laugh because some people are like, well, I've never heard of him. It's like, that's ignorance. That's that you've never heard of him. He's probably never heard of you. That's fine. It's okay.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is, I'm usually pretty good at knowing who most of these folks are. And that was kind of the point I made on the podcast. Like, I kind of make it my thing to try my best to pay attention, cast as wide a net as I can. But when I genuinely, like, I had to go look it up. I don't know who this is. That doesn't mean that he hasn't done well in his circle, but I've never crossed paths with anybody in a circle, which is fine. But I just kind of sat there and go like, but this is only your second year. You did 5 in the first one. You had Geoff, you had Card Collector 2, Ryan from Slab Stocks was kind of a questionable one there. Mama Breaks, and then there was one more.
Taylor.
Oh yeah, big hat tip. So look, I sort of get that, but then if this is your second set of 5, we're already at Dr. Collectible. I feel like we moved completely off the board of the draft, and we haven't even gotten to the first round. Like,
I missed it by this much again.
Barely. Yeah.
Second year in a row, I missed it by this much. I was number 6.
It happens.
Next year, I'm telling you.
These guys can't even justify a penny sleeve.
It's gonna be weird. Like, I almost wonder.
Penny sleeve? No. Sorry.
Yeah. But Bobby, that's why I said it kind of jokingly, but I'm also kind of serious. Like, did you assign it to like an intern who waited until the last minute and didn't bother to do any diligence or research or anything? Because it's not
the quiet guy in the corner. Hey, who's your top 5? Oh, these guys are really great.
I can almost guarantee you could have come up with 5. Like, there's no way you couldn't come up with 6 through 10, and I'm not sure that this is the 6 through 10 you come up with. Like I said, Breaks with Jess, she's around, Bleaker Trading and all that stuff. I'm good with it. Even 1 or 2 of the breakers I could probably justify because at least they have a following. But I'm sitting there like, the rest of it doesn't make any sense to me.
The funniest thing is they're all sitting there bragging and puffing their chest out. It's sort of like, dude, you just lucked out. It's like a lottery. You might as well just like whatever. Hey man, I got 20,000 followers. Yeah, a lot of people have 20,000 followers and only have 100 watchers on their channels when they're live. So yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right. Look, man, it's fine. It's all good. Whatever.
Yeah.
I did nail the $1 million bounty offer. There you go. Good for you, Ham. Sounds like G League influencer to me. Like I said, my goal isn't to knock them. I'm just questioning that if these were the next 5, like the first 5.
You mentioned the next 5 after the next 5. Well,
that's kind of. So
I'm number 6. I'm in for next year. I'm telling you.
My point is twofold. My point is twofold.
In there next time around. Gotta be.
Maybe next time. But look, my point is twofold. Number 1, the first time around, they caught everybody by surprise.
Yes.
And they did pick some infamous name in the hobby. So okay, sure. Fair enough. But your second time around, well, now this is your second year you've done it. Like, so are you going to do it a third year? Like, I don't know. I would almost let it sit and let it take a year off because I'm like, I feel like it would be this time around. You don't have the novelty. The fact that you had done it just one time was a novelty in and of itself. And obviously they're pretty sharp printed. So I think there's some novelty there. This time around, I think you're going to have people genuinely annoyed. They're like, they open up a box of Topps Big League. Look, I opened 2 boxes of Topps Big League last time because the novelty, I go, let me take a shot in the dark. And the product was cheap enough. Let me take a shot in the dark. Product was cheap enough. So I go, oh, what the hell? I'll try. And I pulled a couple of autographs and I sold them and it was fine. But in this case, yeah, no, I'm not even going to take a flyer. Like, nah, I'm good. No, thanks.
Wow.
Product isn't that compelling. I'm sorry. Like, you can guarantee me I'm going to pull one. I'm like, why?
The worst part, these guys have been in the hobby for 2-3 years. That's really the funny part about all of this. And it's just like, what's new and what's hot and what's special? Let's go with that. And that's the importance of that time, which will be irrelevant later because there's no back history to them. There's just the current times, and they're in, they're gone. Look how many influencers are out there now that were out there back in 2021, 22.
Listen, Bobby, I gotta be honest with you. Eric, Bobby, let's be honest here. You know who really got screwed over in this?
Me.
No, you suck. No one likes you. But no, I mean, like, who really got screwed over on this? Daps Man.
Yeah.
Daps Man. Like, dude, Daps Man.
You gave him enough
Or
press.
Pac-Man.
Uh-huh.
Pretty much anyone that ends with man.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I know. Man.
Yeah. The great curator. Like, come on. Man. How did these guys get all missed? Like, honestly.
The great curator would have paid them to be it. He would have cut them a check. Please put me in the set.
I'm not that great, but I'll name myself great.
Yeah, there you
There
go.
you go.
There you go. Eric won't even make a video, but he thinks he's number 6. You're not even the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. I know, and that one's rigged too.
Yeah.
First of all, I've made
You
videos.
need 3 years. Sorry.
Okay, I have a YouTube channel, and I have made videos.
I got some.
They're just not card videos, and I haven't put any on in several
Cycling
years.
videos.
Yeah, it's me riding my bicycle.
All right.
Pretty fancy. And
At least Justin's being magnanimous, so we appreciate that.
and it
Space
has,
Card 21,
has
good
been
evening.
for many years.
Refractor Jones, good evening, Refractor. I say if you really want the cards, contact them directly without a doubt. You can go on tops.com and get cards made. Like I literally have because I'm Carlos Cards. Like if y'all want cards, like you can literally order them. Like you pick the picture, you pick the design. I picked the 92 Bowman design, but you got a couple of options. Like you can pick them. Like you can make them. They're nice like business cards. You can like hand them out and like they'll sell them to you in blocks. You can buy a whole batch of them. Like no problem.
I'm surprised I didn't make it. I was on like 3 shows last week, and 4 because I was in the video of an article that I wrote.
That is true.
in
You
the
did
show.
make cameo appearences. Yes.
Yeah,
that is true.
Even though
I
it was
agree.
party, but hey, it's okay. It's better to be respected than to be.
Besides, you don't want to be on a baseball card. You want to be on a hockey card.
They don't do that in Upper Deck.
No, I want to be on a bowling card, Eric.
Maybe.
We gotta get Billy to start it. Hobby influencers.
I want to, Eric. You're talking out of your ass. I want to be on a prison bowling card.
That's right.
That's the play.
I don't know
Prison
if you
bowling.
can- I don't
That's
know.
what I
I don't think you can pull off the shoes. I'm saying, you got that
Eric?
stripe down the front. It's just it's hard to buff them.
It is tough. I used to play in a league. You can get shoes that look like normal shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They set them apart so you wouldn't walk out with them, and if they're too nice, you walk out with
Yeah.
them.
They basically did that just to keep Eric from stealing the shoes. Ooh, free shoes.
Yeah, it's like, here, keep these ones. I used them for cycling for 6 years. And
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I like this one. If Pequeno curator gets a card, I'm quitting the hobby. I appreciate you going multilingual on that one. Philly Joe says influencer cards specifically for kids, youngsters. Yes, you are correct. Who the brand is intended for, not grown-ups. I don't disagree with a single word of it. I just said the first year the novelty was amusing. The outrage, the faux outrage, was amusing.
And
This
how much
time
are
around,
those
it's
boxes.
the thing is the Topps Big League boxes were super cheap. That's what made it kind of like it made it look. Speaking of the whole thing that we talked about, where Bobbles and Miss Bobbles were talking about, like Topps Big League is the definition of like this boxes are for the kids. There's some inserts in there, a couple of shiny cards in there. You got a couple of different variants of. I like that, but here's the thing. It got it on my radar where otherwise I wouldn't have paid attention to it. I had no idea Topps Big League was a thing, whatever. But the boxes were cheap. And you had a chance at these influencer cards, which would have amused me. I would have loved to have pulled one because it would have been funny last year. This year, it loses the novelty, it loses the effect. Last year, also, though, you also had Bo Jackson autographs in it. I was like, wait, Bo? Yes. I was like, yes. I was like, hey, this, I'll take a shot at seeing if I can get a Bo Jackson. Like, if I get the Geoff card, it's funny.
Tim.
If I get the Bo Jackson card, it's sweet. Like, there's at least a couple of things in here that
If you
at
get
least
both,
some interest to me.
It's been a great day.
Even amazing, sensational. But this time around, I was like, you took all the joy out of this. Like, this is joyless. Yeah, you got your Tim card. That's right.
What's the grade?
9.5. Look at
That's
you.
an SGC. See, the problem is now SGC and PSA. This is where we run into the big problem. That 9.5, is that really a 10?
11. 11.
It's 11. I knew it.
PSA 11.
I got it.
Yep.
All right. I was thinking something like that.
So the point is that you actually had some fun cards in it, in addition to the silliness of the influencer cards. But this time around, like I said, even in this case, the influencer cards, I don't think there's any outrage. I think more like, ooh, we really? Okay.
I would have put Jeff Wilson in again because then it would be Cards HQ, and then it'd be totally different. Here's another new business.
Have like a variant, have like a Geoff variant or something. Yeah, like I would honestly have been like, I would really have thought through this list a little more carefully. Something I don't know. Go ahead. Eric.
So Carlos, can you put that last comment back up, please?
The one about influencer cards. This one.
Right. Okay. So, not that anyone should watch this crap that is being on right now, or the stuff that we do on Mondays and put on.
But you should hit the like button.
But our podcast that we do Monday evenings and put out Tuesday mornings is 15% more mature.
Mm-hmm.
And when we discussed this topic Monday evening, we were 15% more mature, and we agreed with this 100%.
Yes.
And we made the point. We went into it again, 15% more mature, and discussed that that's exactly the point, and who these kids would be excited to get. And I went as far as saying, and I think I did say jokingly, I'd have to go wash my mouth out with soap. Backyard breaks should be getting cards, because you have to think about, as like a 15-year-old boy, what is the 15-year-old boy watching on YouTube?
You shouldn't be watching that.
You're probably right, but my point is that's the market. That's who is supposed to be interested in these things. That 15-year-old kid, 12 to 15-year-olds who are watching breakers, who are watching hobby content, and are looking for are watching these influencers. Whoever that's who they should have been polling. Not the intern in the office, as Carlos jokingly said. But
I actually agree. Eric is actually making a valid point. And this is the only time ever I may say these words.
Oh,
he is making a valid point. If you're going to bother with it, the first year, I actually didn't mind the concept. So the point that I was making a second ago, I didn't mind the concept the first year because it was different and because it got people talking. It got some people mad. That entertained me. I found that amusing. Now you're doing it again. And this time around, it's like, oh, so that's your list?
Not really getting people mad. It's just like, what?
Oh,
what?
Really? Okay.
Move on.
So I agree with Eric that if you're going to do it a second time, I would ask the kids. I would literally be like, hey, who do you watch? Or, who do you follow? Or whatever. Like, tell us, tell us, we'll put a poll up and you guys can vote for who you like and blah, blah, blah. And we'll try to include them in a tops card for you. And then boom, there you go. That would make total sense to me. And then, you let the kids decide, and whoever they want, it goes in.
Yeah. They shouldn't even be watching breaking anyways. But anyways.
They shouldn't, but look, I'm okay with if that's.
Let's train them early about gambling here, guys. Yeah, get their influencers right there. That's not the way to start.
Listen, that's a whole nother subject, and I agree with you.
No, this is the subject because they did get chosen,
and I agree
for kids.
And I completely agree with you. But again, my point is, find out what the kids would be interested in collecting. Who are they following? Who would they want to pull? Because that is the market. It's not, again, the comment was up there. It's not for grown-ass men. Well, absolutely.
Breakers are grown-ass men.
No, us.
But Bo Jackson autograph cards, though.
Grown-ass men.
I'll give you that.
Looking for influencer cards.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Bo knows, my friend. Bo knows. I like this one. So Rock Latex says, dual auto of Carlson Earl Anthony cut would be fire. I would be honored to be in such company. Honored. Did GF card go up? Maybe it
did. He needs it to go up a lot.
A lot. SCR is going off last night saying they need legends like Dr. Beckett. People miss the point. This is for kids. No, I don't have an issue with. We actually did touch on that on the podcast a little bit. And but here's the thing.
Like Dr. Beckett. Okay.
Yeah, Bobby. I leave most of the Beckett slander to Bobbles. Bobble, his job. He's gotten good. Like it's gotten like I've gotten
lately. Oh God, I give him praise.
Like, it's like Bobby, scandalous. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have to get
Eric, I don't even know what to do in these situations. Man of peace. Like, I don't know what to do.
I got a little bowl of ice cream, and I start listening to Bobbles now. It's like this is fun. It's double. Great.
But I think the point though is that the influencer cards. At this point, Beckett doesn't count as an influencer, so he certainly wouldn't qualify. Any hobby legend certainly doesn't count. Rob Veras out at Burbank, no. If it's industry guys, then sure. If it's influencers, then no. You're going to go for. That's why I say like Eric's suggestion was not a terrible one. I think you go with whoever basically is getting the biggest followings. And then you basically create a short, like if it was me, I would have solicited that feedback, made a short list, and then you get it down to like 10. Let them pick, and then your top 5 make the set. You're done.
Yeah.
I think it's straightforward.
I
And
think
then
certain guys.
5 that came in 6 through 10. There you go for next year.
Yeah, exactly. You make your life easy, and then you're done. You're done. So I like I said, I think this time around it's not going to necessarily move the needle. It's something, but it's not going to move the needle this time. I just thought it was weird. If you're going to do it a second time, I felt like you should have put some more thought into like how you even approached it. Because the first time you had the advantage of it being a surprise and people not expecting it. The second time around, it's like, well, if you're going to do it again, at least change it. Do something different. I don't know.
It should do something for the pioneers. You got the Jefferson Burdick, Bob Lemke's, the Frank Nagy's. You got so many of those guys who need their names to kind of carry forward a little bit. I don't know what they would do if they do a card set or anything. I don't know if that would really do anything for them, but maybe something.
What we talked about briefly on Monday is like those should be,
Mount Rushmore kind of guys. Those kind of
industry like a true Hall of Fame kind of a thing, industry Hall of Fame type of thing, and they could put out people from the beginning until now that have really, really, really done something to earn that. Where influencers are just screaming at cards they picked out of a pack on camera, and and that's what we separated on Monday night. There's a difference between these aren't Hall of Fame cards. These aren't legends in the hobby cards.
Oh, they think so.
This is in the last 365 days, who influenced people the most?
That isn't true, though. That's like literally not true. Objectively not true.
No, but
they're there.
They're on the right path, but I mean,
I hear you, but that's what it's supposed to be, right? Current influencers.
I don't know if it is that Eric. I think my problem is I'm not sure what it is. I know it says influencers. That's all I know, but I am not sure what it is they were actually going for. I feel like they hit check boxes. Look, that's why I posited that theory of I feel like it was half-assed. I feel like somebody said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do the influencer thing. We're gonna do the influencer thing anyway." Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Wait, did you make the checklist? I thought you were gonna make the check. It was your job to make the checklist.
I agree with all of that. I'm just what an influencer thing should be is over the last year, who are these young kids, following and paying attention to and being influenced by. Those guys, those 5 top people gets a card.
But you don't know what we don't know what the demographics are for these channels. We know there are viewers, but we don't know what the demographics on a lot of these, on some of these. Look, if you say Pokemon card channel, the demographic skews in the direction you're talking about. You're talking sports card channel. People would be surprised. The demographic skews older.
It does.
Like it's not kids. I'm sorry. Like if your target demo's kids,
that box is for kids. You need to give Pikachu.
You need to give Pikachu, like, or Charizard. You're not. I'm sorry. They're not. There are kids with their Pelican cases out at Joe's.
Yeah.
They may fall. Look, if you're going to try to go that route, you're more likely to look at a Roth's cards or one of those guys. None of the people that were on this list necessarily qualify as the person that I would choose if that's our criteria. That's why I say I don't know if they have a criteria.
I get that. I understand that point. I do.
Yeah,
well, baseball dominates most of that type of stuff, so it doesn't.
And it's a baseball product anyway, so that's fine. Like that's fine. At least leaning wise, I get that. They don't elect the YouTube Sport Hall of Fame if they says, alas, no. Carlisle makes a valid point though. YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame them, but not good enough to be on the influencer checklist.
That's it.
Damn.
Runner-ups.
We were this close to the Bob Lewis influencer card.
So, oh God, if we had that.
I will buy boxes. Woo. I will break boxes. I need that in my life.
I will break.
You will break cases. Be amazing.
But I guess they're always looking for a wow factor now going forward. It's not just a matter of let's just do this issue. They're looking to change things to the better, but this was the worst. Not of the people, nothing personal, but I'm just saying, the 11th hour, picking people. The first time around, it was kind of cool, but if it's going to be a regular thing, put a little bit more thought into it. I think there's a lot.
I think a little more thought. Yeah, that's it. My only takeaway is I would like to see some more thought in it. That's it. That's all I ask. By the way, we were just briefly joking about it. By the way, if we did a Bob Lewis card, that'd be amazing. But because I actually wouldn't do one Bob Lewis card, I'd actually do two, and it would be like almost puzzle
refractor?
pieces. No, and they'd be like almost puzzle pieces. And the first one would be like a bowl of cereal, and the second would be Bob going towards the bowl of cereal, and you'd have to have the two pieces to complete the card.
And the chair that would come in as a separate card.
Yeah,
but
maybe Bobby, 3 cards. We'll do a panel.
Yes. Oh yeah, one of those. Fold out
a panorama panel, 3 pieces. You got chair, you got the bowl of cereal, and you got Bob Lewis. You need all 3 to complete the triumvirate of Bob Lewis.
Then I like one-on-one versions.
I'm in.
Eric, this is already like 1,000 times better than the shit we got in this Topps Big League, and we just came up with it in bullshitting in 5 seconds.
I agree.
Okay.
Top should hire us.
Yes.
Fanatics Old Words, cut the check. Let's go.
I'll take the check.
I'm in.
Carlisle says, "Could have a Bob Lewis short print when he eats a different bread of cereal." See, Carlisle's on the same wavelength. Carlisle gets it. Carlisle gets it.
We could do variants. You know, Sugar Pops. We could do Captain Crunch. We could do all
Fruit
these other
Loops.
variants. Fruit Loops. You know, lounge chair, armchair. You know, whatever. It just in it, but one Bob Lewis. Because there's only one Bob Lewis.
Oh,
Lesson Break says, honestly, they should come out with cards that honor people who sold for insane profits. Yes.
Yes. I think that would be more collectible.
I would actually enjoy that more. So I agree with Lesson Break's comment. I would genuinely enjoy that more.
Me too. I'd get on that one. But these guys have never even heard of any of them. And I saw pictures and I heard of one or two maybe. But just,
listen, Fanatics.
I looked at them and I went,
right now.
Who's this motley crew here? It's like
Fanatics should be ashamed of themselves because us bullshitting a Bob Lewis concept and Bless and Breaks over here in the chat, I've already come up with like 50 times better ideas.
Yeah.
They could literally have just asked us and we could have pulled together a couple of folks and we would have come up with a million times better ideas.
It'd been so easy. The money would be rolling in off of these poor children. These poor kids.
Dang. Name here says Carlos, Bobby, and Eric triple auto card. It could be Bobby and I being disappointed, and Eric being very proud of himself while he says something ridiculous.
You know, and if he ended up getting that, he would take the scissors out and cut mine off.
As he should.
Throw it right in the trash, and then go have the other half graded.
Valid. All valid points.
Well, it's the smaller holder. It's a little cheaper.
Yeah, that's what he would do. Yeah, look at it, triple up. Chomp. That's what he would do.
Valid.
I hate
Joshua says, are those people associated with baseball breaks in comparison to the other sports, and that's where they got paid? Well, Jabs is for sure. Jabs does pretty heavy. Striker breaks, from what I understand, I think that's right. He also does a lot of baseball, so that's true. The other ones I'm not, like I said, I know Breaks with Jess works with Bleecker. So I assume that they break, like, I don't know how many breaks she does, but I know she's done some. So I assume they open a lot of baseball out of Bleecker. So I'm sure they do. So that would, sure. And like I said, Dr. Collectible, I genuinely have no idea his background. I don't know his deal. I scanned his Instagram quickly and I could see that he was, attending a lot of places to be seen and posing in pictures and things like, okay, great. Fair enough. Look, I'm not going to knock it because obviously, but quick side point. I don't know if I would want to be involved in this kind of a project, given the direction they've taken. Like, it's one of those things. Like, do you really want the hassle of? Imagine someone paid
done
good
something
money
else, not repeated it, or maybe did something a little bit different.
A twist, something would have been fun. Like, give me some kind of a twist on it. I don't know, anything different. Change it. Bob Lewis game used serial card. There you go. Only one Bob Lewis. True. Name says the values would increase with scissor emojis. I appreciate that.
Have I ever mentioned I hate him?
Occasionally.
So it has been brought up on this platform that I do.
16 times to be exact.
Have you told him about his hatred though? Have you told him about the hatred though on War Chiefs?
Oh God, I can't.
Okay, Eric,
he started on that again. Okay,
it's your turn, Eric, to take the pole position beside Carlos. I got to go pick up my wife, but I'll be back at the Garage of Knowledge in about 20 minutes.
All right. Fair enough.
Right. We'll see you.
Sounds good, Bobby. We'll catch you in a bit.
Basement again. Damn. I'll be
catch you in a bit.
Ciao.
All right, so here we go. All-time achievement, counterpart, all-time blunders, 101 Logan Paul fake Pokemon case. That'd be amazing. That's a great moment in hobby history. G.I. Joe, it could have been anything else. Yeah. That's a moment worth commemorating on a card. Bless and Breaks, I like the cut of your jib.
Who gets Logan Paul's expensive Pokemon collection after Mike Tyson kills him?
No, that's Jake Paul. That's his brother.
Who cares? Let's kill them both.
Fine, but there's two of them. I'm saying
Well,
that the
Mike
one
can-
that's boxing
Mike-
Tyson is the other one.
Mike can kick both of their ass at the same time.
And I'm fine with this, but I'm saying you're asking for a twofer. See if Mike is willing to work a group bulk raid for us.
Oh, he
But
is.
right now.
That
He's facing the one guy.
man for money.
But right now he's facing the one guy.
They're
Eric
both
would
the
look good
same.
in a Beckett slab. Facts.
The stock market, the stock on Beckett would go through the roof. Finally, something valuable in their holders.
Do you mean like somebody behind you, or like off screen or something? Like
My mom.
maybe. Jabs on a high right now. Probably yes. What about Super Blunder car would be fire? There you go. There you go. So I think that makes sense. By the way, a quick side note. I did listen to Hockey Cards Gong Show, and they did a live stream talking about Series 2. And I was actually, funny enough, right around the same time that I took that picture of the two pucks and everything, I was out on my walk. And as I was out on my walk, I was listening to podcasts. I was in Hockey Cards Gong Show. And one of the commenters was this Sanderson to Orr dork. Because they mentioned the name on there, and there's some questions being lobbied in the direction of that. And you know anything about that, Eric?
I don't know him. I don't know. I don't even know what a gong show is.
You know what a gong show is. Believe me, you know what a gong show is.
No, I don't know, and I don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's interesting that someone who purports to care about vintage so much is on a live stream regarding a modern product. It's rather fascinating, don't you think?
All right, fine. It was me. I did it, but I really did it just to mess with Billy. And I called Amanda in California and told her she needed to get on there also, and let's mess with Billy. So it was kind of like that.
Isn't it? How like that?
It was more like, hey, Amanda, let's watch the Hockey Card Gong Show and mess with Billy. Oh, yeah. Don't even get me started on that crap. Did you see that nonsense?
I heard it. Remember, it was audio. I'm listening to a podcast.
God.
I'm not seeing it.
Listen. They're all out to get me. All right. I know for a fact that Billy had something to do with this, and Name probably did too, right? They put everybody, like 400 people and the freaking randomizer, hit the button, right? I'm like, I got no shot, whatever, to get a new box of Series 2 Upper Deck, right? Get my $1 million card. And it's going, and you can see all the names flying by, and it starts slowing down a little. Sanderson to Orr. And I'm like, there is no, I mean, it was on the screen for a little bit. And I'm like, there is no way. And it goes to the last guy. I missed it by that much, as Don Adams used to say. Yeah.
Bob Jackson, good evening. Father of a former Paul opponent slipped during an interview about a KO clause. Speaking of this, interesting. All right, interesting. I like that little twist, Bob Jackson. Appreciate you. Eric almost won, but the question was, what is the tubular meat in a bun called? And he said, hot dog. He said, sorry, the correct answer was hot dog.
It's a hot dog.
Skill testing question. You lost. Sadness. Eric wouldn't have no to do with modern product. Facts. He had the Boston Bruins Centennial set and barely knew what to do with it.
I could collect $1 million. That's what I would do. Yeah, that's what I said. I was first loser. I'm like, this, you got to be kidding me. And Billy, you should, I mean, you had audio, right? So you didn't even see Billy's reaction. He almost fell out of his chair. He's like,
by the way, also
like,
quick side thing. Again, it was all audio for me because I was listening to podcasts, but I will say I did enjoy that they did make reference to Billy had to stay in the office because his internet is not shit at the office, as opposed to most of the time when we talk to him, and he's like,
and Amanda and I are just typing away on that like crazy, just tearing him up over it.
So now that means that from now on, I got to start doing live streams randomly while Billy's working. What? Because it's like, hey, at least he's got decent internet in there.
He was like the last one in the office.
That's right. That's right. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I came that close to winning a $300 box of cards that could win me $1 million.
Or $3.
Yeah, or just complete no Bedards at all and complete total garbage and a total waste of my time.
That's kind of the issue, is that flagship usually isn't there are products that are feast or famine, but flagship usually is a mix, a blend. Like you've got a couple of you get 6 young guns, like some of them are okay, some of them are like mid tier and whatever. So you balance it out, over the course of it. But funny enough, the increased price actually forces you almost to have to do a case just to spread out the risk. You're almost forced to. Like the only way you have a chance and even hanging in there is just to be like, well, I'm sorry, you gotta buy a case unless you're like 100% sure you're gonna get Bedard within a couple of boxes. You're gonna be so far behind. You're screwed.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, what are they saying? Like three Bedards a case?
1.5. 1.5.
What are they gonna do with half a card?
You buy 2 cases and you get 3.
So if I get the top half, do I open it? I have to buy another case and hopefully
this is a Bob Lewis card situation all over again. This is a Bob Lewis card situation. You need to put the pieces together.
And then like
duct tape, make it happen.
Do you tape them yourselves or do they like hook together? Like how does that
preferably
work?
Preferably you would get a professional, Eric. I don't know if I would trust you with duct tape, and the safety scissors may not get the job done.
No, mom won't give me anything but the safety scissors, and they don't cut anything. I keep telling her I'm a big boy and I deserve to have regular scissors, and she says, not yet. I'm not ready.
And she's right. She's right. But right now we do have a lot of products like that, though. And normally flagship is not one of those, but we do have a lot of products like that. Now it'll drop. The video will drop in the morning. I did get a couple of envelopes come in, so nothing too crazy, but I did have a couple of things come in. And one of them was one of these. So that's the second Medano that I've got from the Clear Cut. But if you're not familiar with the product, though, yeah, it's a good card. I like it. The design is clean and everything, and the whole acetate thing, and it's a good looking card with the on card. But here's the thing: Clear Cut is very similar to a lot of the products they've got now. When you open Clear Cut, you get one card. So somebody opened a pack and got this card. Well, great for me. Obviously.
How much does one card cost nowadays?
For the Clear Cut, it is. I will tell you. I'll actually go pull it up
on my chair.
So
I know you're going to tell me something that's just completely obnoxious, and I'm going to fall right out of my chair.
Okay, Clear Cut. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay, so I'm going to give you the Canadian price, and then we'll knock off about 30%, and that's where you need to go. Okay, so 22-23 because they combined years. So 22-23 is 21-22 and 22-23, so they combined the two. 130. So you get one card.
No, I said no.
And for the record, so that is the second of the Clear Cuts that I got. The other one was the one that I've shown previously. I bought this on eBay with shipping, with everything to my house, was less than the price of a box.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And he's in the Hall of Fame. To be clear, he's in the Hall of Fame. It's an on-card autograph.
Yes.
It's not a bad pull, but obviously you don't get your money back.
No, I will never understand any of this. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Bobby's asking how many people put away the boxes, and Bob Jackson says lots. Yeah, but the funny thing is, there's going to be a lot of Series 2 anyway. So like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, seems to be the new hobby fad catching on. Yes, Eric, go to Chris Card Care. They'll take care of it.
It isn't. Again, this is not. This is not a hard card to get if you have the money. Okay, we already have one at the shop in less than 12 hours of it being available. There's going to be shitloads of them out there.
Yes, but the thing is, but the best part is though, like before the release, those words were said. Like, by the way, there'll be a crap ton of them.
Yeah,
there will be. Like, and by the way, that's to to be clear, that's okay. Like there should be. Like it's flagship. Like this is not. If you want a more limited version of it, the Future Watch Auto will be forthcoming. The Cup, RPA will be for. There are other versions that are supposed to be rarer. Flagship should be available. That was the whole point. Flagship is Young Gun one is one of the three that traditionally people chase after, but they should be available. They shouldn't be impossible to find. That's not the point of this particular insert, particular part of the series. It is a base card that's slightly short printed compared to the other ones, but not like impossible. People complete these sets every year with the Young Guns. So like the whole point is it's supposed to be. It was a set builder set. This year it's I don't good luck to you. I wish you the best, but it's going to be a rough go, I think, for a lot of folks. But like I said, even if Bedard plays great the rest of this year and starts playing great in next year, you're going to have an off season and everything. He wins the Calder Trophy. He does everything he can. Chicago is still terrible. As more comes on the marketplace, the price will do this.
Oh, God.
So you literally have every opportunity to purchase this card in the off season for a fraction of what it's selling for today, and you can still have a Connor Bedard Young Gun. There's nothing stopping you. I'm not stopping you. By all means, have at it.
Go nuts.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, if you would like one. But my only suggestion would be like a little patience. Just hold back a little bit longer, and you'll be able to get your hands on one anytime you like. Wes says, "I love clear cut when other people over." Yes, that's why I say like
perfect.
This is awesome for me. This is great because hey, I like these cards. These are great for me. I didn't have to buy a single box to get these.
Yeah, I mean those things are brilliant. They look fantastic. I love them.
For the player collector, this is a wonderful occasion. Hey, I'm a big fan. I didn't have to open the box. I didn't have to take the risk. I got exactly what I wanted.
I'm gonna give the the shop $130. I get a pack. I open it up and it's some fourth line center, and it's okay. How much is this worth? $15. That's the stuff I'll just never get. Will never get the gambling involved in this hobby. Because I don't do it. I don't chase rookies. I don't chase cards. I don't hope that I'm going to spend a shit ton of money here and somehow I'm going to be rewarded in the back end. I just don't do it. So it doesn't make sense to me. Mm-hmm. I care about my money. I don't, as much as we joke, I am not wealthy. I can pay my bills. I don't have a lot of extra. So I want to make sure that every cent that I spend on a hobby that I enjoy is that I'm paying close attention to where every cent goes. I do not waste money. And to just pick up a pack of cards or a box at a shop, pay hundreds of dollars and hope you get what you're looking for, whether it be for your collection or for you to resell it, it doesn't compute in my brain. Rich people can do whatever they want, but working at the biggest hobby shop in all of New England, I see people coming in every single day that are not wealthy, that don't have the money to put to rub two pennies together, and they're just prospecting, and they're hoping that this is going to be the big hit and this is going to get them out of trouble. And I've seen some really sad behavior. Mm-hmm. I've seen people come in with cards hoping to sell them for a ridiculous amount of money. They don't get that. They get a little bit of money because we're the ones that have to resell them, and they want to take that cash and drive a half an hour south and go to the casino because they got a plan. So they're going to come to us, sell the cards, get the cash, go to the casino, put the cash down, and then they're going to turn it all around because they don't have a pot to piss in. And it's like that. I can't wrap my head around any of that. Yeah, that's what I'm all about.
Mm-hmm. I read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. So Wes was saying a friend of his pulled a Bedard exclusive out of 100. Amazing card. Great job. Good job by them. He got a listed for 17K. And then there's a follow-up comment here. We'll touch on it in a second. But that is a monster card. Out of this product, that is a monster card.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So if people put the boxes away, and if one of the boxes has the $1 million card that works, that'd be funny. But very amusing. Not gonna lie, it'd be funny. So Carlisle here had a good comment here. Speaking of safety scissors, I found a jumbo lip balm in the kitchen drawer. My lips were chapped, so I gave it a whirl. Nice texture, pleasant flavor. Turned out to be one of my child's glue sticks. These things happen. Thank you, Carlisle. We appreciate you as always. Wes says, for reference, he's a school teacher, so if it actually sells for that or anything close, it's a huge boon for him. Hey, hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully it does well. It'd be good.
I hope he does too. Good for him.
Appreciate the reminder. I fully support hitting the like buttons as Eric gives free financial advice. True.
Okay, I want to make sure everyone hears this because I don't know if I've been clear enough in the past. Shut up, Josh. Shut up, Josh. Shut up, Josh. Shut up, Josh. Okay.
I see. Let's be real here. Eric would pull a 15 Zen card at best.
Yeah, if I'm lucky.
Haven't broken a box in 10 years. Rarely open a pack. I buy singles and get what I want. Look, we always joke about it. That is the strategic play. I just gave the example here. By the way, I like this product. I think it's nice. But one card per pack, it doesn't make any sense for me. Like $130 and you get one card and I have no idea what I'm going to get. And like I get one shot. Like that's it. That's one shot. Now somebody pulled these cards. And for them, it didn't necessarily work out the way they wanted it to. Like I said, I literally bought this on eBay with shipping, taxes, and everything. It cost less than the price of the box.
Right.
I got exactly what I wanted. I didn't have to guess. I got everything.
So that is just bad business. That is bad money management. That makes no sense to me. I will never be able to I'm going to pay $130 for this. I open it up. I didn't get what I wanted. I'm going to sell it for $90. That's bad money management. You're an idiot. It's good for you. It's good for us on the secondary market, but that's just bad money management. That's not how you keep money in your pocket.
And I appreciate them, Eric.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I appreciate stupid people.
Somebody's got to open it so that I can get the single, as God intended.
Exactly. Thank God for stupid people.
The system works. The system works. Quit insulting Chad, booby. Facts.
Right, Paul, if you haven't picked up on it, that's kind of the shtick. So without that, I really don't bring anything to the table.
I used to buy hobby boxes just for fun, but no way I would buy a box of Series 2 at 400. Well, the good news, Wes, is the good news for everybody. Look, next year it'll be back to normal price. They don't have the Bedard to lean on. So basically, I think you'll likely get somewhere around what Series 1 went for. More than likely, you'll be back around that price point, which is okay. It's not as cheap. Look, it was cheaper before. That's the reason why I gave the example of Baubles and Miss Baubles when they were talking about it. Look, I'll repeat, I understood their point. If I remember, I'll put the link to the video if you guys want to check it out. But look, I understood their point, but I got a kick out of it. I was amused by it because they're talking about buying cases. And I'm like, look, even as someone who's around I've been to Expo. I don't remember I want to say it was the year of the Marc-Andre Fleury Young Gun year. I want to say 03, 04, somewhere like that. Somewhere in that vicinity. I want to say 03, 04. I bought a box of Upper Deck, whatever series he was in, 1 or 2, I forget. I bought a box of that for like $80 Canadian on the Expo floor. Pulled a Marc-Andre Fleury. Sold it for $120. So like you could do that at the time. Like that was a perfectly viable. So I got my money back. I was happy. I was like, hey, great, that's awesome. But yeah. But look, here's the thing. I bought one box at $80. One. And even in the years since where I've opened a box here or there, it's like one box, 2 box, 1Z, 2C, or a couple of blasters or something. And I've spent good money in the hobby on my hobby. And I like opening boxes, but even still like $80, $100, whatever. Again, even if I made this year's $100, which would be obviously way lower than the market can bear, obviously. AMG literally sold out of their entire allocation at comfortably more than that. They were competitive, but at the end of the day, they didn't give the boxes away. They still need to make profit. This is a profitable product, so you got to sell it for what the market will bear. They try to be very reasonable, and even still, it flew out the door as fast as it came in. Like it flew. But even if I made it $100, a case is $1,200. Most people do not have $1,200 in their hobby budget to open boxes under any circumstances. So we don't need to think of the children. The children have nothing to do with this.
No.
The children haven't been involved in this in a long time. So, and this is a different conversation, Eric, but I've had this conversation before. I always enjoy the whole children angle, and I get it, but I have to keep reminding people. It's like, there was a documentary that's on YouTube, and if I can find it, I'll clip it here because it's actually still on YouTube right now. And it was like a documentary from like 1990. And the kids that were in that video were talking about the value of cards and how this card was going to go up. And everything. This is during the earlier boom, the first boom.
Yeah.
These kids had to be like 10 years old, 11 years old, whatever. Those kids are now in their 40s today. They were talking about it 30 years. It was about money back then, and it was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
The first full-time card dealers were in the 1970s. In order to get a pure hobby that has nothing to do with money, you got to predate price guides. By the way, there were price guides like in the 30s, but I'm talking about like the today's price guides.
Yep.
That means you got to go before the 70s. Eric, if you were like 8, 9, 10 years old, that means you got to be pushing 70. I have to push you so far back in time that you're old. You're super old. Well, the last time that it was before dealers, before card shows, before price guides, before, I got to go so far back in the past. I'm 40, going to be 41. I have never lived a single second of my life in this idealistic garbage that you're talking about. It never existed.
Well, I think, I mean, on principle, the big picture, you're right. We like to think that there's still a few young kids out there that we have to keep things affordable for them to get introduced to the hobby.
You can shield them if you want. The only point that I make, you can shield them. You can put them in a commune somewhere where technology doesn't exist and they've never seen the internet. That's fine. But that doesn't mean the internet doesn't exist.
But this past boom was, you know, because I was in, you know, college during the last one. Okay. So I was old enough. I wasn't, you know, 10. I was like 20. So I remember it all very well. This boom is completely different. Back then, you didn't have 15-year-old kids running around a card show with $100,000 worth of cards in a freaking briefcase. You know, it was the fact that these little children are little millionaires running around a card show. Well, I'm nickel and diamond over here for, all right, well, I know that you want $5 for that card, but how about 3? Will you take 3? And this kid drops a $15,000, you know, LeBron James rookie gold, yellow, half yellow, half pink out of 7, you know, whatever the hell on there. And he wants $15,000 for it. I'm like, you're 12. So screw the children.
I was wondering when it would take you to get that.
Screw the children.
Spurs card was being clever, and Wes appreciated it. But I also kind of like, you're watching it.
If that wasn't so, 1, accurate, and 2, funny, I'd probably start yelling and screaming. But it is accurate and funny, so
yeah.
I shall.
Josh says, think of the people who can't afford it. Yes, my whole thing with this stuff is pretty much. My whole thing has always been like, look, I understand that people like the idea, and I'm fine with it. I'm fine with people liking the idea, but you can still buy singles, you can still collect cards and things like that. But like, if you're talking about boxes and everything, that's what retail was supposed to be. Retail was supposed to be the affordable. If hobby boxes had been affordable less than 150 years ago, then retail boxes would have no reason to exist. There's no reason for retail to exist. Why would you have a scaled down version of it that's cheaper if the hobby box was an affordable price? There would be no reason. You would just have hobby boxes. There'd be no difference. No reason to have a difference. That's a different conversation. But we have it. And the only reason we have it is because the adults got involved. If you want to reset the hobby back, you have to get rid of the adults, all of them. That includes, the real collect. If you're over the age of 18, get the fuck out. If you did that successfully across the board and they didn't pour another penny into it, they get rid of all their stuff, including their vintage, including their Honus Wagners, including everything else, get rid of it, throw it in the open market and the kids play around with it, well then fine. Then you'll get your price point that you want, but you won't be involved. Get out then. But realistically, you're involved, you're in. So in other words, you're putting in adult money into it, which it's the hobby's inflation. The hobby's inflation has been going on for a long time, and it's never stopped. I remember when 93 Topps Finest was out there, which now is 30 years ago plus, and those packs are going for more than $20 a pack in 1993 dollars, which feels like $1 trillion back then. Oh my God, $20 a pack. What are you talking about? And there was one refractor per box. Oh my God, what are you doing? It's insanity. It's mad. And people paid it. Eric, people paid it.
Yeah.
And today that'd be a bargain. If I gave you a box of them at $20 a pack, you're getting a deal. Especially if the packs haven't been searched, if nothing weird's going on, you're getting a deal. You're getting a steal.
Well, those, the upper deck 2 is 25 at the shop right now.
Yep. CZ says, good evening, gents. Yes, probably more financially responsible by the card you want versus ripping the box, but some might say buying pieces of cardboard picks of men is not responsible. It's not. you are correct. It's the whole thing is silliness.
Oh, it's
Michael Ham is with Eric as he sets him up for his fall.
Well, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I changed my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I now have the opposite opinion of whatever opinion I had before, in which Ham agrees.
Facts. I was a local trade night, and the kids made it so miserable for me asking for stupid trades. I had to leave, little bastards. That's the spirit.
Little bastards.
I like the cut of your jib, Philly Joe. Promote this man.
Yeah.
The hobby was created for adult. It's what we consider the hobby. So maybe we'll separate, Eric. We'll separate the hobby from quote unquote the hobby. The hobby in quotation marks has been adult involvement. I'm sorry, the adults ruined everything. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's over. So stop worrying about the goddamn children. Just worry about the rich parents, because that's where the money's coming from. It's not the kids. The kids aren't buying this shit. Or if they are, someone else is subsidizing it. Sorry. But hey, tell yourself whatever lie helps you sleep at night. But I've been here, and the whole time that I've existed, as soon as a price guide was involved, and we have numbers on here, even when you're trading cards, you got these little numbers here, Eric, and that number, do these numbers on both sides of this ledger add up? So what are we talking about?
Hey, man, as soon as Beckett came out and they had that what's hot, what's cold, all that is the stock market going up and down. And, sell, buy,
Yeah.
Sell, Mortimer, sell.
I was wondering if you would get to that one. If you guys could make one innovation at your local card shop, what would it be? I'm glad you asked. If I could make one innovation, Eric, stay with me on this. This is a wild idea. It's gonna revolutionize the industry.
Okay.
24/7 live selling. I think 24/7 live selling. I think selling live from the aisles. I think that's so. What you could do is you could have an apparatus. You could have a cart with a camera, if you will. And not only it serves two purposes. Yes, absolutely. It serves two purposes, though. You could have that live sell, and then during downtimes, you could cyclocross race them.
Oh,
the joust.
Oh, tomorrow, just on a side note,
the joust.
Just on a side note, personal note, went to see the surgeon today. Tomorrow, I'm back on the bike in the garage.
Wow.
So we will be cyclocrossing in the garage, all by myself tomorrow.
In your garage of no knowledge.
There's no knowledge in that garage. No. But there is a bicycle that has some dust on it, in a, all set up, ready to go, and I will be on it tomorrow. I'm very excited.
Now I will actually, since US Sports Card asked the question, let me open it up to the chat. If anybody has an innovation, I'll be honest, almost everything that has gone on has been tried in some capacity or another. A lot of the stuff that maybe would qualify as an innovation is almost like a twist on an existing concept. Look, even the live selling thing that I just made fun of has been done. QVC has done it. Like it's totally been done. Look, and sports cards were sold on the shopping channel, QVC or whatever you call it, Don West and Kenny. This has all been done many, many moons ago. This has been done. So obviously we've done live selling, we've done online breaks, we've done online card shows, been there, done that. We've done, live stream sales of different kinds. We've done that, in the card shop, even the attempt at the, whatever that stupid crowdsourced grading thing was, we've had that. We've had kiosks. We've had, various types of retail, various types of products that you could sell out of packs, out of boxes, out of bags. Like, I almost think like every half decent idea has been tried. Like most of them, anyway. At least a lot of the ones that would come to mind of like modifying the model in some way. Fractor Jones here says, true kids had less than $5 in the pocket in the 80s and the early 90s. I graduated with $50 in my pocket. So yes, money's always been in the mix. It's just overinflated now. Yeah, it's inflation. We've increased it. 93.4 finest lifer. Good stuff for Fractor Jones. Appreciate you. Ham says tobacco is an adult product. Yes. Bubblegum was added to target kids with the deadly sugar, the diabetes.
The diabetes. Oh, they'll lose a foot with the diabetes.
That's what I'm saying, man. Arrow up, yes. The up arrows, that's right. Kids are crushed. Even gaming cards are made for adults. This Pokemon talking about them. It's like, oh, you got to watch out for Big Pokey.
They're
out to get you.
I collect what you like, right? And I truly believe that. And I know it's said all the time. And whatever makes you happy, as long as you're having a good time, it's your money, do what you want. The fascination with Pokemon from adults, I don't get. I understand, adult, we all watch different sports, growing up, and as adults, we continue to watch sports.
Now, just to be clear, I'm assuming you're referring to adults like older than the generation of Pokemon, because Pokemon started in 99. So now even a kid back then would be in their late 20s, early 30s. So I assume you mean like adults older than that.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I but even so, I mean, I don't play with the same toys I played with when I was a kid. I have moved on to bigger, more expensive, nicer toys.
Did you?
So, I that's another thing I just can't wrap my head around when I see actual grown men going out and spending lots of money on the Pokemans. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But
Wes has a valid question here. Why does Eric come back for abuse week after week? Is it Stockholm syndrome? Yes, Wes, and also crippling debt. Eric is behind on the like button payments, and he will work it off as long as it takes. Moving on.
This is my penance. I've done some things in my life that I am not proud of.
On chocolate sticks.
My lawyer says that I can't discuss it because it will put me in a bad situation. But let's just say that this is kind of like community service.
It's questionable how much the community has been served, but nonetheless, there is an aspect.
Nothing at all.
All debatable points. Yes. Dave says, "Good evening." Good evening, Dave. Zach says, "I've always felt we needed a place we could buy cards 24/7. True. Shame eBay doesn't have cards. True. This hobby doesn't know how lucky we are to have Geoff. That's right. Say the same thing about adults collecting baseball cards. Foolishness, but true." Eric says, "Because you can't remember the toys you played with."
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Shiny rocks. Shiny rocks.
Yeah.
He fought the shiny rocks against each other.
And then sparks came out, and that's how I invented fire.
And alas, you forgot to trademark it. You idiot.
Yeah. They didn't have patent
opportunity
back then.
Eric's still trying to put square in the round hole. That's right.
I'm trying.
Eric did hit his head pretty hard recently too.
I've had more concussions than I should have. I tell you, over my life, I've had quite a few. The best one is when I told the doctor I had a 21-year-old sister in the 3rd grade, and George Washington was president. That was the worst one. I couldn't understand why my dad and the doctor were looking at each other and kind of this look of concern, because I thought I was answering all the questions just fine.
Well, I would be concerned too, because they were used to your normal answer. Usually you say Lincoln.
Right.
So it was off. It was wrong. This is not what we expect.
That's why they look concerned.
Josh says, "I've had to learn about Pokemon because it's what my kids enjoy currently, and I'm a 40-year-old. That's why I asked for the distinction. The problem is, if you were a kid, I don't know, like 8, let's say 9 years old, for the sake of argument, 9 years old when Pokemon came into North America. That's 1999. That means you were born in 1990. So that means today you'd be 30, turning 34. Qualifies as an adult, but you had it as a kid. So I'm like, all right, I'll give you a pass. Sure. That's fine. Like for that, that is your childhood. That is your nostalgia. So I'm like, to me, it's like, fair enough, legit. You know, I'll give it to you.
Collect what you like. I don't judge people that way. I said I don't get it.
Not exactly your genre.
I'm looking at it like this is literally for little kids. But then you see how much these things are go for, and you got one of them Paul kids that I can't get the name straight. Oh, Amanda's here. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna read the comment. Eric, if you start writing again so soon, I'm sending Yitz your address.
I just in the garage. I got permission, Amanda. Please don't. I promise I will not ride for 3 months, and like the doctor said, but I was told I could go in the garage. Please do not send Yitz to my address. Please, please, pretty please.
So you probably don't want us telling her about you constantly commenting in the text message thread. Let's ride. It's like, calm down, Eric.
No, don't tell her that. She'll tell my wife.
Mm-hmm. Wes says, I've had to forcibly learn about Pokemon recently too. I hate it. Fair enough, Wes. Fair enough. Worst smell, an infected diabetic food. Absolute worst. Thank you, Will. Eric says, I've had concussions. Everyone else, we can tell. True.
I've had many concussions. It's bad.
I wonder if Kathy slashed the tires of his bicycle yet. Maybe. But he can still ride the tricycle, damn it.
Bob, I am not. She has threatened to.
Mm-hmm.
She has threatened to if I don't behave.
So, Eric, to be fair,
there's
a lot you don't get. Bob makes some valid points.
Can't argue with Bob on this one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yes. So I'm trying to remember when we went down quite the path. It was very enjoyable. But I also forget what precipitated that path. Kathy has a plan. And 2 exclamation points. Not 1, but 2.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
She has threatened to. She has made it very clear that I will not be riding down mountains and jumping off cliffs and whatnot anytime soon.
Kathy, does this plan involve dousing his bikes in mayonnaise? Because we can get a gigantic jug of them.
Big.
Bobby Barolo's back in the garage of knowledge.
Big jar.
Oh, that's gross. That would keep me away from the bikes, though. And I have a bike.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bike for all occasions.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we send her off to Sam's Club or Costco or whatever you want. Yeah. She gets industrial size like jugs of mayonnaise that coats everything in them. They will never be clean, Eric. There will be mayonnaise in places you didn't think mayonnaise could go.
It'll be beep,
this is not
beep,
this, my
beep.
stomach's starting to turn.
Just saying. Just hide mayonnaise and all his bike stuff. That's right. Get a case of mayo packets. We can do better. Why is Bobby wearing a Vegas Golden Knights? We had some fun with that one over time. Bobby adopted them, and it actually worked out.
It did work out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It did.
At least they're a winning team in the last 50 years.
Almost the last 16, you'd still be right.
Pretty much.
You're getting close to that.
I said they wouldn't get another penny out of me in merch if the Leafs didn't make it past the second round of playoffs. So that's my bid, and I'm sticking to it.
There you go.
I'm going to buy more stuff
yet.
from them.
Fair enough, Kathy. You do.
Oh, God, that makes me scared.
A couple of shoe, a handful in the helmet, all everywhere, man. So Wes is a little confused. Let me get you caught up. So the Vegas Golden Knights thing has been going on for a while with Bobby. However, the LA Kings hat is because Eric is trying to convince us that he's friends with Marcel Dionne. We know he's lying for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's Eric. Number 2, who's Marcel Dionne?
That's not nice. I'm going to tell him you said that.
By all means. He'll be like, Carlos said that? Damn it. And you'll be like, wait, you know Carlos? Everybody knows Carlos. He goes, but he said that about me? Oh, man.
Not Carlos. Couldn't have been Carlos.
Marcel and I are great friends. And I look forward to seeing him again when I travel up north in November.
So what you're saying is you would prefer, for the sake of your friendship, that I sign his autograph request that he sent to me in the self-addressed envelope and send it back to him.
If that's what he likes to collect, then
he might.
Yeah, like listen. Normally, I keep my fan mail in the shredder where it belongs, but like like I suppose I could make an exception and sign
You could.
to Marcel because Eric wanted me to. Your friend Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're lifelong.
I could put in a good word for you if you want.
Mhm. Your bestest friend.
He is my best. He is my bestest friend. He's my bestest friend in the whole world.
Talking to Carlos.
He even gave me a free hat, autograph free hat.
Oh, but Eric, you paid. You don't. You see, maybe not the money, but you paid.
Work my ass off.
And he said, if you stay away, I'll give you an autograph he had, and you still went back.
I
Right.
I went up there for a vacation and I worked all 4 or 5 days.
Well, you call that work, really?
It was fun work.
He bragged about work. So.
I really enjoyed working.
Mm-hmm.
It was the best work.
Did you really get paid? Did you get paid for any of that?
In your life?
Did you get paid for that, Eric?
The payment was the work. I was sent there. I was sent there to do things.
Bobby, this is the equivalent of like you get paid in exposure.
Yeah.
If you do this job, you get paid in exposure, and it's like fucking exposure.
So what's that work out per hour?
It's like, can I pay my mortgage with exposure? I've been wondering what the exposure to dollar curve conversion was.
You'll be exposed if you don't pay your mortgage. So, anyways, yeah.
I was sent to work, the payment being the fun I would have doing the work.
Boy, they really get those Americans, don't they?
Eric, I feel like the entire subtext. So, Bobby, for a moment, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I feel like the entire subtext of the show made this very clear. But I really feel like in this case, I have to articulate it like out loud in words. You really are a fucking idiot. That's the dumbest thing ever. It's like my payment was the enjoyment I got of doing the work. It's like you are truly a peasant.
What? Why was I late for dinner?
You please, master. I am but a humble serf.
Why was I late for dinner?
Because
I was hanging out.
You're always late for dinner.
Well, I am always late for dinner. But this time, it wasn't because I was lost. It was because I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg.
You were not hanging out with Peter Forsberg for the last time. Peter Forsberg was there, but the guy you were showing us was some homeless vagrant you found, and he told you he was Peter Forsberg, and you just believed him.
Oh, I never met Peter Forsberg before, so
then how do you know it was actually Peter Forsberg and not the homeless vagrant?
It seemed good enough to me.
Did you make sure he was Swedish from Sweden?
He did.
Did you ask him about meatballs and bikinis teams?
We did talk a little bit about the national bikini team. That was good.
And NATO.
Yeah, NATO. Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
But, we bring the Americans up and, he was on a work furlough and, but you didn't understand that the dollar difference kind of puts you in the negative. So that's why you didn't get paid. You did, but you didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric would be the one who'd be like, "Oh, my dollar is so much stronger here. I'm rich." And by the time he leaves, he's like, "You are poverty stricken."
Yes, that is what happens every year.
This is like a shell game, and it's like you think you had the advantage. By the time he was done, we got $50 American for every Canadian dollar that you get back.
Mm-hmm.
I leave with all this money in my pocket, thinking somehow I'm ahead of the game, and then I come back across the border. And I somehow feel as if something went horribly wrong. And I feel very poor.
And oddly enough, our budget was balanced in Ontario.
Yes.
So it worked out great.
No, actually it wasn't. They said they left a lot.
The budget will never be balanced here ever again. Never.
No, not here either.
They'll always have an excuse, no matter what happens. They could quintuple revenues. And it's like, we can't balance the budget. We had to spend it on this. It's like, you spend it on your fucking selves. Shut up. Shut up.
We're in big trouble here. Many in the hole.
I like what Ford said. He goes, people keep committing crimes. I'll build prisons till never ends. It's like, okay, thanks. Spend our money. Yeah, sure.
Hey, look, Bobby, if he builds enough of those, that could be the affordable housing we're looking for.
It might be.
People will be like, what crime do I have to commit? It's cheaper than paying my mortgage.
Yeah, and
three you're going to feed me there too?
Shelter.
Sweet fucking deal.
It is, really. 3 squares a day?
That's what I'm saying, man. Some people are like, I accept your terms, but it's prison. I accept your terms.
It's a Canadian prison. That's not even prison.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
It's like an American Hilton hotel.
Eric,
Probably.
we have a few prisons for you. Don't worry, we've got plenty of mayonnaise. I
No,
will show you. I will show you the horrors that you're looking for.
The Millhaven Maximum is something. Yeah, we even wrote a song about it.
Don't worry, I will be made special warden to take care of your personal arrangements, and I will make sure they are handled.
Right?
You will get the most luxurious experience we have at the Canadian Hilton for you.
That does concern me.
Yes, I would be.
Remember, I'm not actually Canadian, Eric.
True enough.
Eric, have you gone wrenching lately? Maybe.
Screw you, Bob.
Zach says, you are why people make fun of us Americans. These are all facts.
There you go.
Speaks truth.
Show's over for him.
Just cuff Eric and hide the key in a giant jug of mayo. That'll be like Saw 19. He's like, I'd like to play a game.
Not gonna work.
I'll just sit here and die. I'm good.
Works out. So, question for you guys. And to be blunt, I am actually very impressed by us. I'm very pleased to say, between the Bedard thing, the influencer thing, and basically randomly making fun of mayonnaise and Eric, we basically milked the first 2 hours of the show perfectly.
Yeah.
This is a truly exquisite display tonight. I'm
And
very
I was
pleased
only
with
here for an hour.
Yeah. I think this has gone very well. I've been very pleased. But my question, is there anything that y'all would like to discuss or talk about? Anything else you all want? Because I was looking around for some stuff, and I'll be honest. Like, what was funny, and this is so let me actually bring this up briefly. I saw a video, and I know Dustin responded to the video, but Dustin responds to every video, so
yes,
it's a different conversation. But specifically, this was a video that was talking about sports card content sucking, and we've touched on this topic kind of before. And unfortunately, like, I don't think it has any choice given where we're at right now, because when you get past the new stuff, what do you want to talk about? Like, that's why I always find it very funny. It's like, I enjoy the Friday night because it can go in a million different directions. But if we just talked about sports, no, we'd be dead in the water. Like, this is not that much to talk about. I'm sorry, it's not that interesting.
No, and the Gretzky thing's over, and the Bedard thing's new. But you can only talk about Bedard so much.
Even the SGC thing, it was good to discuss that week. The rest is wait and see. Get back. We'll revisit it back when either SGC gets absorbed in, or they change something, or something happens, or Ken Golden lights himself on fire. When and if that happens, we can discuss it. But for that week, the topic was only good for that week, and then it expired, and it was done. Yeah. We'll revisit it if something happens. Until then, nothing's happened.
No.
With me, I'd be curious to you guys to answer, and anyone else in the chat. I was very fortunate that someone gifted me a card this week.
Gifted means stole, but anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, they stole it and gave it to me and said, "Hey, would you hold on to this until things cool down?" Mm-hmm. But I'm going to steal it from them, and I'm going to say I lost it when they come looking for it again.
The way you do it.
But a friend, bought a lot, and has no interest in what I'm about to show you. So he just said, here, I saw this and I thought maybe you'd want to have it. And I was very grateful. And I now own a PSA 5 Johnny Pearson rookie card.
There you go.
1951 Parkhurst, in very, very good shape. Back is, clean-ish. It's not destroyed or put into it wasn't glued down at some point in time. So yeah, I was very excited. And what is the best gift that you guys have ever, got in the hobby? A free card, a free trinket, a free, what was the best free thing that someone else in the hobby thought you would like and handed over to you?
An 81-82 O-Pee-Chee full wax box.
Wow. That is a great gift.
Quite a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just
there have been a couple of good ones there. So I've talked about, I did a video on the channel where Brad where Brad, not Heartland, but Football Brad. I want to get the numbers right, but the numbers are going to escape me. I want to say 8671, but I might confuse the numbers.
309. What?
I think there's 4 numbers, so I think it's 8671. I could be mistaken on the numbers, but anyway. So Brad does during.
He got it.
Yeah. During the holidays, during the holidays, he does a lot of like gifts. He does basically a lot of it. And last time around, it was like a Brett Hall like autograph memorabilia card and a couple of very nice cards, but very thoughtful. And it was a Medano autograph in there as well. So it's like, so in terms of thoughtfulness, that those are very nice ones, because again, you're just not worried or expecting anything out of it, but it comes out of the blue. He sends packages to a bunch of people. So those are very nice in terms of that. But I think the ones, so that was very nice, but the ones that I enjoy the most are ones that fit into like a little theme, or it has a little category of it. I enjoyed that Chief Stringamon card that came in, the OG Chief Stringamon, the one that was, because I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know it existed, but that meant that someone watched a show, paid attention, and caught that and happened to come across that and then sent that over. And I thought that was great. So stuff like that is the stuff that I enjoy the most.
It's not about the value.
It's not at all, because like a lot of times, like I could just buy these cards myself, especially if it's like certain ones. But the fact that you found this thing that fit into something we had talked about, and then say, hey, let me send this over there, I thought that was great, and I enjoyed that very much. Those are the ones that I get a kick out of.
Yeah, when some thought and maybe a little bit of effort go into them, that's always better. It's like when someone gets you a birthday present. Oh yeah, Amanda.
Thanks.
Again, given to me for free. But she's a submitter. She's a bulk submitter in California. So she's obviously very pro PSA, because
she's in California.
If all the submitting.
By the way, I do want to come back. I think this is actually a good topic. So there's 2 topics that I'm thinking of now coming off of this. So I want to finish this discussion first, but this is a good one. I want to come back to this. So just everybody, just remind me. I want to come back to this because I think this is a fun one, but I'll come right back to that. Also, Sean here, what hockey players are most collecting the hobby. We can touch on that. So I'm going to try to get these comments. They're back to back, so I'll try to do that. But for now, just remind me if you guys. Actually, let me try this. Let me see if this feature works. I think I can actually hit like a little star and it gives me these comments and indications, so I can come back to it. I never tried using that.
Yeah,
but it's actually a good idea.
You can. There is something.
Okay, and I think that's a great way for me to make sure I come back to it, so I can actually highlight it. So I will do that. So those comments are getting highlighted. Zach says, if Brandon was here, he could tell us what he was going to do next. Facts. He is in the boardroom talking through it. Appreciated this comment. Name here says, talking hobby content is a small perk of hanging out here on Friday. We're all here for Carlos, Bobby, and Eric, and to make Eric pay for Lightman. Facts.
Oh, God, I hate him so much.
Done.
Stats in the back are invisible or invisible ink. Truth. Go ahead, Bobby.
What's that?
Oh, you just raised your hand, so I was wondering if you.
Oh no, there's just my hand going up because my arms are on that. That's okay.
Okay. So
I'm on the workbench.
Yeah,
there you go.
So garage knowledge again.
The garage of knowledge. So I think so. Bottom line is, I think the ones that have some thought in them are always the nicest gifts. If there's going to be a gift, the ones that have thought in them, because obviously, like I said, depending on your situation, a lot of us are in the spot where most of the stuff we want, like even we talk about this during Christmas time. Presents are very difficult for my family to do because it's like, if I wanted, I probably bought it during the year. So
right.
so most of the time it's like, like this was actually a Christmas present. This sweater.
That's nice.
Be like, hey, it's a nice sweater. I think you'd enjoy it. It's your size. Great, fantastic. I'm wearing it right now. I'm making use out of it.
Yeah, at Christmas I give, I make soups, and because I have really good recipes for soups. My soups are really good, so I make a couple jars.
And you write on the card, soup for you?
No soup for you.
No soup for you.
Yeah, so I just give out soup or chili or something like that, and whatever else. It's just more something for your heart, opposed to just going out physically. I hate gift cards because it's just like, okay, here's your $100. Okay, here's my $100. Okay, whatever. We can just go out and spend $100. It doesn't matter. But things personally done. My sister makes really good cookies, so if she does cookies for us, that's great. Or whatever you have talent-wise. And then there's sometimes they think they make something nice, but it's really not. And you go, oh, thanks.
Yeah, I hate having to fake it. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. It's like,
so basically what happens every time you give somebody a gift, Eric?
It's not.
You're used to like seeing that look on that face. Huh?
It's every
Yeah.
time I say hello to somebody, I see that look on their face.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Now,
hi,
now,
that's good to see
now,
you.
next, now next year, you're
Marcel.
going to be like walking and you're going to give them a Dr. Collectible influencer card, and they'll be like,
Oh,
Oh.
that'll be it. Exactly.
Oh no, I'm gonna see. You have to, like we've talked about many times. Now that the new influencer cards are coming out, the old influencer cards, their prices are going to come down. So I'm going to buy just hundreds and hundreds of Timmy Two Hat ones, and I'm going to be handing those out to people.
They
as
might go
gifts.
up because the first year is the best year, right? It's like their official rookie card, not rookie year, rookie card. And that will, in turn, with these other people, we don't really know who they are. And they might get better because of this. They might increase their viewership. They might catch up to those first tier rookie cards or influencer cards of the first year. So I don't think he'll ever match the first year.
All right, even if all that is true, we can't let Tim hear that.
It's okay.
No, it isn't. We have to make him feel. We have to put him down. We have to make him feel bad.
If you make his head swell, he's got it covered.
I know.
yeah. And also, don't forget, he probably has more incriminating stories about you.
Oh,
We already learned about your shoes and the washing
long
machine,
drive.
John says. Your forced videotaping of other people against their will, which is probably a crime.
Your
Just saying.
9-hour drives,
Mm-hmm.
with Tim. Yeah, he's holding a lot.
It's not related to Photoshop, Eric, but you might want to be careful with people who have like incriminating dirt on you.
Or techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He could smother you with a gigantic hat.
I think he's tried a couple of times, to be honest.
Yeah, just saying. Throw it out there. I'll read a couple of these comments and they'll come back to the starred one. So we'll come back here for a second. Dave says, an E126 Johnson or Cobb would leave me the other, plus the roof of the set. Get close. Picked up an Alexander this last year. We'll see what shows up at auction. Fair. I'd like to get a group of E220 commons this year as I have the big guns minus Ruth. Live the dream. Anyone inflating Team's ego does not have to talk to him regularly. Please don't. There you go.
Exactly. Amanda,
I'll come back around here. Let me grab these comments here. So Paul was saying, you guys got any cards on the watch list that you're going to make a serious run at? So my watch list goes through ebbs and flows. So I'm opening that up to the chat because I'm curious if anyone has. We know that doesn't really apply for Bobby. He kind of finds his stuff in different avenues. But for anyone who is using the eBay a little more heavily, is there anything that you do? I keep some stuff on the watch list to keep an eye on it because I'm curious. I want to monitor it. But I do have some
things on my watch list on eBay, guys.
Yeah. Now, here's a question though: is it stuff that has been on the watch list for some time, or is it stuff on the watch list that rotates? What's the technique?
No, I'm constantly adding new stuff all the time, and then some stuff ends, and then I make that decision at that time, or it stays there as a buy it now. And actually, if you kind of watch something, you'll get some offers, usually within the first 24 hours. Say you're watching something $100, the guy might just send you a private offer just because you started watching it. He'll send you $80 or whatever. So it's always smart to watch it before you buy it now, unless it's rare, and then you got to buy it right away. So,
yep.
But you get those offers, do you not, Carlos? Watching stuff?
I do, yeah. Yep. So sometimes I'm courting those specifically. I'm waiting for a number that like makes sense to me.
Offer. You can counter offer back.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And and as a seller, by the way, I use that as well because sometimes I have a very aggressive buy it now, so I will put that out there basically to kind of initiate some action out of some folks. Basically, I'm trying
to get it back in their head, really. Yeah,
exactly. It's just to be like, hey, by the way, boom, here's and then you can counter offer. So it's an option that you do have. So I can tell you, I don't want to reveal too much, but high level I can give you. I do have some of my saved searches that are looking for like Medanos, especially from the cup and things of that sort. Now, sometimes it's stuff that I really want to add. I know there's a couple of Medano collectors who have been moving some stuff, and I can share this because it doesn't apply to me. The deal or transaction already happened, but I thought I was actually very impressed with what they ended up doing, because these days there's a handful of Medano collectors that I know that were around a while and were actually very aggressive in terms of putting together these collections. But now it looks like some of them are starting to consolidate, which doesn't surprise me too much. But now it means that they're kind of trading with each other. So it's kind of interesting when that happens because you're seeing these big, massive amounts of cards all at once.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting. So I'll share this post here. So this is one of them. So this is Mo Card Collection. So let me hide the comment here. I'll actually make this a little bit bigger if I can. Let's see if I can here. There we go. It's a little bit better. So this is actually just one mail day. This is specifically one mail day here. And knowing this series the way that I do, looking at it, so this is one of the patch cards from Upper Deck. These were very long odds back then. So there's a Series 1 and a Series 2 version, and they got both of them here. This is the patch card from UD Premier, the first series. I've got one of those. So those were tough to come by. Here is one from UD Premier Teammates. That's a tough one to come by. I think this is the patch out of 10. I got that because actually Paul V found that in Edmonton. So I got a copy at that time. But then this is one of them. So that's another one. So there's 2 of the 10 accounted for. I have one, and I'm looking at the other one right here. This is the gigantic patch they had for UD Ultimate, which is a big one. Then you got the 2 newer versions of a later year of patches. So I've got both of those variants, picked them up a couple of years ago. And I believe I have to go look at it more closely. This top right one up here, I think I owned that card at one point. Because I actually had it, and then I think I ended up selling it at one point because I was rearranging part of the collection. So it might have actually made its way around and wound up in here off of one Banana Collector's Collection and another. But that one was one that has the little NHL crest on it. So I believe, I have to think back, but I think I owned that one at one point.
So this is a trade you're saying, right?
Was that?
This is a trade you're saying?
This here was a mail day. I think what happened with this one is I think they were able to come up with some kind of a deal. Because the gentleman that does it is actually based out of, I want to say, Finland. I do follow him on Instagram, and he was a big-time Medano collector who was doing a lot in the 90s and early 2000s. So that's why he was able to accumulate a lot of this stuff. But what happens is he's out in Europe. So there were a couple of big, hardcore Medano collectors out there that accumulated this stuff. And it's just been buried in these collections forever.
Yeah.
So like if you're a player collector, some of these guys, you're like, hey, where did this stuff come from? Europe, probably.
Yeah. True.
Because those guys were aggressive in picking up that stuff back on eBay. In the eBay, like it was an international market, so they would go like, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, and they were stacking the stuff. And the problem is, it was like an arms race. So I'm stacking stuff over here, this guy's stacking stuff over there, this other guy's stacking stuff over there, and we're like not completely aware of each other. And then one day you wake up and it's like, where's the stuff? It's kind of consolidated in a handful of hands. Yeah, it's in the bunker. It's in the doomsday bunker somewhere.
Yes.
So, just. When I saw that, I was like, the boys are consolidating.
Makes sense. Well, you see that with certain like boxes or wrappers that come out. You know where they came from because you actually own certain ones, and you know, because some of the other ones are really rare prior to 1968. So you kind of go, that's where it was, because you knew it came up and it was gone, and you didn't know whose hands it was in, and then all of a sudden it's like, I know who that guy's selling it is. Okay. So it's interesting. You can follow. It's not a big hobby, really. When you get down to it, it's very small.
Well, that's the reason why I say, like, I'm like 90% sure that the one in the corner I owned at one point. Because when I sold it, I don't know exactly who went to, or if I did, it's been years. But then they could have resold it and it could have shifted around. Because those ones, I believe, were not numbered, but they were limited to a print run of 10. So there's not that many with the NHL like little shield patch on it. So that automatically differentiates it from the other ones. But this is a good, like this stack right here is an excellent already mini collection, because all the stuff in here, this is rare stuff and doesn't come up in the market. And if it was available on eBay tomorrow, I'd probably take a run at a couple of these. I have maybe about half of what's in the stack, maybe to 2/3, but there's some of the stuff on here that haven't been able to get my hands on it. And it's in that pile.
You need to get that pile.
I think with a couple of these guys, they've kind of been, like I said, some of them have been consolidating, so some of them have reached out. I have a lot of problem, and actually maybe this would be a topic worth broaching for a moment. And this is maybe a player collector issue more than anything else. I love some of them when they reach out sometimes, but I struggle with it because, like, if I'm not in the mood or it isn't the right time to buy, I don't even want to make offers. Yeah. It's not that I'm not interested in the item. It's that, like, look, you kind of would be insulted by my offer, because when you are reaching out to me unsolicited, would I be interested? Sure. It's like, what do you want? Like,
why are you
because it's not even bothering. It's like, but you've got an idea in your head. Clearly you've got a notion, and I know that. So it's kind of this game of psychology right here. You're thinking, because I am a Medano collector, and you're thinking, oh, I can probably get more money out of this guy. And I go, yeah, but on the other hand, I don't want to overpay what I think it's worth. Yeah. If it was on the open market and I was able to bid on it like everybody else, there's a good chance I would be the strong bid. But now if we're dealing one-on-one, you've kind of removed the other people out of the equation and you haven't left them in the open market. And you're probably thinking a bigger number than I am.
Mm-hmm.
And that happens a lot. And it's like, do you want me to insult you? Because I would be almost inclined to lowball you just to find out what your real bottom line is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how that all really works. A lot of people, collect stuff and they realize that, if I don't get it now, then I'll maybe never get it. But they realize that after they already passed. And then it's that regret, the FOMO, right? Like it really clicks in. It's like, shit, I should have bought that, right? Damn. And then you're second guessing yourself. And it's like, damn. And then the guy's got you.
All right, I'm buying the Bedard now. Thanks.
Yeah, you should. You should. I think maybe the biggest problem that I have is like, so looking at that picture, for example, and using that as an example, there's a bunch of stuff in there that's out of 10, out of 5, out of 15. So they don't circulate much anymore. Like some of them just don't. I think one of the ones in the middle, I want to say, that was in this image, I'm just looking at the image, but if memory serves me, I think that was from the lockout year. So it was a patch from the lockout year. So production was down that year. So it was actually very difficult to get those patch cards out of it. And I think the print run was 15.
When you talk about, I was talking about before when I was, I'm driving, I was kind of voicing the my comments there. The product that is put away for those years, maybe that you're looking at certain cards. A lot of that stuff, if it sits there, it might have like, if it's out of 5, it could have 4 of them, and there's only really 1 in the marketplace. Then you kind of sit there, well, it's out of 5, something should show up, but it hasn't showed up for 15 years. What am I going to do? Mm-hmm. That's what drives the price, because then it's like the rarity, you don't see it, people jump on it harder. And that's what can happen. You can get disillusioned by what you're going to pay for something because you haven't seen it in such a long time. When they're really, and then somebody sells a box, they break them, and then all of a sudden there's 4 in the marketplace. It's like, what happened? Yeah.
Has there been an update on the Gretzky case?
No.
That you know of, Bobby, in your connections? Any word?
No. That's beyond my connections. That's in the multimillionaire hands. I almost think it was like a Steinbrenner. I would say Keith Olbermann, but he's a little too, I don't think he has that much money to waste on a box like that. Patrick was a collector too, vintage, but I can't see him buying it. I think it's somebody just says, hey, I'll take the guy. They got 50 million in the bank and they want to drop 10% on that. That's fine. Is it an investment? That's a real good question. Is it? Would it be? Would it be best to open? Would it be best to break it? Sell a box, break a box. I don't know. Tough calls.
If you have just stupid money and none of it matters, do what you want with it. But
that's what I would do. If I won the 50 million lottery, I would have bought that and just put it away.
Yeah, I would. Even if
I wouldn't have, but I'm just saying I would have.
Even if I had unlimited funds, I'd still leave it the way it is because it's unique the way it is.
It is, yeah. Well, no, it's
we
not
already
unique.
talked about
Once
this.
It's opened.
That I can go and get, 30 Gretzky's graded 7 for $219,000. Why would I spend 3-point-something million to get it? It just doesn't make any sense.
That's one thing a lot of people don't understand is that the unopened wax is the collectible within the collectible. It goes beyond that because it's not opened. And you collect the pack, but the pack contains the cards, which the potential thereof getting a 9 or 10, it's the whole driving force behind it. So if you don't open it, that's the collecting part of it. That's where the collector divides himself between a wax collector and a card collector. Guys go, how do you keep your stuff sealed? I go, because it looks nice and it's where all the value is. If I open it, I'm going to lose money more than likely.
Right.
Yep.
Well, Josh says you bought it. Josh just says you bought it.
I did it with the like button money. So like I said, you kept talking about your big American dollars and I used them, and basically it's like 10 cents for me out of pocket. It's pretty sweet.
Well, what would you do with it? Would you break it? You could make some good money breaking those.
You could.
Knowing that they were from a sealed case, that's better than any other authentication that has ever been done, really.
Oh, it's the
never been videotaped case opening, kind of case wrapping, nothing like that has ever happened. So those
if you want to get the attention and the eyeballs on it, that's maximizing, especially for that segment. Like you're not going to have you don't have other opportunities really to take advantage of that.
it has the 0% chance that they've been opened before. Whereas the other one always will have that percentage point where it's their best guess of that it hasn't been resealed. So at that point, you got 100% chance that, everything's going to be in there and without, anybody screwing around with it. So it's kind of a different deal.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I saw a video where a guy's opening a 52 pack, his hands shaking and everything, 52 tops baseball. He just opens them and his hands shaking. He's looking at the cards, and I'm sitting there going, "You got 5 cards and nothing."
You just lost. You just lost all that money.
You did, and
Ridiculous.
but if you would have pulled the mantle, like actually, I think you can see through those where you can see it's a mantle series, but I think his was supposed to be. Then again, it was in a GAI holder where a lot of people question those.
Yeah, there you go.
Good old GAI.
No,
Right.
they're not bad. Honestly, they were good. Actually,
I think it's like a lot of things. I think there were moments. I think they did some good work, but they also did some questionable things that completely undermined the whole thing.
Well, there was a guy, Paul Wright, who was actually probably one of the best wax guys I've ever known. I've known him since the 90s, and he knew his stuff. He was really, really good. Even Mark Murphy would listen to him, and he unfortunately died early. And while he was working at GAI, and he was a little bit older, but he had something. And then after that, I think anything that happened, that's what kind of led to their downfall, is that they didn't really have anybody to grade wax because it was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you leave, if Steve Hart dies, whatever, who do you got? Are you gonna put your faith in in his employees who nobody even knows their name, to take over?
I just assume we left Eric in charge.
I think that would be great. Yeah,
I think it's a sensational idea. He can be personally responsible for the entire segment of the hobby, and if it collapses under his watch, everyone will blame him.
Yes.
Well, I think that would be expected soon after I took over, so nobody really be disappointed.
Yeah. Well, the good news is we could all Bobby and I could start working on figuring out our numbers for the pool.
That'd be
yeah. The first thing I would do, right, as the wax packs were sent in, I'd open them all to make sure that they weren't Pokemon cards.
Good.
Right? And G.I. Joe cards and all the other garbage.
Yeah, and then you would replace them with G.I. Joe cards.
And I'd seal them all back up with a little spit and duct tape and put them in the plastic things and send them off.
Yeah.
I would make sure that there was no funny business and that they were legit. So I'd open them all, because that's the only way to know that they're legit, is to open them.
But even, what if you don't get anybody in them? Are they still good?
Well, only I would know. I'd take the good ones out and then seal them.
But what if they're
the problem is that Eric wouldn't know what the good ones are. He just keeps taking the Boston Bruins card. Gretzky.
Al Gill.
It's like
Al Gill. All the good ones are
pretty
gone.
much. So what happened? Yeah.
Marcel Dionne. Okay.
Dionne.
Put it in the file.
Yep.
Wait, back it up.
Yeah.
Some of the shredders you can actually reverse them. So just reverse it.
Bring it back out. Yeah.
Put it back through again. Sean says, if I won the 79 days,
Mikey Mantelli? I'd open up a 52 pack and be like, "Who's this Mikey Mantelli?" It doesn't
Mantelli. It's French.
Yes. Oui. Mm-hmm.
If I won the 79Ks, I would contact PSA and do a live show breaking it at PSA and having them graded live, reality TV's finest. If you could get sponsors, if you could add maybe, hey, you could get BCW to be the official card holder of the break. Oh,
that'd be amazing.
Yeah. Subsidize it. Why not? Hey, put it on Fanatics Live. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Get everybody.
Get a new hat for Timmy 2 hats and put,
Simulcast it with Whatnot. They got money. They got.
We put Breaking Bad right across. Yeah.
There you go. GI was legitimate for 2 or 3 years, and then yes, Eric was busy working for Beckett. True.
Only on Saturday. Hold on. Only on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, during the critical times.
Because in Saturday mornings, I can go in and give myself all black labels.
Special time
after cartoons.
Jeff Wilson paid $20K for a Twisty 2 Bowman pack. Got total junk if I remember right. Yeah, he didn't pull anything good. So I remember the one you're talking about.
Are we going to Atlanta again?
Well, we is too many people. At this point, I'm not sure if the people in Atlanta are going to Atlanta.
People in Atlanta are trying to get out.
You would think, right? Well, I don't know. Has he changed anything? Anything new there? Like honestly.
Well, it's in the same. So it's in the same vein. I joked about the SGC thing, but right now the Card HQ is the same issue. If you want to go look at the feeds and whatever, you can make whatever judgments you want from that. I've been waiting, so I made my video and had the Geoff defenders run to his aid, to his defense, and all that. That was very entertaining. But now I'm like, okay, now I can afford to wait. I need you to do something different, because right now you're doing whatnot streams and a couple of breaks and stuff. It's like, okay, fine. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. What else you got?
Nothing.
What's
He's
your
going out-
next thing? Because
Isn't he
right now
going
I
out
haven't
and-
seen anything else.
Isn't he going out and buying booths full of stuff? But
They
high
have
prices?
for what they claim they have to do. They're going to have to buy a lot of volume.
So it's just really, it's all transactional. It means like Cards HQ really means nothing. It's just like a place you can buy stuff. That's it. It's nothing special. There's no unique things that they have there. There's nothing they feature. There's nothing, no memorabilia there, nothing you can go see there other than just cards, and that's it. And it's a number, and that's not a business.
Well,
And
Bobby,
certainly
we
not
already
in
had
Atlanta. It's not a business, but
Well, you and Carlotta can discuss that at length. But the thing I was saying is that when we had this discussion previously, I said to him, it's like back in the day, Legends of the Game would have been like the perfect thing if if Fanatics wanted to put some benefit behind it. If a Legends of the Game existed the way it was, you have everything you need under one roof. You're ready to go, and then just supply them with the product, and they'll move it out the door.
But they had vintage there, and they had other memorabilia. They had
it had character. So that was the point I was going to get at. It as a place, the way they set it up with the displays and with all that stuff going around and all kinds of stuff, it had character, and it wasn't just one thing. It could be many things for many people, and they could have
shiny guests coming in. I have no mention of that at his Cards HQ.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well,
and they've got the space.
Honestly, like, what do you come to the table with? Hey, we're going to buy cards at high prices and make a little bit of margin, and you can just come in and buy. But that's it. There's no personality there. His personality on his videos was great, but his personality here is just like, just keep buying and selling. Just that's what we're here to do, is just to have all the space so you can come in and buy in Atlanta with a big airport, international airport, whatever.
He needs a couple of people personality to sell cards 24/7. Yeah. And anybody with any good that's any good isn't going to work the 3 a.m. shift. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, please. They're going to be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I could do it on my own. Thank you. Geoff is planning his fears going out of sale, business sale. Sean has confidence.
I think so. That's coming soon to a theater near you.
Because it looks like the retail ComC listening to Bobby's thoughts about it. ComC at least has a niche. They've got a very specific thing. But, and we've had this conversation too, nobody would be honestly trying to replicate what ComC is doing today.
They'd be
like
stupid.
It would make no sense. The amount of startup capital and everything, like, you'd go out of business immediately.
And where do you
ComC
find that
found a
machine?
niche for itself.
How do you find that machine that we don't even know what it looks like?
And the building that you can see from space.
Yeah. And even from space, you can't even see that machine.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that machine is.
You got a box, Eric?
I can't read.
What does that say?
It's from Yannick. It says from Yannick, yeah.
No, it's not from Yannick.
For Yannick.
Or
No,
Yannick.
Exactly. All right. That
Or Yannick.
dirty Frenchie keeps sending me, getting people to send me stuff. I have a pile over here. Do I look like a post office? Am I a mailman?
Yep. Pretty much.
Okay.
You actually kind of do look like
You're also didn't we have like a lengthy discussion about you being a serf?
Oh my god.
Did we not like a full flank thing?
You live to serve back here.
Yes.
Okay. It does not say ship my cards on my front door.
Maybe it should.
It says it on the back of your shirt.
It's
Yeah, exactly. See, you couldn't see it.
every day I'm getting stuff, and I'm like, all right, what did I get? It's not for me.
We got Kathy to put it on the back. And
have you considered that in order to get stuff, you would actually have to buy stuff?
This might be for me. This is probably for me.
This might be.
I have no idea. Let's see what's in it.
Have you considered that you're basically acknowledging you have a spending problem that you don't know what the fuck you bought?
No, he said he didn't have a spending account because he didn't have much money. I heard while I was driving. I was listening to the damn show, and you said I don't have very much money. And every fucking penny counts.
My name on it.
Every penny counts. I heard.
No, listen.
And we're not talking pennies here.
Comes to my house.
We don't have any pennies in Canada.
And I go, I didn't buy anything. What the hell is this? And I open it up, and it's not from.
Why are you opening stuff that's not yours?
It has my name on it.
Okay. But you
Mena asked a valid question.
Mena
asked a valid question. She says, does Marcel know dirty Frenchies in your vocabulary?
Oh.
Is that what you say about Marcel Dionne?
I did not say that about Marcel.
Oh, I bet you were thinking it, weren't you?
No.
Somebody said it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think they went over.
I'll read a couple of comments here. Paul says, you win that Favre Intimidation Nation. I didn't. I put a bid in it, but the one that so Paul showed me a link to one, and it ended up going for like $53. And actually, I did take a closer look at it, and I don't know if it's a miscut situation, but like the centering top to bottom is so far offline that the name is almost miscut on the bottom, and I couldn't figure out why it went for like $53. It's actually quite a bit. I was very shocked. Got a Gretzky photo?
Nope, that is Yari Curry. He's coming.
Oh, Yari Curry. Okay.
He's Yari Curry will be coming into the shop. I have the date somewhere soon.
So you bought a photo?
Yeah, and it is early in his career, and this is the Stanley Cup Finals against the Islanders, and you can see Glenn Chico Roche on the bench along with Bob Nystrom. So I thought it was cool that it was a very early Curry in the Stanley Cup Finals. So I decided to pick it up for $5 and I'll have him sign it. And I'll have him, write Hall of Famer and some of his stats and all that jazz on it.
I see.
So that one actually is mine. So yeah, he'll be coming in the shop soon. We may be having some other people in the shop soon too. We might have Dino Cicerelli. Who is the other? We might have Gilbert Perreault. Who was the other one that we might have? There was another mite that we're working on, but Yari's the next one, so that's kind of a big deal for me. I'm very excited about it.
Special times. Refractor Jones here says, I have a standing offer to Jeff. If he needs a liquidator, I will do it free of charge. Even if I contract with the bank or the bankruptcy court, I would offer my services free. So I could live stream selling everything, pennies on the dollar, Don West style. Live the dream.
Don West style. Love some Don West.
I would think he'd have live launches for each of the products released. An hour or two of primetime sales of unopened wax, followed up with high price singles. Vintage Midnight Madness every Saturday. Basketball Mondays, football Fridays, Pokemon Wednesdays, flea market Sundays. I think Dave makes a valid point. If you're going to do the live selling thing, it was funny. Look, here's the irony. Speaking of not innovating, that was the QVC model. So let me give you an analogy here
Except they weren't in Atlanta.
There you go. But Bobby, I don't know. Tell me if you remember this one though. So we have the shopping channel. We have TSC.
Yeah.
And one of the shows. So what happens is it's still a TV channel, but what happened is the TV channel was broken up into these blocks. And the blocks, you'd have different shows, different products, different themes, whatever.
I did watch it.
But one of the ones that was on pretty regularly was the coin show.
Yes.
And they have a dealer who specifically would do that show. And they'd been doing it for years, literally decades. And what would happen is he put together these lots.
Those rare
these
coins. Yes, I know.
Yeah. But the thing is, the point though, is that it succeeded over many years because they've been doing it for years and years and years and years and years. Because the guy understood that he needed to mix up his rotation. He'd come up with different stuff, different themes, different whatever. But the point is, the show was themed. Every episode, like it was the coin show, yes, but he'd be like, all right, on this show, we're going to do this thing. And we're going to do a bunch of bills this time around, or we're going to do silver dollars, or we're going to do whatever. And they would keep rotating it around. That was the Shop at Home network. It would be like, it wasn't just random shit. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to go here. We're going to go.
It was
like bulk it into pieces and be like, we're going to do wax for the next 45 minutes or whatever. And that's how you
random stuff in between. They would bring up the
sure.
next, here's some purses, here's some whatever, clothing, shoes.
but you would still have blocks. You'd still have these stretches of time that would have. If you tuned in during this block, you had a pretty good idea the kind of stuff you would see. So as the buyer, you could be like, all right, if I'm interested in this, all right, I'll just stay tuned in and I'll dial it up and whatever. With the internet age, we don't need that. You can click a button or do whatever. But the problem with the whole live selling model is that, oh, you can see what the next cards are. Yeah, okay, so 8 cards from now is something I might be interested in. So I gotta just sit here and wait until you get through the other 7, and then this is stupid. It's a waste of my time.
Yeah, just to buy something that you don't need anyways.
But as I say though, like all of the stuff collecting wise, we don't need any of it. My point though is it's not a good shopping experience. Here's my point. Even if it's a card that fits into your collection, something you would actually like, the fact that I have to wait, but I got to do 6, 7 other items before we get to this item. Put it on fucking eBay and hit buy it now so I can just buy the damn thing and be done with it.
But if you call, you might get in contact with the host. They bring the odd caller in, and hey,
they would.
That's something.
That was part of the entertainment value of the shop at home model, the real shop at home model.
Oh yeah,
not this knockoff version. But that was the problem.
Yep.
So I've had cards at Comsy for 2 years. Like they have a box with my name on it just sitting there. Crazy to think that they have to move every time a card sells. Yeah, they have to pick it. There's some weird thing. That's the reason why they talk about the machine and all the nonsense.
It's a shit show. It's got to be a shit show in there. Like, oh, that guy's that's been sitting there for 5 years. You mean with those other 8,000 boxes?
Well,
yeah.
The problem, Bobby, is that right now they're picking a package for me to ship. The problem is at some point somebody's going to be knocking on Eric's door and going, "Hey, can you give us the 4th Yannick box?" Why?
Yes.
Oh, a couple of Carlos's cards are in there. So you're Comsy. Why do you have them in Yannick's box? Look, we got it everywhere, man. we got. It's like behind the Reggie Lemon jersey. There's like 8 cards, and somebody needs those. Can you take it off the wall? We need to take it off.
Even I have stuff for Yannick. Holy crap!
It's crazy. It's crazy.
He's got stuff at your house too.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm gonna slap him.
Wrestling stuff though.
I got wrestling stuff here.
Oh, wow.
So I don't have anything for Yannick. Yannick sent me this.
Oh, there you go.
This is for me.
It's called
it's the overtime one. So it's the Brett Hall overtime from the Stanley Cup. So this was I think the craft cards.
Foot in the crease.
I don't see any crease there. I see no crease. But we do have a Medano cameo there. So it's kind of a fun card. So thank you, Yannick. I did record the video. It'll drop in the morning. So I just thought I would mention it before.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually looking for the note that Yannick wrote because I had it somewhere and I found it after the fact, but I didn't make the recording.
You got sticky notes too?
Yeah, he's got the sticky notes.
He really likes the purple sticky notes.
I don't got the sticky notes.
You don't get.
Oh, you got to get the sticky. Bobby, you got to get in on the sticky notes, man.
You got to get the purple sticky notes.
So Sean here says, Eric, what percentage of hockey cards to football cards to baseball cards to basketball cards sold in ShopBuy? So the breakdown, the ratio of the sports.
I mean, I can't give you the exact numbers, but hockey's last.
Really?
Hockey's last.
You have all these hockey stars there, and you don't. What?
Yeah, we do very well. Don't get me wrong. We sell memorabilia and hockey cards and stuff. We do well.
And you chase people down the aisles going, "Don't you want some hockey?"
Basketball is huge. The Celtics are doing very well. Basketball is huge with Wemby and things like that. People are still coming in all the time looking for Tom Brady stuff and Tom Brady rookie cards and cards of him and autograph cards and memorabilia from him. So if I had to say, I'd probably go basketball, football, baseball, hockey. In that order.
Well, hockey always gets 4th anyway. So yeah, that seems standard.
But we still do very well. We have multiple cases filled with the stuff, tons and tons of hockey in boxes, and tons of memorabilia.
No one's coming in for Bedard?
Yeah, no, they're flocking in. They've been flocking in for months, and we keep telling them it's like there isn't anything.
Oh,
but right now we're trying because we're friends with Nick Foligno.
Again, Bobby, this is like the lamest name drop. The name is because we're friends with Nick Foligno. Everybody who doesn't watch hockey is like, who the fuck is Nick Foligno?
Well, we're trying to get the question was about Bedard, and we don't have anything.
And you
got Nick Foligno.
So if we get Nick Foligno, we've been asking Nick to get us things signed by Connor Bedard. So we'd have Bedard stuff in the store.
Yes.
That is the goal. We also are friends with Paul Coffey, as you know, because I've talked to you guys about Paul in the past. And we're hoping
lots of
Paul,
Pauls, man. We got several Pauls.
we're hoping Paul Coffey can get us Connor McDavid stuff. So we're trying.
Connor McDavid, that's the Paul V guy. Paul V is the one with all the Connor McDavid stuff.
Yeah, not Paul. No, Coffee. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, he's over there. Paul V is the one who, like, he's got lots of Connor McDavid stuff.
The Oilers were in town the other day and beat us with, tied the game with a minute left and then beat us in overtime. McDavid just said, okay, I'm ready to play now, and embarrassed us. But that the day before, Phil went out to lunch with Paul and kind of put the bug in his ear, like, hey, we'd love to be able to get some Connor McDavid stuff if he can get a couple of things signed and send my way. So the bug's been put in Paul Coffey's ear.
Now, sorry, I do want to make sure I correct, because we do have multiple Pauls. Paul V is Mod Paul. Paul C is the Connor McDavid one.
Yeah,
Right.
Paul C.
We gotta make sure we got the initial right. Paul C for the Connor McDavid.
Yeah,
Paul C. So let me make sure we read this. Curry, Dionne, Eric, just admit you're a Kings fan. Facts. He's wearing a Kings hat.
I'm also friends with Charlie and Dave. All right.
From the bench here. Good evening.
What's the matter
Hope the
me?
stream's going good. It's going well. By the way, if you guys are interested, you can check out From the Bench. Is one of the folks doing. A lot of folks have been doing the breaks for it, but I believe he's breaking a case and going through the process of breaking them as well. And you can have some fun. It's kind of enjoyable. I do enjoy also, he's got the Slab Sharks thing going on with the card ladder thing. So he's got the on-screen overlays. So as the cards come in, he's got like the card ladder prices. I'll give him credit because I actually like the production value of actually having that in the corner. So as the card gets pulled, you got like the little price thing. But again, a lot of folks are doing the breaks, but if you want to check it out, he is opening a case. And I think he's going to be doing a retail case as well. So if you want to check it out, you can check out From the Bench. Excellent. If you are interested in such hockey breaking content. Carlisle said, Compsy with 10 extra volume if they were located in Atlanta. I knew I could rely on you, Carlisle. I knew I could rely on you.
Yep.
Does Eric want Russell Wilson on the Patriots? You want some Russell Wilson?
No. I want Mac Jones.
But you literally wrote "Let's Ride." I thought that was a subliminal message about Russell Wilson.
No, that was just someone to go mountain biking with me. With them, my mother.
Russell Wilson might go mountain biking with you.
If Russell Wilson will go mountain biking with me, then I'm all about it. But my mother told me
she's your new friend,
tires, so I can't.
That was a Canadian band that sang that. Doc Flair.
I don't say.
Let's ride. People on the no.
I don't know about that one.
They will.
You talking about the rap song?
Yes.
I think I know the one you're talking about, but I don't remember who did it.
It's Chuck Flair. Yeah, it was a Canadian band. They got it Toronto.
Okay. Yeah, that does ring a bell now. Zach says, is knowing this Nick guy a flex? He thinks it is. Thinks it is.
I used to flex years ago on the rare occasion I'd meet somebody, but
now after multiple injuries.
Now that I am so entwined
$6 million man
with all of these hockey players from past and present, and they all consider me a dear friend, of course. Why
does he always make it weird?
Why
does he always make it weird?
I don't need to flex anymore because it's just part of my life. I'm just telling you about my day. Okay. Now, when I was younger and I meet someone, I'd try to work it into conversations and all that. But, now it's just, I'm just telling you about my day.
Bobby, I had to be Flexi McFlexerson over there. I remember once upon a time, young impressionable Eric, who sat there like at the behest. He literally came on bended knee once upon a time showing deference to the bro. Once upon a time, like he knew no one. No one knew who he was. Now he's like, he thinks he's Mr. Big Shot. Mr. Creepy Little Man who's like, oh, I know Nick Foligno. Oh, Marcel Dionne hasn't sent security on me in like weeks. We're good. We're best friends now. We're good. It's like we're best buddies. It's like, listen, at a certain point, it's not even Stockholm syndrome. It's more like, you know what? It is going to cost me billions of dollars. I'm going to need all the Connor Bedards to be able to afford the round-the-clock security to keep this sick freak away from me, I may as well just play along and hope he goes away on his own.
Maybe. Might be the best. Avoid talking. Just silent treatment. No Toronto. Sorry. Not allowed past the border.
I just think it's very funny because when I think of the flexing, it's like I'm thinking of you trying to do like and then all of a sudden, but now the problem is your advanced age is just like
if I actually flex the muscle, it would pull or tear or something or become detached, and I need another surgery. So I don't do that anymore.
Oh, you just do the mental flex. You got it.
That gives me a headache. I try not to do that.
You don't know who I know. I know you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you've met more people than I have now.
I doubt it, man.
I doubt it too.
He just randomly stalks people up and down aisles.
Yeah.
The problem, what I enjoy about this is that's the reason why I gave a little story about.
I'll never be the Burrell.
I forgot.
The problem is when you come to the Canada, it's like, yeah, so I was talking about it. Yeah, they're literally everywhere, dude.
It's kind of funny. I was looking at the stats of something in 1973 of one team. I can't remember the team now, and it tells you all the country they're from on one of the sites there, hockey, whatever it is, and they were all Canadian except for one American. It's kind of funny how it was back in the 70s. Actually, it was 73, I think, something like that. I was going, holy shoot! And then I went to a couple other teams. I went, wow, yeah, like it was like 80% Canadian. Now with Eric, it's like 50-50.
Oh yeah, easily, no doubt. Yep, no problem. Absolutely. I enjoyed it, so I wanted to make sure that people had the chance if they wanted to check it out. No worries. Like I said, you guys can check out From the Bench if you want to watch some of the breaks. Right now, it is the hottest. What's that?
When is that happening?
He's already started. So there's already a couple of videos up on the channel. Like I said, he's opening a case, and then he's going to do a retail case. It's breaking up into pieces, which is the smart thing. It would take a while if you did too many boxes. I think he's doing like 2 boxes at a time, which I think is fair. Then you can sit down, watch a couple of boxes, and then watch the next video later, and there you go. I think it's fair.
Keeps people coming back, so it's good for content and views.
Yeah, it breaks it. Look, people right now, people are interested. So if you're gonna do it, now is the time. Box breaks, though, always have done well, Bobby. Like they really do. Look, I'll give you an example. And because I haven't been monitoring the channel as closely as I monitor my main channel, I'll actually give you guys a quick story. I'll read US Sports Cards comment here in a second, but I'll give you a quick story. So I had opened a ton of the AEW box. I already talked about that, but I only recorded a handful of box breaks. Because I don't really like doing too many box break videos. They're not my thing. But once in a while, I'll do a couple. I did record one where I pulled one of the one-of-ones. I had actually recorded one of them. I actually had the footage and everything. So I put the footage together and put the video up. I made the thumbnail. I made it look pretty nice and did everything with it. And I put it on that second channel. So not this channel. I put it over there on that channel. And it actually took off a little bit. It's actually like at 1,300 views now for that one box break on AEW. So you think it's like a more obscure, it's not exactly like, it's not the more popular brand or whatever, but people are still, they like seeing what happens, especially if you let them know this, hey, there's a one-of-one auto that's going to be pulled in this. And then they watch the video to see like the thing pulled, and there you go. But then now you take a product right now, a lot of people are watching what they're curious about. Some of them are just curious. Okay, you're opening a case. Okay, how many Bedards are you pulling? Are you going to pull any of the parallels? Is there anything else good in the product? They're just curious. They want to. And watching a YouTube video is free. You don't have to pay for it. So if it works out, great for them. If it doesn't work out, you get to enjoy the victory or the pain. Whatever's going to happen, you get to be observant. It didn't cost you a dime.
Fair enough.
So it's a good deal for those folks. US Sports Car says, do you think Fanatics has lived up to hype of bringing player experiences more into the hobby, or have you been underwhelmed by the overall performance and execution? Ooh, now underwhelmed. You broke up. The thing though is
underwhelmed in that area. Yes, they did.
That's the key though. You combine two things. I'm underwhelmed in their performance and execution of the products. The bringing the player experiences, they literally got Tom Brady to be out there for a box break of whatever bullshit product they have. They've already done more in months than Topps did in 40 years. Yeah. Which it's a low bar, but the point is just by having actual athletes attend things, be in things, create content with them. One of the guys was literally in disguise, went to a card show and they did a piece of content where he went around asking for his own card. And
Smart.
that was for their YouTube and for their Instagram and for all that stuff. Like you're using these athletes, you're
That's good.
leveraging them
Yeah.
to create some, and that's advertising for you. You
What
did that Tom Brady commercial where if he had been at
That's
Montreal
what
Expo,
I was heading to. The Tom Brady cards, with the Expo cards, the commercial was so well done. Plus, they got other superstars in the past,
and they got OG Expos.
Yeah, right. So I mean, they spared nothing. They went all out for that commercial and that advertising campaign. So far, the only thing I've seen them screw up is the stamp on the cards. Right? They said, "Hey, we got these first day issue cards, and we're going to stamp them," and then we didn't.
Yeah, that's pretty big, but
it is.
They've had a couple though. That's not it's not hardly the only one.
That's just what's coming to my mind.
Yeah,
that's
they've had a run. They've had a run of issues where they have struggled to actually. And there was another one, but funny thing is they're not alone. Like Panini and their Prism Basketball has a thing where a lot of folks aren't getting, like, it's not guaranteed per box, but the expectation is about 2 autographs, and this is $1,000 box. So over the course of the print run, you should get about 2 autographs, and a lot of people are getting 1 autograph or 0 autograph. There's a guy who opened a case and got 0 autographs or half the autographs they should have gotten.
That's not good.
Again, we talk about mitigating the risk over the course of a case. Over the course of a case, it should even out. That's the point.
Yeah.
The point is in mitigating it by making it more. A box or two random stuff happens, but when it's happening frequently, when somebody opens a case or cases and the ratios are way off and weird stuff is going on, like, not good. It's like one mistake after another mistake. So
yeah,
I'm taking this in 2 parts. Do I think Fanatics live up to the hype of bringing player experiences into the hobby? Yes. They've already done way more for actually introducing players and integrating them into the advertising and into events and whatever than their predecessors ever have. But am I underwhelmed with their overall performance execution? Yes. Also yes. So yes and yes, but 2 different angles. The product execution, tons of mistakes. Performance, not great. Are they incorporating the athletes into their advertising and into events? Yeah, they are. That 100% is happening. So both those things can be true. Eric could never fess up to it, but I would love to see his collection of restraining orders against him stacked to the sky.
Yeah,
I have 3-ring binders just filled with them.
BCW.
You can't take a joke. What are you gonna do?
They've been underwhelmed by Fanatics. There you go. Refractor Jones says, I can't say they've continued to fail to take advantage of the so-called 10X in the hobby. In order to do that, you need to draw new hobbyists. They missed the boat here, big here in Vegas. You guys know that Michael Rubin could have said 5,000X. The number doesn't mean anything.
No.
There's never been a baseline. And like literally he just says stuff just to see how people, even if they never meet 10X, the problem is if you pick the right baseline, you could have already 10X and then gone back.
Yeah, true enough.
Like
Back in the time when they said it.
The problem is when you say these things, your follow-up question would be, okay, based on what? What was the baseline? Because depending on the answer to that question, then you can determine if they succeeded or not. Yeah. So the truth is, who cares? Even if 10xing is this silly number that doesn't mean anything. Who cares about 10xing? Their job is to make money.
Everybody at that time did, though.
But the thing, Bobby, during the boom, we did 10x. During the boom, we literally 10x. We more than 10x.
They said it's after the 10x, but yes.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, if you use the baseline of just before the boom, you crush that. You bring the mission accomplished banner.
Yeah,
take it out, dust it off, and mark it down. You already won. Yeah. But it doesn't mean anything outside of that. But everybody harps on the number. It's like if you're Michael Rubin, you're laughing your head off because it's like, oh,
they really went for it.
Yeah. So here you go. Let's face it, Fanatics bought at the top. What did they buy?
They bought at the top. That's true. I believe that 100%. I don't think
but Bobby,
they saw what
the company that is making the product, the leagues and the players have equity. What did they buy? If you bought a company for $5 million, but you put in $10 of your own cash, what did you buy? You have $10 in it. You didn't buy at the top. It's $5 million valuation. The rest is stock.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't spend $5 million. everybody automatically assumes they like gave him a bag of cash. They did, but how big is this bag of cash relative to the value of the deal? Because if they gave them mostly stock and the stock's worthless, well, then you really bought for nothing. I gave you nothing, and and you took it. What was the deal they actually got? Everybody always forgets the equity part, because the equity is a big part of the reason the leagues and the Players Association agreed to it so readily is they get equity in this company that is producing these cards. So what percentage is the equity versus cash? How much cash did you actually get versus equity? Because Facebook and a lot of these places did that early on. They offered a lot of folks, it's like, well, I'm not going to give you much money, but I'll give you stock.
Mm-hmm.
And if the company succeeds, then you'll do great. But if they don't, then you got worthless stock.
Yes.
So in reality, you didn't give them any money at all. But maybe if it works for you down the road, but it's not a guarantee. It's kind of an IOU. You didn't really pay out the cash though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm whelmed. I love good old whelmed. If you had a box of Series 2 out in a case that's already been pulled to Bedard Young Guns, what would you do? So, okay, here we go. If you had a box of Series 2 out of a case that had already pulled a Bedard Young Guns, what would you do with it? I know because my buddy pulled a Young Gun. Well, Eric would have sold it to someone else.
Sold it on eBay.
Gone. Your likelihood is if it's out of the same case, your likelihood is you're probably not getting there are going to be cases that are going to have the second Bedard. There will be some, but it's not going to be. It'll over the course of enough cases, it averages out. Like I said, about 1.5, but most cases will have one.
So how long will this distribution last of this Series 2 is the question. And then add to that question, really, when is the thing going to be pulled, the card? And what if somebody, like I said, puts that box away, puts a case away or 10 cases away, looking to wait down the road? It may never be pulled. It's a great deal, honestly. Mm-hmm. Just having that $10 million offer is just like, it's golden for them for this issue. And then there's nothing else in the box, like you're saying. It's like, man.
Well, I put out either as it was on our podcast or on the AMG one. I just said, if we tinfoil hat this thing, if you're going to rig it, you're going to hold back that one. Even if you know exactly where the 1 of 1 is, you're going to be like, you will leave it in that box for the next 2 months.
You would have to, otherwise,
or you would wait for a big event.
Week,
you would wait for a moment.
Yeah.
You would not pull it immediately. No way. No. You would wait.
Because then the justification of the boxes being 300 would go down to 100, 150.
Yeah. Or Bobby, if you want to try to max out like the impact of it, whatever, like I said, if you're going to rig it, I would have it pulled at the expo.
It is rigged.
Then you can push that into April. You can push it in April.
That'd be something.
That'd be like the perfect push it into April. Like right now
booth.
We're in March. The expo isn't until the late April.
Yeah.
That'd be great. You already got a nice big runway, and then all of a sudden it gets pulled, and all of a sudden like you get some headlines again. Boom, there you go. Take your time.
Yep.
There again, if you can control it to that degree, and you are going to control it to that degree, then you wait for a good opportunity for the card to be revealed. What better place that we joked about it, but we said, what better place than if somebody pulled it at the expo on a live break on the show floor?
Oh yeah.
And the monster card gets pulled, right? Oh my God, everybody freak. You got the crowd, you got the thing, you got a live. It'd be pretty good, right?
Oh yeah.
If you're gonna go that route, like get your maximum impact out, get your biggest bang for your buck.
Well, let's put odds on that. How much do you think it's gonna percentage wise what would happen? Do you think there's a 10% chance or 50%? What?
I'd be like 10%. I wouldn't go too high.
No, I wouldn't.
They would also assume they would be able to correctly monitor it and make sure to direct it in the right spot. Like, I'm not giving them that much credit. I'm not giving them that much credit.
Right? What are you going to do?
Yeah. So
I forgot the 101s, but where'd that box go?
Yeah. It's like you were supposed to. It's like it turns out they hired the guy who got fired after the influencer debacle.
Yes. And he's the guy.
Can you keep track of anything? One job, Johnny. One job.
Yep.
Refractor says they had a great shot of bringing in the general public and hobby. They worry about white parties and who's who of lobbying entertainers to be spokesmen, but again, not bringing new hobbyists in. You're not going to bring new hobbyists in though. Like, so I'll be serious here for a second.
Yeah.
I want you guys to remember something very important. There is no incentive for new hobbyists to come in. There's nothing. I'm going to say this on a live stream about sports cards.
There will be. There
is no draw here.
There's a caveat to that, but anyways, yeah, go ahead.
There is no draw here. I wouldn't invite anybody. Like, if they ask me something, now do something else. If you have no interest in it to begin with, why on earth would you? The only reason you get in is money. The new hobbyists you brought in, it has to be money. There's no other reason to come in here. Sorry.
There is if you want to recapture your youth and want to collect vintage. That's it.
Sure, but that's it. You have to have an underpinning. You have to have something to anchor you to the thing in the first place. Yep. Otherwise, we follow Eric's advice, and Eric already said, fuck them kids.
Yeah, he did.
He basically told him to screw off already. Like, he told him to go screw.
I did.
Done.
Here's your cheap cards. See you later.
Yeah, get out of here, peasants.
Around with $100,000 in your goddamn Pelican cases, and you're 15 years old, and you're walking around to table. Want to trade? Want to trade? Want to trade?
And then Eric got mad and whacked him with his own Pelican case. Like, it was terrible.
Whacked him with his cane.
It was a tragedy.
That's right.
A tragedy.
And I don't use a cane, Bobby. I use a walker. Thank you.
Ooh, I don't know which is worse.
Well, the walker allows me. It's like a rollator, actually. It lets me sit down.
It lets you sit down.
Right, so I can walk.
Just get a Pope Mobile, you peasant.
So
I'd rather have the cane.
No, it's a roll.
That means you have less issues,
and
you can hit old kids with those. Yeah.
Refractor says, Anderson, Carlos. He's very much a get off your lawn guy. I'm using the 10X as criticism because it's more about his boys and actual hobby. So am I. I'm not here to defend the hobby. That isn't my job. Like, sorry. I collect what I collect for my reasons. If someone else wants to for their reasons, I think that's great. And I encourage that. But like, I don't give a crap about the hobby. I always enjoy so many people are so worried and up in arms about the hobby. I don't give a fuck about the hobby. I care about my hobby. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it begins and ends. But if you're in the industry and you care about the ecosystem and everything, well, then that's fine. But if you're fanatics and those guys, like, your job isn't 10 years from now. Like, look, you can say it's 10 years. It's not 10 years from now. Your job is the next couple of years. You acquire enough assets, and then you go public again. And if you make enough money from that, then you walk the fuck away and you laugh and you move on. And whatever happens, happens. It's not your problem. That's business.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the job.
Yeah. Collecting is a selfish thing. Everybody doesn't realize that, but it is very selfish.
100%.
I want to have this card. You want that Medano card more than the other guy. First. I want first kick. I want it first. Doesn't matter what kind of collector you are. You can bow your head and say, yeah, you can take that. But if you find something rare to show and the other guy wants it, you're going to go, I love this thing. I'm keeping it.
Eric, for legal purposes, can't even admit what he's done for Reggie Lemon M&M cards.
Oh.
He killed a man, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
There were other collectors of that player once upon a time.
Yeah.
Not anymore. It's Highlander rules.
Not anymore. There can be only one.
Yeah, they were knocked out of the hobby because of costs. Dirt nap!
It's more like they were unalived.
Yeah.
It happened. Dave says, we know what they bought. We know when they bought. So I think it's fair to measure 10X or 1X or 5 years from down the road. No, but Dave, that's the best part. When you come up with the number and no one ever checked you on what the actual baseline is, you get to make it up after the fact.
Yep.
I literally just finished reading a book on Enron. They literally spent the better part of a decade literally rewriting their own accounting every year just to make the numbers work. They kept changing the numbers back and forth and back. And everybody's like, can we do this? It's like, well, technically you could. That's the best kind of correct. Technically correct.
Technically.
And it worked until suddenly it didn't. And they're like, you actually don't have any money? We never did.
No.
What do you mean? It's like, well, I have money because I got a bonus.
Yes.
The company didn't actually have that cash. It never did.
No.
But we can make it look like whatever we want. We can make the number, a good accountant can make the numbers dance. So if you want the 10X, look, if Michael Rubin picks up the phone and calls his accountant, he can make it 100X. He 100X the hobby. You already did it. Success, you guys. Like, I don't even know what you're talking. He 10X the 10X. He even went first. Yeah, like, winner. If you pick the right metric and the right baseline, you 1000X'd.
Yes.
Don't even worry about it.
Does that mean my Johnny Pearson rookie card's now 1,000 times more?
It's like it's up to at least $150. It's up to at least $150.
I wonder what this is going for. I don't have an app to look that up.
No, you don't.
Shame.
Because
looking for?
what I hear, there's an app you can look up vintage hockey cards and see what their
What card is that?
is and stuff. I have to just go on the eBays and look at it, I guess.
What
You,
card
you know
is
what
that?
the best part, Eric? You could probably use the PSA app and literally scroll to the bottom and give you the auction results. They're actually on there.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
They are. They actually are.
What
They're
card?
not the newest, the latest, and greatest, but there are a few on there that would work. Paul says, feel the same way would offer shit cards and Verisol for trade. It's just stock. Yes. If you got, for Paul, it's more of a lower cost basis. That's kind of the metric he would use for that. He got the cards cheap enough that it's like, it doesn't matter what the book value is. He got it for 5 cents.
That's right.
So that's the important part. So that's why I say like that, the analogy. So the reason why the analogy, the Fanatics deal, when they got in with the leagues, nobody asked the question. I don't care if the deal is for 100 million, 100 trillion. How much was cash? How much was stock and equity? Because if enough of it was stock and equity, Fanatics is laughing because we gave nothing. And if it doesn't work, like you guys literally got nothing. We gave you 50 cents and we and whatever money we make, we pocketed. And then, you got equity in the company.
Yeah. We gave you shares that we got for free.
It's exposure joke from earlier over again. Yeah, but it's a great exposure. It's like exposure isn't going to pay my rent.
No.
Fractor says, as you can tell, I'm not a Ruben fan. Not that it matters, but I truly want a new hobbyist. I truly want new hobbyists in our space. That's fair. I think you're gonna have a tough time though. Like there is the cards are not cool to people who are not already involved in them. If you don't have the nostalgia, it's not interesting. If I was a kid right now and I had not, I don't care if I'm watching the sport. I'm not collecting fucking cardboard. Sorry. Good day.
I don't think they can afford to collect them. That's the problem.
Bobby, my parents could be rich. I still don't want the cardboard. Who cares? Why if I'm a kid and I've never collected cardboard and there's no reason for me to, I'm playing video games and doing other stuff.
Sure.
I don't need the cardboard. Oh. And if I don't collect it as a kid, I'm sure as hell not doing it as an adult. There's no connection there.
There'll be something, but not much.
Yeah. So James says kids want Pokemon. I think there will be the nostalgia arc for the Pokemon. They've got that because there's still products available. There is still things that they can buy today. They can play the game, and then they get tired of the game. They can collect the cards and put in their binder and whatever. So there's still that aspect. So in 20 or 30 years, when the cheese string 'em on finally reaches its day, in 20 years, that cheese string 'em on will have its day.
Oh,
I'm telling you. Eric is that jackass who brings a wagon to card shows. True.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, listen. Hold on, Paul. Just hold on. I am a jackass at card shows for much greater reasons than that. Okay? Watch yourself.
You tell them.
I did.
Fractor says the anchor is the Super Bowl. If they are a fan of the game, why can't they be a fan of the cards? It's not mutually exclusive, but they're not necessary anymore to the degree they were. Like I said, there's a generation of folks. I say this as somebody who has been in the hobby for the amount of time that I've been in for, what is it now? 34 years. If I hadn't started collecting cards, I wouldn't collect cards.
That's Thursday. Shut up.
Yeah. If I hadn't started collecting cards, I wouldn't collect them today. It's literally a waste of time and money. I enjoy the waste of time and money, but I also accept it's a waste of time and money. As long as you do that, I think you're fine. You know what you're getting into. You're not lying to yourself. Just tell yourself the truth, and you're already in a better place than 99.9% of people. But no, this is foolishness. Why on earth would you do this to yourself on purpose?
Makes no sense.
If they could only tie football cards to fantasy football, that'd be a good way you could play it. Fantasy football is taking off. So it's a good idea. Maybe parallels the player, you get double points certain week. There you go. I like it, boys. Gamifying it. Collectors usually develop when they're young. Yes, that is correct. I agree. Either from parents or friends. Sometimes folks pick up hobbies when they're tired, but not too much in between. Yeah, it'd be very difficult if you weren't involved or at least interested in some way early on. It's tough to get that after the fact. Start that later. I ran a kids' floor hockey league, age 7 to 9. 4 or 5 of them collect hockey cards.
That's
At that age, I think that's fair.
That's awesome.
Eric definitely wears a fanny pack of card shows.
Okay, first of all,
it's a merce.
I wear that sling bag on the door when I go to card shows.
Sling bag.
Okay.
Sling bag now.
Yes, the same one I had up in Toronto. I wear that bag. That's the bag I use when I go to shows. I wear the fanny pack when I mountain bike ride. So
there you go.
Luke Davis here says the video games actually have cards, so they might get into it. Yeah, like the digital digital cards, digital packs. I know some of the games have that, or e-cards become a thing. I think it might be more e-cards, honestly. If you're going to go that route, it'd be e-cards. I don't think the physical card would hold the appeal. It's kind of convenient having the electronic version if you're going to go that route. So actually, as we were chatting, I did get an offer accepted on eBay. So anyway, you were ready to watch me incinerate some more money? I like incinerated money. It's a fun thing for me to do. So I've talked about how Leaf has some nice combinations of different autograph, so different combinations here. So this one is a 6 signature combo here from their ultimate thing. So you got Modano, Luc Robitaille, and Lindros on the front. So not bad. And then here on the back, you got Dougie, you got Dino Ciccarelli, and you got John Leclerc. So that's the 6 signatures they put together there, front and back.
That's a good 6.
It's a pretty good combo. What's interesting though is they went with Calgary Dougie. I'm surprised they didn't go Maple Leafs Dougie. Like obviously you don't have logos and whatever, but you can see the uniform color or whatever. But they went with Calgary Flames Doug Gilmour. I'm surprised at that. But hey, whatever, fair enough. So the other players are mostly with the teams they're associated with. Yeah, you got Modano Dallas, you got Luc Robitaille LA Kings, and Lindros and Flyers. So nice. And at least they kept it on more or less on the sticker. So I appreciate that most of these players seem to have kept. Sometimes they struggle with that though. Some of the players do.
Oh yeah.
Most of these guys seem to have done okay. Gilmore's good. Ciccarelli's all right. Getting close to cutting off the top there. Jean Leclerc. But I like it. I was able to make an offer and I'm happy with it. So I'll add that one to my autograph section of the PC.
Yeah, that one's good.
Money down the tubes. Incinerated.
Yep. Never to be seen again.
Ne'er to be seen again. US Sportscast says the hobby reminds me of Taylor Swift. Ooh, analogies to Taylor Swift. We're getting all excited now. If you aren't a fan yet, you probably will never be a fan of it either. That's fair. But that's why I say, like, it's true, though. You will not, if you did not at least give some exposure to the kids early on for that, and they had some interest, it's not coming later. Like, unless their interest is in the money they can make flipping the cards. There's a lot of kids at the card shows today. Oh, man, they know so much about. Yes. They know so much about the hobby because they learned that you could make money selling it to these idiots that'll buy this stupid cardboard and pay money for it.
Yeah, I still go into shows and young kids, which I listen. I'm not bad mouthing them because I think it's great that they're
it's entrepreneurial. I have zero judgment about that.
That's what I was going to say. I think it's the balls. I think it's fantastic. And one of the things we complain about kids nowadays is that they're always in their phones or playing video games and they're not interpersonal anymore and they can't have a conversation or look someone in the eyes. These kids are going to shows and being entrepreneurial and looking at a guy in the eyes and saying, are you buying? Are you trading? And then the guy will say yes or no. And the kid has to either take rejection or sit there and make a deal with somebody. So I see it as really, really positive. For whatever reason, got these kids in the door. They're doing a hell of a lot more with their life at 12 years old than the 12-year-old who never leaves their bedroom because they're either, on the computer, the phone, or playing video games. So I think it's great. I love seeing the kids at shows, doing this. Is it a little bit of a pain in the ass sometimes when you're sitting there looking and the kid just kind of barges in because they're a kid and they don't know any better and they're only focused on one thing and they still got a little bit to learn about life and barges in. Hi, are you trading? Do you trade? They're working on it. They're trying to figure out.
Bobby, you see how we went down the path there? We started off so #wholesome, and then Eric is moving dangerous back close to fuck them kids.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got his cane out. It's almost.
He's like,
no. I like the kids who are doing what I said. The ones who come and drop $100,000 on the table and kind of move you out of their way. That's what I'm like. Screw you, little bastard.
That's how you lost your hip.
That's right.
There you go. Blame the bloody kids.
I said, I lied and said it was from a mountain bike crash that destroyed my hip, but it's really little bastards hip checked me in front of a card table.
And then put the boots to you after you hit the ground.
That's right.
Dozens of them at a time. Just putting boots to you.
Dropped their Pelican case with all those damn slabs in it. It broke me.
I'd pay for that. Pay to see that.
Oh yeah. See, Geoff, you could air that as your commercial break during we would watch that shit. Totally.
I
Watch.
think
10x
technically,
views.
I think next Thursday I'm eligible for AARP. So, if they beat me up anymore, I think it's abusing the elderly.
AARP, what's that in the States? Is that?
Yeah, it's like an old person retirement stuff. You get deals and you get a monthly magazine telling
At
them.
50? At 50?
I think at 50 you get AARP stuff. So.
Bobby, at the rate that Eric's going, like 51 might be a stretch. So like he's got to get what he can get while he can.
Yeah, I guess so.
Physically, I'm like
it's 60
70
here.
So
60
I
or
beat
65.
myself up so much I can't even crouch. My knees creak and burn if I try to crouch for too long. So me becoming a catcher in the major leagues is that dream is done also.
Wow.
Well,
I also can't catch, throw, or hit. So I hate baseball. So that's another reason. But mostly the knees.
I see. Frank Joe says, that's true. I'll give you that, Carlos. I'm 50 and 42 years collecting. I don't think I could exist in the current hobby. I don't see kids being able to collect the way they have. Yeah. If you go back to that, if you go back to that time period, it's a completely different structure. It's not the same.
Well, the reason why people get into collecting is recapturing a little bit of their youth. And if they don't have it in their youth, then, it's not like the packs are sold at stores, on the countertops anymore. They're just not even there.
Yeah. Well, look, the example I gave a second ago about the burning money and everything, that wasn't available when I was a kid. Like I literally purchased, the way I purchased that card was it was on eBay. They had it at a price. It was buy it now, best offer. I made an offer. I did that earlier today. During the course of the time we've been here, they accepted the offer. But it's eBay already with the setup and everything. It's auto pay. So when they accepted,
I know, I hate that.
It got paid and they have the address information and everything. The transaction all happened while I was sitting here talking to you guys. So this is not the ye old, I go to the card shop, I flip through binders, or I go through the box or do it. This is not that is going to get shipped, and that's going to get shipped over to Arizona, and then from Arizona it's going to get shipped over to me. This is not the way I was doing it in 1995.
Can you explain to Yannick how that's done? It didn't have to stop at my house.
Well, if he sends it to you, you're a peasant. So basically he can do that now. I pay for this service in question. So Yannick basically gets ship my card for free. So ship my Eric is free.
That's
pretty great.
I know.
It's a good deal. I cannot blame Yannick.
I did one of those today where I made an offer on a comic book and they took it and I didn't even know. I didn't check my phone. I'm sitting there going, geez, I didn't get any offer back. But then you look at your email. It's like, oh, paid, shipped. So, oh, okay. Surprise. And then they just take it out of, you actually tell them when you're making the offer, it goes to that point that it tells you how do you want to pay. You want to pay with your credit card or you want to PayPal or whatever. So if you don't set those perimeters, it'll pay the wrong way too.
True. I think with the way they set it up now is you can pick which payment method you want to do ahead of time.
Before you do the offer. It's all
when you're making when you're making the offer. So I already had it preset, and as soon as they accepted, it just went with the terms that I had already set up. So we were good. Easy. So move it here. Hopefully Dino has pants on, preferring the card. So important distinctions. David says Refractive hit the nail on the head. He agrees with you. I like Paul's comment here. I buy acetate. These cardboard peasants are trash. You had me at cardboard peasants. Big fan. You don't look. These are the things that I enjoy saying. Any excuse to say cardboard peasants. Y'all know.
Right.
Y'all know.
Yeah.
Favorite things. Get your Pelican case off my showcase. Beat them down.
You got that.
Eric should offer card show etiquette courses, virtual and in person. When I think of etiquette, I think of bougie Eric.
Yeah. And the first thing I'm going to teach everyone in my class is
we're here.
Name is incommunicado.
Wow. Incommunicado. Dang.
That's right.
Zach here says, screw the kids. Sign me up for 18 and over car show. See? Y'all are trying to tell me about saving the kids. I'm getting votes for get rid of the kids.
Yeah.
Boot the kids out. Ban them from the hobby forever.
They're all at the trade shows anyways.
It's true. It is true.
They don't buy cards.
They can hang with their own kind in their Pelican cases.
They tempt you with a KSA 3 Bobby or a 771. Hey, old guy, you want to trade that for that Connor Bedard you got right there?
Yeah.
But do they have the KSA with a new holder? Because that's
it would be the old one.
We gotta get the new holder, man. We gotta get the new holder. It's gonna be very exciting. Very
I
exciting.
do see there is some young kids that I know. Actually, I think we know one of them. they kind of edge their way up constantly, and they offer these cards out there. It's like a PSA 5 or something of some insert from 1972, and they have like $40. It's like, it's a 5. It's an insert. It's like,
Yeah.
I'll trade you this, and I see them listed all the time, and I sit there and go, who's like, how do you don't even know about cards? You just like, honestly, and how they make money and how they do stuff. I don't know. I question it. But they should stay away from the vintage cards and stay with the new cards, I think. I don't think they really know the vintage market very well, but they should. There's all the reports out there. So,
and there's an app, from what I understand.
No, there's not.
No?
Yeah, those are all allegations.
Yeah, you have
Scandalous,
to go to the
scandalous
Lancet to get
allegations.
the app.
There you go. I'm appreciating this long-standing war with you in Atlanta, Bobby. I'm appreciating it.
Yep.
On many levels.
It's my thing.
Yep. So I was going to say here, so kids can go hang out at Cards Excuse to stay out of the show. There you go. Now you send them somewhere. There you go.
Yeah.
So I was going to touch on this.
Cards HQ daycare.
It's basically what it becomes at that point. At least somebody will be in the store. So I got a little reminder here. So I actually got this on Instagram. So if there's anything else you guys want to touch on, we can hang out and chat for a little bit longer, and then we'll call it a night.
Yeah.
But I'll touch on this briefly. Go ahead.
Like cover that I hate name.
You did, yes.
Okay.
It was subtle. It was subtle, but I think we caught the gist. I think we got the gist.
I just wanted to make sure we covered that.
I was reminded of this, and I thought it was good. It was a good time to bring it up again, since apparently a refresher is in order. Because I have done this before and shown this before, but I'm gonna bring it up a second time, or maybe even a third time. But for the hell of it, we'll do it. Okay. So the message was related to our good friends at Kurt's Card Care being brought up again.
Oh.
There's a cycle, and then every now and then they get brought up again. And it was kind of the idea that the hobby has accepted them and whatever. It's been normalized a fair bit. That's the subtext.
Basically, it has.
It has. Here's the thing. I agree, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is that not only have I've literally proven this, but I did this multiple times on this live stream already, and my case is centered around this. It's centered around the Kurt's Card Care YouTube channel, and obviously they got a social media presence as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the point of this, the reason why I want to bring your attention to this again, just in case you weren't around the other times that I've mentioned it, I have mentioned multiple times, but in case you have not, this channel has over 11,000 subscribers, 11,000, and almost 300 videos. Not one, not two, 300 videos.
How many?
And
you need to show someone how to clean a car.
And the oldest videos are over 2 years old. And the Kurt's Card Care, our story from over 2 years ago, has 115,000 views.
Wow.
So the point that I'm making here, and a bunch of these cars have before or after, then they use the product, they take out wrinkles, they do all this stuff with this Kurt's Card Care thing. So if alteration bothers you, let's not act like no one has seen this. Let's not act like it's hidden in the shadows. The Tom Brady Kaboom football card cleaning demo. That's what the title of the video is. That's over 2 years old. It has 47,000 views. Plenty of people have seen this. Tens of thousands of people have literally seen these.
Yeah.
Vintage paper card care, edge and corner repair, 28,000 views. Michael Jordan fixing a corner and edges, 25,000 views. That was 10 months ago.
It's big money.
There's video after video after video right here.
So the question is, who's at fault? The guy who's putting out the content, or the 28,000 people who are watching it and following along and doing what he's doing, and then sending him cards and money to fix their stuff? So who's at fault?
The real question is it a bad thing or a good thing? Does it matter? If you're fixing,
I'm always in the camp of it doesn't matter, but the only reason I wanted to make sure that I brought this up, and we can debate and discuss it in the chat, please, by all means, give feedback.
It's been going on.
Happy to hear
It's been going on since the 70s, 80s. Everybody's done something to a card. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's out there, and you're never going to be able to tell.
It's been there for a while. It's been there for a while.
Able to tell. It's sort of like a wax pack. Once it's in a PSA holder, not a wax pack, but I'm just saying, a card. What do you know? How will you ever tell? You'll never tell unless it's been colored or trimmed. Those are the only two things that are big no-nos. Everything else, you'll never tell. So why even concern yourself with it? It's been going on forever. So
somebody just sent me a video from him the other day, and they were all outraged and everything. And it was because they cracked a card that was a 6 and they did their little thing to it and supposedly sent it in, and it came back a 10.
Good for them.
So, and yeah, it's like, well,
What are you gonna
again,
do?
you gonna blame this guy, or are you gonna blame the people who are doing it? I mean,
Well, I think the answer is you can't blame them. Look at the money difference that people
Right.
can make, and how are you going to stop that? Look at what Carlos said about the amount of views.
Yeah.
It's
Well, Bobby,
unbelievable.
we went to the CSC show and we laughed once upon a time. We walked by a table. What was on the table?
Yeah.
Kurt's Card Care.
Right there.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is just because it was brought to my attention earlier today, actually, and apparently I wasn't the one who was bringing up the discussion, but apparently it was brought up in videos, and I was like, okay, fine. So it's been 6 months, I guess, or it's been a year, and I guess somebody caught on to this again. So so I say, okay, so I will renew my going to the YouTube channel to make my point, and my point is just that it's been around a while. Lots of people have seen it. Literally, I have gone to card shows, and Bobby and I have been there and laughed.
Yeah,
we literally see these kits, and I have to, and I'll separate two concepts. I'm too lazy to do this shit. I don't care enough. It's not worth my time.
that's most of the people.
I cannot sit here and be like this and act in ignorance, like, oh my god, this is scandalous. Who would have? Yeah. It's been going on forever.
I'm surprised they let him in here.
Yeah, it's like I'm not shocked. I can't act, but I also can't act surprised. Both these things are true. Like, I'm not going to condone it. I'm not condoning it, but I also cannot act like, oh my god, oh, let me clutch my pearls and pretend, oh, but our hobby, our precious pure hobby. What precious pure hobby are you talking about?
This was going on at the expo with a guy that I know that through Clubhouse, Mr. Minty, where he had his own table set up.
Mr. Minty, that's right.
And people would either bring their cards, they'd crack them open there, or bring him raw cards. He'd do his thing to it. They'd pay his fee, and they'd run over and give the cards to Brad and come back with a high grade. So it was happening right at the expo, out in the open. I mean, it's not, the guy was unbelievably busy all, 4 days.
Yeah. But that is the point, Eric, is that, like, no, it's not hidden in the shadows. It's very much the opposite of hidden in the shadows. Like, it couldn't be more blatant.
I asked him, how's business? He goes, it's unbelievable. It's the best show I've ever had.
There you go.
Because they were going from his booth to Brad's.
Well, like Carlos was saying again too, it's really about the money. Like, that's all these kids are doing, is just doing this for money. And if they figure out a way that they can get around that and make more money, it's a great thing for them. How many people want to take that chance? Lots of them, obviously. They can't really affect the vintage cards too much. Although there's ways of doing it there, but Kurt's Card Care is mostly for anything probably 2,000 up, I would say.
I remember that, Bobby, you probably know more about this than me, which is not surprising, but I remember the first time I saw somebody take like a card like this, an old vintage valuable card, and all of a sudden put it in a container with liquid in it.
What kind of liquid? Just water?
It's chemicals to get like bubble gum off it, or get the stains out of it, or to wet it so then you can then flatten it and get the creases out. I've watched it done. With,
I don't know about chemicals.
Old cardboard cards, tobacco card. I watched it with tobacco cards, like the Honus Wagner type stuff. Like those things.
A T206, yes.
Yeah, those types of things. That it's in water, it's in liquid.
Yeah.
And the chemicals are pulling the stains out, and then they're able to flatten it, and then they're able to rub because it's wet, they're able to rub the creases up. And I'm just sitting there watching this going, who the hell said, I'm going to take this expensive card that's 100 years old and drop it in a dish filled with liquid and soak the thing through and then dry it out, and the thing's better?
You try it out on a $10 card.
Yeah, so that was one thing.
I never heard of such a thing. I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
Yeah.
And also, forgetting alteration for a second, there have been a lot of cases where folks find old cards and albums that were pasted in the albums. And what happens? They soak the album pages to separate the card from the from the actual, and you're talking cardboard and paper products and everything. But if you do it in the right way, now it's not a guarantee because sometimes it's stuck in such a way that it still ends up damaged, whatever. But there are times where you can literally get the card off, and the card itself, once it's dried and flattened and everything, the card looks good because the adhesive, whatever it was, wasn't so pervasive that it wrecked your ability to separate the two fibers of cardboard.
Yeah, so you really have what you have is horse glue from the 20s and 30s, and then it goes into more chemical glue later on, and then it's harder to separate. But I have no idea how they do it.
I mean, I get it done. It blows my mind. Why are you taking this card from 1902,
See?
putting it in?
I don't know.
Did I get another thumbs up?
Yes, you did. Right beside your head.
No idea. This is
As it was blowing your mind.
utterly ridiculous, and you need to make it stop.
Yep. So Dave here says, I have to disagree, Bobby. I know men deserve time for altering and selling stamps. So I'm going to make a point about this, but I'll
That's
finish
different.
reading the comment first. Yeah, it is. They were rightly charged with fraud. Doug Allen was charged with fraud over a rebuilt PP06 CO6 tank. There are always going to be edge cases where people get. The problem, Dave, is that we're in an age now where if you want to catch someone altering a card, just go to the card show and visit their booth
Basically,
where they sell the product. It has become so. Yes, people have been charged for fraud for these things before, but literally fraud is happening in open plain sight at this point. Like it's being done in such a way. And the problem is a lot of the folks that are doing it and talking about it and whatever, it's like
is
they're
it
just
fraud?
shrugging the shoulders.
Is it fraud though? Is it officially been fraud? You know, if you alter a card, I understand that part, but these people who are doing whatever else, if you can't tell, well, then what's the worry? As long as they didn't trim it or recolor it, or the major things that you have to really kind of watch for. And if it's in a holder, then why care?
The next time around Mr. Minty, I'm gonna pull up a chair and I'm gonna learn what he does. And
You learn his ways. He's going to be your sensei.
And it's not that I could and it's never that I could do it. It's not for me. But here we are having a conversation, and the three of us really don't know the details of what they're doing, how they're doing it, et cetera, et cetera. I guess you could probably go watch countless hours of Kurt Card Care videos and learn all that stuff. But I want to be able to sit there with somebody that will tell me the truth and answer any questions I have. So the next opportunity I have.
And what will you gain from that?
Say what?
What will you gain from that?
He will have the nicest Reggie Lemon
the next time we have it.
What's that?
The only thing I want to do is be able to add to this conversation the next time we have it and have that knowledge of what is being done in this hobby and to these cards, because I don't fully understand it.
And Black Label.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know? We've all seen it. What Kurt does with newer cards is a different game. What they do with vintage cards, another different game.
Yep.
Like I said, beyond recoloring, trimming, everything else is basically you can never tell. So you're walking in the rain with your card, and you kind of want to keep your head dry. So you put your card in, the card gets wet. All of a sudden, you put it between two pieces of glass with a paper towel, and then leave it there for 3 days. And then all of a sudden you take it out and you go, hey, this is really nice. It's almost near mint now. Shit happens.
Yep. Makes sense. I'm just going through a lot of the comments. I know there's a lot of really good comments. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. But I just wanted to make sure we were able to have the conversation as we went along. I'll read this one real quick. So Kurt had a lot of vids of him soaking vintage cards. Yes, we were scrolling through a little bit.
That's the
it's a crazy one. So I don't remember. I think so. I think there is some kind of a chemical in the thing because I don't think it's just water.
I think it's
because what happens is in the videos he's showing the steps and processes and the stuff he's using and whatever. But people in the comment section will ask questions. He goes, "Wait, so you're just putting it in water?" And he claims that he has some kind of formula he put together. So there's probably some chemical.
Yeah, H2 O or something.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Probably is. Is it maybe spritz a little scented in there? Give it a little, add a little scent for ambiance.
Maybe. See, I
it's
disagree
like it's like ode to gum. Maybe if it's a vintage card, you can use the ode to gum.
any chemical is a no-no in my book.
Sure.
Any trimming, any pressing, any of those other things, no. But if they're cleaning the cards, that's fine. You want to
Yep.
soak them, get them off a scrapbook page, have at it. It doesn't matter. If you peel it off or you take it off with water, what is the difference? Honestly.
Mhm.
Really. Just the card got wet and the card didn't. So as long as you're not doing anything chemically or physically to the card that alters it, I think it's fine.
Well, that's what I want to learn. I want to know, what are they doing?
So you can get
they're
black
soaking it in
lemon
water
M&Ms.
for
I
vintage. The
understand.
new stuff, I don't know what they do. It's probably chemicals that they have. Some, I don't know, to get those creases. I have no idea about the new cards.
Yeah. It says Carlos is right. Now with 19th century cards have been soaked. Yeah, a lot of them were in albums, so that was a way to separate a lot of
Yes.
these things.
So,
It was just
Dave,
it.
what
made sense.
do you think they were being soaked in?
Water. Just plain.
I think the early
water.
ones were soaked in water predominantly. Yeah, especially like that one. In that era, you weren't trying to get too cute. The idea was to make the paper enough malleable. Look, I've said it before, kind of semi in jest, but it's not completely in jest. When people obsess over cardboard, remember the ethos of the YouTube channel and the live stream and everything is that we can talk about these things at length. We have experience talking about these things and different topics, but it's still cardboard at the end of the day. It's still cards. It's, it's what it is. But like the difference between a 52 mantle and a 52 common, if I strip out the top layer and bottom layer, the cardboard inside is almost identical. It's coming off the same sheets. There's very little differentiator, but because it says Mickey Mantle on the front and it says card 311 on the back, you want to pay millions of dollars or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
It's not that different chemically, physically matter than the common version right beside it on the sheet. It's not that different.
If they're just soaking it in water, warm water, 148.5 degrees. I mean, if it's that,
Babuzel, Eric is a method actor. He's got to
I think Bob forgets who he's talking to, because I did that for 20 years, and I understand them.
He's more of a Methodist actor.
Ooh. How about you? Is ethically it's not right to alter cards? Yes, but it's not even against the law. I think I think the key here. So let me put it this way. And Dave's going to have a question here that we're going to talk about here in a second. I don't really give a crap if people alter cards. If your question is it ethically right? Same as Hobby Champs' comment here. Is it ethically right? No, it's not. But I think the differentiator here, and this is important, it's not about ethics in this case. It really comes down to misrepresenting. The problem, it comes when you have been able to successfully take something that was in one condition, alter it to another. The alteration itself really isn't my issue. Where it becomes an issue is that then, because you've been able to make it look nicer, then you charge this premium and this person pays this premium. However, my counter to it is
that like you
maybe
wax
you,
your
the
car before
buyer,
you sell it.
What's that?
That like waxing your car before you sell it.
I think to a lesser degree, but I get your point. But here's kind of where I actually go with
Buffalo scratches out.
The person that I hold responsible for this transaction is still the buyer. The buyer can be like, oh, they misrepresented. The problem is you, the buyer, were willing to pay a premium because it was nicer. And this is the key point that I want to make here. This only exists because there is a financial incentive to improve the aesthetic. If you, the buyer, are like, I want a 54 Topps Hank Aaron, I will pay $500 for it. I will pay $500 for it if it's torn in half. I will pay $500 for it if it's mint. I will not pay 1 penny more. I don't care how much nicer it is. That is a reality. That's not the truth. But if that was true of everybody, if everybody just says $500 is the price, maximum, that's it. Not really much incentive to spend a bunch of time altering it, is it?
No.
But if I know that you can take a $500,000 card and make it a $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 card,
that's risky.
There's plenty of incentive to try, isn't there?
Yeah, but there's risky too, right?
Sure, but you make the in this case the reward. The greater the reward, the greater the multiplier on this condition scale. You've made it worthwhile for somebody to give it a shot and try.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're good at it, there you go. But like you, the buyer, still created the scenario that made it possible. Otherwise, if no one gave a crap, there's really not much incentive to do that. They'll move on to something else.
Well, I always said that, if you had a ding corner on your card and you just kind of pulled it out with your hand, did you alter it? Really? Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the degree of altering? If you soak it in water, what if you dropped it in a puddle? You know, like you can take all those technicalities and actually put them into real action here, saying, yeah, well, you know, kind of fell in a water puddle. What am I going to do? Not dry it, throw it away? Now, what if you dinged a card? So you actually hurt the card. You lessen the value. So taking that ding out is you're bringing back the value. Semantics? I don't know.
Well, I think the argument that a lot of folks use is they always go to like the fine art, and they talk about restoration versus
Sure.
So because you say like, oh well, this should not have been let. Do you leave the Mona Lisa to get damaged and broken down over time, or do you clean it? Do you fix, because you're altering something, you're touching up, but you're trying to restore what it was before, or trying to maintain it or keep it at a certain level.
Well, comics too, right?
Exactly.
Comics,
And that's another
press,
area
they
where the
erase
restoration
stuff.
is part of the business.
They take everything off of it, you know, and then they allow it, and then they get these 9.6s, and then it's like, oh yeah, shoot. Otherwise, it was a 5.5. So they're doing it there, and you think that they're not doing it with cards, then you're kidding yourself. Don't worry about it. It's what the graders are there to see, that it's not trimmed. They're there to see that's authentic and it hasn't been altered. And beyond that, you'll never be able to tell whatever else they did to it. And I don't think there's really chemicals. I don't believe in chemicals, but you'll never know unless they had some bleach or something and you could smell it. I don't know, but I have smelled bleach on cards.
There you go. Hobby Jab says Kurt's card spray is literally just lens cleaner. That'd be a fun experiment for somebody to like just do put it through an analyzer.
Yeah.
You can find out exactly what it is.
Tag might have one.
Maybe that's their angle. That's where they get the technology finally.
Got it.
People have used lighter fluid and acetone in the past, from what I've been told. It's okay, fair enough, Stu.
Yeah, that takes I heard that takes the wax off the back of the card, but then it darkens the card.
It probably would. Yeah, there'd be some kind of a reaction to it. Name makes a valid point. It's mayonnaise, Eric.
Yes.
First of all, that sentence doesn't exist.
I wonder if you soak your card in mayonnaise.
Oh, it makes it
Try
like PSA 11 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
It transcends the scale.
It does.
Transcends. Zach says, just looked at Kurt's sell 8-ounce bottle of that Look Pray for $60. So just to be clear,
what's it called?
The Kurt's Card Cure spray. The spray.
Oh,
whatever they call the spray. Apparently he's saying $60. Here's the thing. I've never looked at the prices. Can I be 100% honest? I've never looked at the prices. I have no idea. But can I be truthful, Bobby? We talked about influencers, hobby goats, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
If this fucking guy has convinced people to buy an 8-ounce bottle of fucking spray, he is my hero. He's my goat.
He is.
Dumbasses are paying for this shit.
$60, and it's probably just water with a little bit of fucking whatever. In it,
like,
3 drops.
Bobby,
of
the point is like
vinegar.
I'm sorry, Kurt from Kurt's Card Care is the goat. He's my goat.
Yep.
That dude should be on a fucking Topps card.
You want to make more money? You're gonna pay me money.
That's it. Jab's family's out. Kurt from Kurt's Card Care is
for
in.
an 8-ounce freaking spray bottle, and it looks like water.
It's an amazing con. I love every aspect of it.
Oh man,
that's a proper con.
Probably cost him $2.
Oh, if that, please.
And $1 for the bottle. That's $3.
$2, Bobby, if he uses the fanciest tap.
Well, it's that pure spring water. It's this distilled water, maybe. No minerals.
He goes and gets the finest bottle of Dasani he can find. Maybe Fiji water if he's feeling fancy.
Yeah.
Colorado sports dude. So only way now to collect without buying something possibly altered is to buy cards during releases or for somebody you trust that knows the cards pass, or take a chance with the greater ones. So you're talking about provenance, infamous provenance, right?
It's so hard with provenance.
It is. If it's like the first collector and they've held it for like infinity and like it's never, and it's literally just sitting in a binder or something, you're probably okay.
Yeah.
But like I said, look, I'm being serious. When we have these conversations, it's like half facetious, half serious, half whatever, or whatever percentage you want to put. Let's put it this way. I guarantee it's never 100% serious. Never 100%. But there's always some kind of a blend of mix. But if I'm being serious, y'all are doing it to yourselves by paying any kind of a premium for condition premiums. If you didn't do that,
there'd be no
it
reason to do it.
It solves a chunk of your problem. If you don't worry about it, you don't care. Like guys who are collecting poor condition cards aren't worried about this. Yeah. It's not really a problem for them, is it?
No. and no one's going to.
What are you going to do? Take it from utterly destroyed to less destroyed? Like, what are we even talking about?
Who's going to alter a low-end card that's destroyed?
Exactly. Like, if it's a legitimately low-end card that isn't worth a heck of a lot, they're probably not going to spend much time on it. Nobody's really going to worry about altering it or doing whatever.
Nope.
You're probably okay. Just enjoy your card and move on with your life.
I would say.
Hobby Champ's asking a valid question. Eric, what happens when you soak Boobior rookies in mayonnaise? Transcendence. Dick told me that the mixture was several oil-based solvents put together. He told me he could place a card in it for 2 weeks.
I'm
yeah,
surprised.
For this one.
It would have
place
to
the card in 2 weeks and it would come out just fine. Interesting.
I don't think it could be oil-based because it would have to evaporate. So it would have to be sort of ammonia-based chemical, so not an oil-based.
Yeah, I was. That is curious.
Because otherwise you're going to soak into the card. You can't have anything penetrate the card. Then it leaves something behind.
Like I said,
I think Bobby, I think you would have a lot of fun chatting with Dave because he is an old school collector. He's very familiar with a lot of these and some of the players who were talking about these things back in the day. I think you would have a fun conversation, the two of you, because he does write out very lengthy responses, and I enjoy them. So I want to make sure I don't discourage David anytime. We disagree on some components of it, but I enjoy his commentary, and I appreciate that he brings some thoughts and he's got some background on some of this stuff, which is good. And I think it's very helpful for everybody and helpful for the chat and everybody else too. So I appreciate it, Dave.
Sure.
So most 19th century cards were soaked in 30s and 40s and soaked in water. There would have been water for a lot of those.
Yeah.
And that makes the most sense because, it evaporates.
And see, there you go. You get the old non-sports collecting guys that, they buy those cards for cheap. And they don't care if it's soaked. They don't care whatever. They just want to add to their set. Because usually non-sports guys who are collecting pre-war, they don't care the condition of the card for the most part. They're not grading a lot of them. They're just collecting and adding to their set. As long as it looks aesthetically half decent, they're usually good. Like I'm still on the non-sports forum, and those guys, the pickups, it's just like fucking. You see the whole shit. Oh, I picked up this. It's like the guy picked up 50 different sets and cards. Oh, I can add them to my sets. It's like, and they're kind of beat and everything, but oh, that's cool, neat. They don't care, and that's a good hobby to be in when they really don't care at that point. That's where the grading doesn't really matter. And it hasn't influenced the grading of the non-sports on a few sets, but very few.
I think that's fair.
So I just went to Mr. Minty's page. You can get a prep kit for $60. That comes with a Mr. Minty 20 times card magnifier jeweler's loop. A Mr. Minty centering tool.
Can I ask a serious question? I'm curious if he went with Mr. Minty, Bobby, what names did he reject?
Honestly, I can't imagine because you're not supposed to that is that's the worst name. Honestly, it's almost one of the worst names.
2 Mr. Minty microfiber card wipes, 1 ounce bottle of Mr. Minty card cleaning spray, 1 15 milliliter jar of Mr. Minty card polish. Now, what the hell is card polish? That's what I want to know. You have Mr. Minty card
pledge. It's pledge.
2 Mr. Minty polish applicators, 1 Mr. Minty polish buffing pad. Why, if I'm buffing cards, isn't that going to scratch them? No? Okay.
I have a partridge in a pear tree. I got it. 2
edge brushes. And then 1 stickers and instructions.
Yes.
1 stickers.
Yeah.
Can't pluralize 1.
It's 1, and it says stickers and instructions. That's what it says.
It may as well say that because Mr. Minty's got.
Mr. Minty was in spring for Mr. Grammar. He stayed away.
The card spray and
Mr. Spellcheck rejected this conversation.
I think so.
Card spray and card polish is intended for high gloss modern cards like Chrome Prisms Select, as well as modern paper cards with gloss-like finish, like Topps and Bowman.
Smartest guy in the hobby.
Hobby Champs here has Kurt's Wax's Renaissance Wax, with museum use in antiques and fine art.
Renaissance Wax, I like that.
It's a good branding. Look, it's better than Mr. Minty.
People do that with antiques. Have this been No, it's fine. It's original. Yeah. People are good at doing that.
Look, there are a lot of hobbies that have already got that our restoration is perfect.
Violins,
like there's a lot
movie posters. It just never ends.
Like
And they allow it.
we've got this weird middle ground that we're playing in sports cards, and it's created a lot of this confusion side of it here.
I think so.
But I'll get caught up in a couple of
It's
these
out
here.
there. Live with it.
At this stage, like honestly, you would. I understand it makes for good conversation, but a lot of, and I think most of you guys in the chat know this already. You will live a much happier life if you don't sit there sweating every single little component of it. You're going to have to do your diligence, take care of your business, make sure you know, but if you're willing to assume if you want to live a riskless hobby, good luck to you. But if you're willing to assume an acceptable amount of risk, you can probably just enjoy your hobby. Like I said, it is inherently silly.
It's like complaining about the government. They're always going to rip you off. Doesn't matter. Live with it.
There you go. Dave says Carlos is correct. And back in the 70s, it was almost says one price for one card, which was probably better for a lot of folks and made more sense for them. Came back different grades and came back PSA, ASA, and it went downhill from there. Money. And by the way, it's not PSA, ASA's fault because people were willing to pay more for the perceived higher thing. They wanted to be able to say they had the nicer one. So therefore, they could lord it over somebody else. Therefore, they paid more money for it. You could have PSA right now, and if a PSA 10 was worth the same as a PSA 5, doesn't make any difference. It's just a fancy holder.
It's amazing how the hobby has the third parties as the aristocracy of our collecting world. It's interesting how it works that way. Oh, Kirk, he's top end, $60. Applicator, washcloth, spray bottle. Come on, 60.
Look, listen, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, if you can get $60 for a spray bottle, you're a goat. You're a goat.
Exactly.
You deserve my praise, sir. You deserve my praise.
I have to give it to him. Yeah.
I'll say
I'm
this.
just pissed off I didn't think of it.
You know, whatever you say about altering cards and stuff, he's a nice guy.
The funniest part is a lot of people were against him when that first came up, but now they're just kind of going, okay, well, if everybody else is doing it, I guess maybe I'll do it.
There you go.
And how are you going to tell? How are you going to tell? If PSA can't tell, then why do you even care?
Mm-hmm. So Bobby's right. We'll never know. For years, I waited for Dick's cards to show signs of chemicals, and I'm not aware of it ever happening. Well, I guess he picked the right ones.
Yeah.
Mr. Minty fanny pack with all the cute Mr. Minty tools.
Oh, fanny pack.
Branding.
Oh, for an extra $20 of 3 easy payments, you can get a fanny pack with Kurt's cards on it.
He does.
I'd buy one of those in a second.
Mr. Minty does have payment plans. So
I said 3
fantastic.
$20, yes.
Yeah,
I love it.
He does have payment plans, yes.
Refractor Jones says, thank you, gentlemen. You may mind not listening as I threw my 2 cents into the sort of 250,000 card collection I purchased last week. Enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Vintage Oddball Cards, getting me Rick. Mr. Minty. Listen, I got to be honest. I was trying not to laugh every time Eric said Mr. Minty. It was just driving me. Like I'm sitting here trying to read the comments. Every time he would just say the name over and over again. I'm sitting there. I feel like I should take a drink every time he says Mr. Minty. But I would have died.
Probably. Yeah. You'd be drunk by now. Yeah.
You know, like I said, he's a nice guy. I don't know how.
I'm sure he is. Look, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
He's a nice guy. Well, I mean, there's some people in this hobby that aren't nice guys. He is.
Well, his name is Mr. Minty.
Yeah.
See, Minty doesn't imply mint, so the grade factor is kind of let loosely.
He said minty.
Yes.
Minty.
I feel like mint-ish was rejected.
Yeah, ish is too ish.
Yeah. I think E is non-committal enough, but it feels better. Rolls off the tongue a little more.
Yeah, it's not like my name's Bob. It's like Bobby.
Yeah. Fractor Jones says if Al Rosen was still alive, he would be pissed that had Mr. Minty, and I would have loved that competition. Yes. He probably would have been like, I'm the one who calls myself Mint E.
Yeah. Maybe he uses mints. Like Mentos or kind of, that's what's in the water. You see that Coke thing and the mint? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bubble.
I like this one. Eric would like it better if Mr. Minty's name was Mr. Mayo.
Oh, yes.
Have I mentioned this evening how much I hate that man?
So, Eric, I'll tell you what. I was going to grab it much earlier, and we're going to end shortly, but I'm still going to get my beer. So while I do that, do you want to tell Name how much you hate him, and then I'll grab my beer and I'll come right back?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Name. Go ahead, Eric. This is your moment. You can tell Name how much you appreciate him and hate him.
I don't appreciate him. I think he's one of the worst human beings that I've ever had to come across, not only in this hobby, but on the planet Earth. He has this, like I said last week, he has this new podcast and about Indigenous basketball. And in the first episode, his big advice to all the young Indigenous children out there that if they want to get good at basketball, they should get taller.
That's good.
This is what he said.
Hey,
so
Nate knows his stuff, man.
He knows the stuff. I think he's up for Coach of the Year, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know who would put him up for that, but it seems possible that he may win this year. I think there's only maybe about one other coach in about a 200 mile radius from where he lives. So I think it's he doesn't have a lot of competition. But he basically just tells all the short kids better luck next year.
That happens.
Yeah. That's
seems legit.
Yeah. So not only that, he's mean to me. He makes fun of me. He teases me. And I do not like him.
Well, we like
Fascinating.
him because he does that to you.
And I think he's a big stupid face jerkhead.
Oh.
Well, the technical terms.
I'm sorry to use that type of language. I hope my mother is
asleep.
Is no longer watching, so she didn't hear me use that type of language.
She's probably slashing the tires on your bicycle now.
Well, she has threatened that, and I completely believe her.
Good. Mm-hmm. Back to Mr. Minty.
Yes.
Now I'm saying, oh my God, we got to come up with our own name.
Oh, I was going to go with Senor Minty. I don't think he's angled the. I don't think he's got the language angle.
Yeah, right.
Carlos, Mr. Senor Minty.
Senor Minty.
How much do you charge for your bottles?
A lot more pesos than dollars. Eric still didn't quite figure out the pesos to dollar conversion. It's like Eric played himself.
5,000 pesos. You're fucked,
well, so Bobby, I don't know if you caught it on the podcast. Eric was making a joke that he offered 5 million pesos, but he didn't realize that the exchange rate is like, that's still like 300 grand. You didn't think that one through, my friend. Yen is the play. Yen.
Yes.
Or Doge. Yen or Doge.
How about rubles? Rubles? Is rubles good?
No.
It's
gone up there. So
yeah, it's not quite as good as it once was. It was better before. So David says, yeah, PSA was the result of David Hall. Yes, I remember David Hall. Bringing grading over from coins and Alan Hager doing the same. Yep. Look, it's funny because there's a lot of shady characters at the outset of all the graders. Like it's, Dave Foreman is notorious. And SGC became the trusted one.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of hobby goats around here. Okay.
There's a lot of people coming to the marketplace. You got KSA who came in a long time ago, and he performs his services much the same as other people do. There's there's iCert that grades wrappers that nobody else really does. There's Kurt who does that. All these people, unique businesses. It really helps them. I'm not saying KSA is unique, but I mean uniquely Canadian. They've brought themselves to a certain point.
They angled the Canadian angle to get themselves a lot more business than they otherwise would have given their offering.
They would have never, yeah.
Sure. Good evening, Paul. Hobby Champ says I'm going to start selling distilled water and Karuba wax for $60.
You should.
Hobby Champs.
Listen to me. Got in your car wash.
Listen to me. Here's a suggestion, a piece of advice.
And get the flashing sign that says Carnauba wax.
Undercut him $59, and you'll take all the business.
No tax.
Yeah, if he's got it at 60, you charge 59 and steal all the market share. Just saying. Yeah. Think about it.
If he has that many viewers, how many orders do you think he has?
Yeah. Well, Bobby, though, like we have the proof is in the pudding. All these people will talk. Oh, I hate alterations. Blah blah. I'm sitting there like, then who the fuck is watching? Because I go look at those view counts and some of the stuff is like, oh, he did. Here's the before and after on this vintage card or whatever. It's like, why are you watching? It's like, I'm watching for science. For science. Yeah. Yes. Science.
It wasn't
Are
porn.
you
It wasn't
taking?
porn.
Why do you have a notebook of copious notes? Why are you analyzing this frame by frame like the Zapruder film?
It wasn't porn.
Well, like I said, I am gonna ask him next time I see him if I can sit and
Mr.
learn
Minty?
the thing. Yeah, I mean, he's doing it right there out in the open. It isn't like, it's like a grading service where you submit them at the front desk and then they go behind the curtain. I mean, he's doing it right there at the table for anyone to see. So, but I'd like to sit there and just have him kind of walk me through it and explain what he's doing, because then I would be able to add more to this conversation. Because right now,
Can I ask a serious question that doesn't require that, but can still be part of the conversation? So let me kind of put a button on this topic. It was a fun topic. I gotta be honest. The Mr. Minty thing really amused me. It made me laugh.
Yeah.
And finding out $60 for that shit, like hashtag goat, hashtag true goat. Okay, so here's my question.
Sold out. I didn't tell you that. It's sold out.
I have no doubt. Like, listen, I say goat. This person
Yeah.
actually understands how this business works. So here's my question. Really, the whole pretense of this conversation, the only reason it even came up, the only reason I even brought it up again with the YouTube channel and everything, was because it was sent to me that apparently it made the rounds again, kind of the discussion point of it being normalized, of it being like, I guess the hobby accepts it, or obviously some people don't and some people do and whatever. But the point is, it's commonplace enough to the point that Mr. Minty can have a booth and be plying his wares right there. Kurt's Card Care, we'll see it at our local shows. We'll see people selling the kits and all that stuff. Obviously, like, it's right there. It's not like they're hiding it. It's not illegal contraband. They're hiding behind the table and you have to ask and do a secret knock. It's right there,
Right,
front and center if you want it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is this. It's not whether it's a good or bad thing. Where do you think things sit now? Like, what do you think about the fact that it is clearly so wide open? Like, nobody's hiding it.
Like I said, there's nothing you can
Pretty
really do
transparent.
about it. What can you do about it, really?
and again, just to recap this, just to bring it all back around, Carlos is talking about the hey Lapper, talking about how many views people are getting, Kurt Card Care, and it's obviously people are interested in this, right? So you can't just blame him when the guy's getting 28,000 views, and you can't just blame Mr. Minty when sold out back in a few weeks. Order now, ships late March.
He's got to refill the water bottles.
Hey, the point is, he sold out.
Yes.
He didn't buy them all himself.
He just couldn't get the shipment of bottles back from China.
People are buying this for this. They can clean their cards up.
Do you feel that it would be proper for you to disclose to the chat that like 30% of those sales were you trying to learn his ways and his dark arts?
Yeah, because I'm gonna start my own company. So I'm trying to get in, sneaky on him, learn all his Yoda tricks, and then I'm gonna go start my own company.
Could you phrase it as sneaky
card
during
cleaning?
the deposition? Because that'd be great.
That'd be good.
Yeah, poopy pony card cleaning. It's gonna be awesome.
Expanding the franchise. I like it.
Better, man. You gotta divest.
I don't know which rolls off the tongue better, Poopy Pony Cleaners or Mr. Minty.
Poopy Pony card.
Kurt's Card Cleaners.
Yeah, Kurt. No,
Man, does anybody know how to do a name anymore? So I do the same thing when I write a title for one of the articles that I write. I see some of the titles and I say, that's not a title. That's like a sentence. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're explaining the whole article in one sentence. It's just like, no, do something kind of, cool or neat or different or offbeat, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Mr. Minty.
Poopy Pony card cleaning service.
If you were on a talk show somewhere doesn't have to be the hobby, and said, oh yeah, I started a company called Mr. Minty, and they go, what do you do? It's like, I do cards. Oh, cars. Okay. No, cards. Oh, cards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nothing relates to that. That's, Minty cards, I guess. Whatever. But anyways.
Yep.
Just saying.
A couple of good comments here. Hobby Champ says most of the restoration virtue signalers simply lack the intestinal fortitude to wipe and polish their cards, so they lash out others for having the big balls to make their cards better.
There you go.
By the way, can I ask a serious question? I send off the odd card for grading. It's not really a big part of my process because even when I'm buying and selling cards, most of the time I'll just sell the card as is. It's not really a big deal to me. However, I will send the odd card in for grading, and mostly for my collection purposes. It's for me. But I guess if someone really is militantly hardcore against the idea,
Mhm.
do you wipe off fingerprints? Like dust or fingerprints, like whatever, like microfiber cloth. I use this for my glasses, but I'll be honest, I use these for if you go to card to for grading, I gave it a quick wipe to make sure fingerprints are off it.
No,
Or wouldn't I?
fingerprints are fine.
No, but believe it or not, there are some folks who lose their mind about, hey, oh, you can't touch it. It's like, why? I'm going to leave my fingerprint on it? Like, that's stupid. Like, why would I do? Eric, I can tell you truthfully, people complain about the inconsistent grading, and I understand and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But I've bought and sold this card already, and I've shown it on the channel in the past. I bought one of the pink refractors of the Juan Soto, and I bought it in a BGS 9. And the issue that it had was that it literally had a piece of dust that was stuck onto the surface of the card. We cracked out the card, literally wiped it off, submitted it in, and the card came back a 10.
You alter.
Because, of course, the subgrade that was an issue was the surface. You wipe it off.
And you gotta wonder why the card companies won't take a speck of dust off. They probably
honestly just
put
take
it
it
on.
off.
The dust probably got on.
Technically correct. It was on the surface, but you could literally just wipe it off. It was fine.
Yeah. I don't expect the card, the grading companies to sit there and shine this thing up for you. But if they put the thing down and a speck of dust lands on it, wipe it off.
Yeah, or you can use a little light compressed air thing, just blow it off.
Right.
You don't have to go crazy, but just
It's like we're gonna downgrade you because there's a dead spider on the card. Wipe the spider off. Yes.
Bob Bozo said PSA should create a Vision Pro add-on where you can see if someone has watched a Mr. Minty video or watch for card altering on the Google.
Yeah.
And then I like the follow-up here. What is this? Hobby Minority Report? I came up with the idea while doing some risky business. I see what you're doing, Bob Bozo. I see it. I appreciate you.
We're just gonna keep adding Tom Cruise movies.
Yes,
apparently,
it's like
All right.
I watched a bit of a demo here at the expo, and it definitely had me feeling a bit dirty, sort of like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see, and yet it's there in front of everybody. Mr. Minty!
It was right there, man.
And he said,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, after watching it for 2 hours, it really made me sick."
Yeah, it was terrible. Hours and hours. But for science, it was like Eric and Emmanuel in space. He was sickened, he was disgusted, and he had to watch it 3 times to make sure that he could properly express his dismay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see Lapper now sitting there on the table with his phone. Yeah, okay. And then what do you do? Okay. How much of that do you put? Okay.
Yeah.
For science. For science. He's had nothing but 10s from PSA since, but he just did it for science. Research purposes.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, so are you going to eventually research a manual in space? One of the great cinematic triumphs of our lifetime?
I am going to avoid it at all costs.
Wise choice. Very wise choice.
I would love to remember what brought that out because I don't remember why.
When people encourage you to go and participate in something like that, don't. Okay.
I know what your problem is with space. That's weird.
No.
Yeah.
No, that means don't.
It's it's a documentary. It's educational. I don't know what you're getting at.
No. Nope.
The end result is we're just, the hobby's moving the needle a little bit, and some people have sort of bad feelings about where it's moving. And if cleaning off a card is a big thing, then you should probably learn to accept a little bit things like that a little bit more easier, because you can't control what people are going to do with the cards behind closed doors. And if you can't tell them, the grading comes to them, Cal, don't worry about it so much. How can you? You can't solve that. There's no hobby police sitting there waiting to arrest these guys. It is what it is. Certain things we have to accept at certain points. And I think that's one of them.
Where do I put in my job application for that?
But I've seen people
you would likely be arrested immediately during the background check.
I just don't like altered things.
I think that concluded the segment of the dissertation of Dr. Strangelove. Yes. I will learn to stop worrying and accept my hobby by Bobby Brow.
Yeah, and Mr. Minty.
And Mr. Minty. That's right. It's a co-op. It's a joint. Dave here says, bottom line, most high-end collectors only care about the PSA number, which is true.
Yep.
All the talk about history of card alterations and no interest. A lot of people, yes. A lot of people don't care.
Great. There's a great story there.
Oh, yes. Yep. Hobby, your statement, Gary Moser, hobby hero. He disagrees. Now I restated him against trimming, which is another category you can definitely talk about for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all ever watch Neo's grading reveals? I watched the most recent one he had. He always gets like a random PSA 4. His reaction kills me. But I actually was teasing him about this. I think I mentioned in the Discord, but I saw his grading reveal. He had the thing in there, and I'm sitting there like, when this happens, it's like I want the reaction that includes the like from the breaking. It's like he gets a PSA 4 disaster. I got. I was kind of hoping for the whole thing. Like, give me the whole the whole gamut reaction. You may as well. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Paul C says, I enjoy that the cloud Eric is yelling at his grader, staying in their lane and not wiping off dead spiders. Facts.
That's a serious issue, Paul.
This is an issue. Card altering cuts down on people crying over low PSA grades, and maybe it's for the best, perhaps. I'm against trimming. You're not going to chase it with a straw man. Fair enough. All right. So fun conversation there to close things out, but we'll wind her down here on this. It got only last comments. Throw them in there in the chat, but I do appreciate you. We've had kind of the ebbs and flows and good conversations, and I appreciate it. Again, like I said, I reiterate, I appreciate Dave and a lot of the folks bringing in the conversation. Dave's got some good background on it. Provide some provocative thinking. I go back to my original thing, though. Like, if you're just enjoying your hobby and just relaxing and having fun with it, then yeah, just go with it. But I think a lot of people worry about a lot of stuff they can't control. And I don't think that's a good way to enjoy a hobby. Maybe that would be the way I present it.
Yeah.
Control what you can control the parts of it that you have control over it. And the other stuff, some of it's going to happen anyway, whether you like it or not. They didn't ask your permission. They're going to do it anyway.
Fight the fights you know you have a chance of winning. So
and
serve you well going forward.
And if you're worried, and if you are worried, and there are some people who this is a legitimate concern, if they're worried that, oh, the money I invest in this is going to be the problem, blah, blah, blah. And I go, then reduce your exposure and your risk to it. Just don't spend as much money on it.
Mm.
You need to kind of accept that in certain segments of this hobby, you're kind of spending money. You're putting at risk. You may never get it back. May never recover it. If you can live with that, you're probably going to be much happier hobbyist than the person who's sitting there worried about, oh my God, what am I going to do if the value drops?
I think that's where the hobbyists separate themselves. You know, if you really don't care how the card does and you're just enjoying it because you enjoy collecting it, you know, that's being a good hobbyist, and you're enjoying it. You're relaxing. You don't have to worry and sweat the dollar values.
Yeah,
you know, and just enjoy.
I never wanted my collection to become a line item in my assets. That was never something I wanted.
Well,
like
you chose Medano, so fucking.
But let me tell you. But Bobby, there are some people who literally are striving in their life to make it a line item in their assets, and I'm like, that's a terrible thing. That's not a good. Why would you want to? You're taking a hobby and creating stress out of it.
You know, when they have too much money, diversification is the thing to do. So that's what they're doing. So I get it.
But yeah, it's one of those things. So I would much rather be like, yeah, I'm not really worried about what's going on with the value of that day to day. It's not really a concern for me.
No.
If it goes up, great. If it goes down, fine. It's not a big deal, one way or the other. I just appreciate this. I just appreciate this comment out of context. I feel like it fits everything.
What's it say?
It says, "Ha ha ha, idiots."
I think he was referring to you two.
Oh,
sure. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It is for buying the $60 pack. Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe. Is it? Are you sure?
I don't know. I might be wrong. I might have to go talk to him on Sunday. We'll see. Oh, I got free time. Plans changed, so I got Sunday free.
All right. You want to do the CC show then?
Yeah, I'll go to the show.
Okay, so what I'll do is, since it's Sunday, I can plan out in advance. I'll get my tickets ahead of time. I know you've got your arrangement taken care of. I'll get my tickets ahead of time, and then I'll make sure that I'm down early.
I have no arrangements. I just walk in and I just get in for some reason.
Yeah, but usually you can get one of the dealers to give you access to an entry.
The trumpets play.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you announce your entrance.
Hey, I have to walk in like I own the place, so it's not easy all the time.
Yeah. I know a few of the dealers. I could try to pull that. I could try to pull that piece, but I don't arrange it ahead of time. So it's like it was a late decision for me. It's like I like the show, but
worst case scenario, I have to pay at the door. Whippy do.
What? It's a 1-day show. What are you paying? $5?
15, 20?
I think $15, $20, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
For what?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'll be honest. I like that they're trying to do it. They've done a good job with it. I'm gonna, to their credit, they've done a decent job with it, considering that it started as a relatively small, like, regional show.
Yeah.
And it's still a relatively small regional show, but they've been able to get a lot of foot traffic build up. But imagine 15 or 20 bucks per entry. Like, how much money are you guys making? Plus, you're charging good money for those tables.
They are.
So, like,
for that
how
time
much money
period.
are you making?
Yes.
It's like, you guys are doing all right. You're doing
It's a
pretty
nice
good.
venue, though. It's not like
It
it's
is.
cheap, you know.
I
It's a
might
good
go
spot for what it is. For that kind
I
of
might go to a show on Sunday. It's a good size show at a hotel, and Jerry Cheevers is going to be there signing again. It's just like there's nothing left I need signed by him. So, but it's like, so we're going to have a Hockey Hall of Famer. It's going to be a good show with 70 something tables in a hotel ballroom. It's like $3 to get in.
Yeah, this one's taking. Usually the other shows, they're not that big, but it's $3 to $5 to get in. Mostly, this place they're taking it up a notch. A higher. I don't know if it's a higher clientele, but it's definitely a nicer venue than most. Most are in like legions and their basements and different other places. It's like,
Hey, listen, I still appreciated the German Haas.
I like that.
I still enjoyed the German Haas.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't fit for what they're doing right now. You could
No.
not fit it in that venue. Too small. No
No.
way. You wouldn't have enough space. You'd
I
have to
think
use a
most of them
couple of
have
halls.
outgrown it. There's been a lot of dealers setting up shows. There was a new show that was just on the weekend. Who they have? They had. I got to pick up that card from him too. They had Brian McFarlane signing. They had Mike Walton and Jerry McNamara. Like 3 people. But I seen the show. Inside the show, it wasn't so busy, but the lineup was out the door.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. For signing guests draw, but they draw a lot of autograph guests, which takes a little money away from the dealers, because the dealers all sitting around going, all right. And I couldn't get down the hallway to get to the place because the lineup of for the autographs kind of going the other way.
Yes.
And then once I got into the room, it was like, echo.
That's fair. But yeah, for whatever reason, Eric, they've been able to look. It goes back to the same law of economics as the rest of the hobby. They're charging $20 entry if you're paying for the one day, and they're still getting people in the door.
It's entertainment value. It doesn't matter. It's like going to see
I get it, but I got to admit that should tell you something. The fact is they figured out their marketplace, and they realized their marketplace is willing to pay for it. And and when it gets full in the later part of the afternoon, it gets full. So they didn't all sneak in. Most of them paid.
When I go, and Bobby knows this show. If I go to when I go to the Shriners show in April, it's $15 a day. But there's 500 tables, and it's in this enormous building. You almost feel like it's the biggest show in New England. It's huge. So it's like, all right, I paid $15 to get in. Fine.
Yep.
I can spend all day here, and I still might not see everything.
Really?
With 500 tables, sure. It's huge.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
You spend time
the expo, right?
Stuff, and you stop and you look and you chat with friends. You may not get through everything. Stop and have lunch, whatever.
Yeah.
But you're like, okay, that's worth the $15. But a small show that has 50 to 70 tables, that's way too much money.
I don't think it is. I think whatever you do in this hobby, there's an expense and cost to it.
Yeah.
And $15 is nothing today.
Well, going back to the
$15
discussion from earlier so remember, like I said, when I was talking about the whole pricing on the upper deck thing, where I said 2 things can be true at the same time. One of my favorite phrases: first, it is priced wrong for the actual contents therein, even with the risk factor taken into effect. We all agree. We all agree. But the day of $100, sub $100 upper deck flagship, that's gone, my friends. It's not available to you, because even if it gets back to normal pricing, it's still going to be over that. It's just going to be over that now.
Yeah, it's going to be over that. But I mean, you're going to get a response. If you have no rookies in the cards coming out, then you're going to suffer the consequences of that.
Well, the thing is, that's why I said for next year, I think Series 1 and 2 are going to be in line with what Series 1 was. We already saw in this one, we have Series 1 and 2. Series 1 was literally cheaper.
Yeah.
And so
Series 1.
Series 1 was like
150? 100?
I think I saw like 130, 145.
Okay, so they just doubled up on this one, so it'll go back down to about 125.
That
See,
would be
the
my
funny part
expectation.
is once you're
Somewhere in that
paying
range.
once you're paying 300, it's sort of like gas prices. You buy your gas at 50 cents a liter, and all of a sudden it goes up to 75 cents, and then it comes back down and it's 60 cents. And you go, oh great, geez, 60 cents, thank God. But it just went from 50 to 60, and you didn't care about the 60, you cared about the 74. So the next box that'll come out will probably be 160, 180.
Well, no, what they did, Bobby, is they reduced the number of packs.
The
The way so
correct.
so what happens is they changed the number of packs and they kept the price the same. So basically, like, they gave you the bag of chips, it's the same price, but they just reduced the amount of chips in the bag.
Yeah, well, that's why they've been altering the size of a lot of things, because
Yes.
you used to get a liter of mayonnaise. Now,
But
it's
it is
like
the same price.
960
It is the
grams.
same
It's
price.
the same
It is the
price.
same price.
Or more.
Yeah. So technically speaking,
Slightly.
the amount of money that came out of your pocket was the same, but what you got out of it was different.
Yeah.
But that is another way of raising the price without raising the price.
And I'm going to go to this show, and I really don't anticipate buying something. There's an outside chance I might, but it's more of a social thing, and you just never know.
Look,
don't like
I'll bring a little. My
Let's
plan is to bring a little bit of
entertainment
money. Hopefully, last time I had a specific agenda that I was planning on getting there earlier, but I had some stuff come up. This time, since it's a Sunday, I'll try to take care of all my business on Saturday. And if I
Yes.
take care of every errand and everything on Saturday, then I have a clean slate, and I can actually be like, all right, let me come in at the appropriate time, so I can actually take advantage of it and actually walk around a little bit without the mass crowds.
Yeah.
A little easier maneuver around.
I'm going to be there extra early anyways, because I can get in early anyway. So it's always good to walk around early.
Yep.
Well, Carlos
Revolutionary.
one, so you're not going to see him for a while.
Yeah, true.
No, I won't do that for you guys at the expo because you're peasants.
Yes, that's
But
true.
if I want to get somewhere, I'll get there. But Brad already saw this. He challenged me, and I beat him to breakfast.
Yeah, I remember that breakfast. Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, you challenged me, and you lost.
Mhm.
Look, dude, if I need to, I just won't sleep. I'll just walk straight in. Boom. I was up the whole time.
Yeah.
It's like, it's 4 a.m. Get over here, Eric. Stop being late. Fuck off. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I have a
Sleep
history
is for the
of being
weak.
So,
You'll sleep when you're dead.
Yes.
What if we revolutionize retail and card shows and have dealers have tables that display cards and have boxes of cards in? Wait a minute. I
Hey.
know. And you missed out on that. I did have already for the joke. But, fair, valid. I go, Web02. Don't forget to move clocks back ahead this weekend. Wait, is it this weekend?
This weekend? Oh, we
Ooh.
yeah, Saturday night into Sunday. So like Sunday morning at like 2 a.m. or
Ooh,
something.
well, then we better get the show on the road. Let's get out of here. All right,
yeah.
folks. So thank you for the reminder. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Jeff, appreciate you. Thank you all for the chat. You've all been great. Actually, you've been very strong. Appreciate you tonight. If you can hit the like button on the way out, we charge Eric, and he should pay. Remember, if you like Eric, you hit the like button to appreciate it. If you hate Eric, hit the like button because he sucks and he should pay. Either way, it's good.
That's
fine.
That's
Either way.
more realistic.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, folks of you in the East Coast, you can still got some time left. Enjoy the rest of hours and hours and hours of your Friday.
Mhm.
And for everybody else on the West Coast, it is already Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. We will catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.